tremendous expansion of the military since the war in 1994, but it was numerically inferior to the growth of the 1970s. Hence, the Sullivan policy was more of an effort to reaffirm the military nature of the regime in a post-Soviet world. What Kim was saying was that the communist totalitarianism of the Cold War era might be over, but he intended to rule as a military dictator nonetheless. Lip service has also continued to be paid to the allegedly communist nature of the regime in North Korea. People in North Korea in 1994 and 1995 must have known why the new leader of the country needed to try to reaffirm his control over the country, even while continuing along the same path established by his father. When Kim came to power in 1994, agreed the creation of the Sunggun system. The country was not in famine. This was all connected to the changes that began as the Soviet Union collapsed and the Cold War came to an end. The political and economic realignment in Eastern Europe had devastating consequences for North Korea and its trade, agriculture, industry, and supply systems. Economic data always involves an element of estimation when it comes to the history of North Korea, as there are no accurate statistics provided by the regime. This issue aside, it is estimated that North Korea's GDP contracted by an average of between 4 and 5% annually in the 1990s. That meant that by the late 1990s, the North Korean economy was half the size it had been a decade earlier. The country's agriculture sector especially badly. The flow of reduced fertilizer dried up to a regular power cut, but also impacted on agriculture, which in the modern world is reliant on electricity at every stage of production. On top of this, cheap imports of grain from places like Ukraine were no longer available, as that country and Russia were going through their own brutal economic crises in the aftermath of the collapse of the USSR. Finally, these systematic problems were compounded by a series of alternating acts in North Korea in the 90s. Famine was setting in already in 1994. It peaked in 1996 and 1997. Because of the secretive nature of North Korean society, there is an unusual lack of consensus about the death toll from the North Korean famine of 1994-2000. The lower estimates, which are unrealistic, suggest around 250,000 deaths. The upper estimates are that 3.5 billion people died, which would have constituted around 15% of the population. It probably lies between 0.5 and 1.5 billion people. Kim's response to the economic crisis and famine was to simultaneously avoid admitting that it was even happening for propaganda reasons, while at the same time adopting a suite of largely ineffective measures. For instance, the government did not frame this as a famine. Instead, it was referred to as the Arduous March, in propaganda approach which had been adopted in response to the developing economic crisis in the final year of Kim Il-sung's time as ruler. The name echoed the Long March, which had saved the Chinese Communist cause back in the mid-1930s during the Chinese Civil War. The name was designed to suggest that the North Korean people were struggling together towards some brighter future, rather than suffering through a catastrophic state-created crisis. Beneath this veneer of calm, yet difficult struggle, Kim's government attempted to put in place measures to increase the food supply. Above all, they looked after the elites within the regime, meaning that supplies were rerouted to the capital, Pyongyang. Soon the government made it known that it would accept international aid, and many non-governmental organizations or NGOs began delivering food into North Korea. Nowhere near enough, though, and the famine did not generate the kind of international headlines that it otherwise might have at a different time. This was because it overlapped with a succession of international crises elsewhere in the world, notably the Yugoslav wars of the 1990s, the Rwandan genocide of 1994, and the ensuing Congo Wars. 1990 by the failure of the food distribution system and of distributing resources according to foreign agriculture. The military and government officials were given preferential treatment in the distribution system, while those who were unable to work were at the bottom of the pyramid. Preferential treatment took the form of receiving a larger daily allocation of cereals and basic foodstuff. This system of preferential treatment had exacerbated famines in the Soviet Union in the early 1930s and in China in the late 1950s. And it also worsened the catastrophe in the mid-1990s. Eventually, the system collapsed altogether, as Kim's government was unable to meet even basic demands. As this happened, a huge black market in foodstuffs and other necessities developed, undermining the system of state-run supply that had existed in North Korea for half a century. Crime spiraled, and the government also struggled to manage the border in the strange circumstances. For instance, several 100,000 North Koreans are estimated to have absconded over the northern border into China during the famine years, after they determined that it was better to take their chances fleeing the country than to remain and face death from starvation. The illegal economy that developed in North Korea between 1994 and 2000 would remain a feature of the country's economic system throughout Kim's time as leader of the country. Today, North Korea is viewed as a pariah state that has very little interest in being welcomed back into the wider community of nations, instead relying on its nuclear weapons program to ensure that the regime cannot be toppled by any outsiders. However, there was a real opportunity in the late 1990s and early 2000s for and his government and the economic of the Cold War, which stood in such stark contrast to the famine and stagnation of North Korea, decided briefly that they should try to reconcile their nation with the new US-dominated world order. Thus, what is known as the Sunshine Policy was adopted by Kim's government in 1998. The primary goal of this was to ease tensions with South Korea and try to foster economic cooperation. Talks over loosening restrictions along the demilitarized zone, and there was even speculation of trying to officially end the war, which theoretically was still underway. There was only ever one ceasefire agreed to in 1953. Business ventures were launched between the two nations with a lot of public fanfare. Kim's government hoped that the economic success of the South might start to diffuse to the North. There was even a remarkable diplomatic event at the Summer Olympics in 2000 in Sydney, Australia, when athletes from both North and South Korea marched together under the Korean unification flag, which had first been used at all minor sporting events in the early 1990s. Gradually, though, the Sunshine Policy was abandoned. The Iranian war on terror following the 9/11 attacks of September 2001 did not help affairs, as North Korea was regularly cited by President George W. Bush as part of what he termed the Axis of Evil. The South Korean government felt pressure to step back from the negotiations, and the Sunshine Policy gradually went into abeyance. With the failure of the Sunshine Policy, Kim doubled down on North Korea's nuclear strategy as a means of guaranteeing the long-term future of the regime. North Korea began its nuclear program in the immediate aftermath of the Korean War. But back in the 1950s and 1960s, this was about building civilian nuclear reactors for research and energy generation. The Soviets aided them with technical knowledge, and Moscow was not going around the world arming countries with nuclear weapons during the Cold War, no matter how close an ally they were. North Korea's nuclear program was consequently very limited for a lot of Kim Il-sung's time as leader. The first meeting at Pyongyang in 1965 under Soviet supervision. It was only capable of using the low-enriched uranium to produce medical isotopes and for research purposes. Later, the North Koreans used the technical expertise initiated in the nuclear so this was a stop-start initiative. In 1985, for instance, Kim Il-sung had agreed to sign the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, and in the 1990s, the government had agreed with South Korea that it would step back from trying to acquire weapons of mass destruction. If the South removed large stockpiles of US nuclear weapons, which had been maintained in the same country since the 1950s. That strategy was incrementally abandoned in the 1990s, and in the early 2000s, Kim ordered his ministers, the military, and the country's nuclear scientists to begin accelerating their work to acquire a nuclear weapon. Kim's nuclear weapons program developed swiftly in the 2000s as large parts of the necessary elements for building a nuclear weapon were also decided to commit to the policy of acquiring nuclear found in dozens of countries today. But it now started enriching uranium up to weapons grade level. It also rejected the International Atomic Energy Agency observership country in the early 2000s. And in 2003, Kim declared that North Korea was leaving the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. In another period of modern history, this might have led to a US military intervention in acquiring nuclears, such as happened in 2025 when Iran accelerated its nuclear weapons program. However, a unique set of circumstances prevailed with North Korea in Kim's time. Firstly, the US and its allies were preoccupied with two wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. Secondly, there was a fear that Kim could reignite the war against South Korea if any effort was made to try to intervene directly in North Korea's affairs. Finally, and most significantly, US intelligence at the time, and general world opinion, was of the view that North Korea already possessed a few nuclear weapons. This made Western nations extremely reluctant to countenance any attempt to engage in regime change or to deter Kim's nuclear weapons program in another way. Nonetheless, North Korea was only publicly confirmed to have acquired nuclear weapons capability in 2006, after Kim's military carried out its first underground nuclear weapons test at Punggye in the northeast of the country on the 3rd of October. The regime has carried out numerous further underground tests, which are often only detected as a result of seismic activity. In tandem, Kim began a program to build ever more powerful ballistic missiles, which could strike swiftly at targets in South Korea, Japan, and elsewhere in the Pacific Ocean. By the end of his rule, North Korea had become virtually impregnable to regime change. The risk of even attempting this would be far too great. Kim and his ministers were more than aware that accelerating the country's nuclear weapons program and actually testing a weapon of mass destruction would lead to the imposition of new, much heavier sanctions by the international community. Moreover, the world of the early to mid-2000s was very different to what it is 2 decades later. China was not yet as confident on the international stage as it is today, while Russia was only beginning to recover from the crisis. Neither country could ignore sanctions against North Korea in quite the way they did today. Economic reforms were therefore needed by Kim's government to try to bring the country on the road to self-sufficiency. The measures initiated met with limited success. For instance, there were sporadic attempts to introduce market reforms that allowed private property and private trade. This had worked in China because it began producing goods which it could sell to the rest of the world in the 1980s, 1990s, and beyond. The same did not apply to North Korea. A complete recall of the official currency, the won, and the introduction of a new version of the currency was implemented as well in 2009 to try to curb black market activity. This had only a minor impact in a country where a lot of black market trade is in the form of barter. In the end, the regime turned to everything from crime to slave labor to nascent cyber attacks to try to raise capital for the economy, while the wider country remained impoverished with frequent electricity blackouts, even in parts of Pyongyang. Kim's personality was constantly scrutinized in the 2000s. For instance, he became infamous worldwide for his fascination with cinema and was rumored to have the world's largest collection of films on VHS and DVD. The estimated size of the collection was rumored to be over 20,000. It was claimed that he spent hours every day watching films. Action films like the James Bond series were, by all accounts, amongst his favorite films. In a book published under his name in 1987, The Cinema and Directing, he had stated that the cinema occupies an important place in the overall development of art and literature. As such, it is a powerful ideological weapon for the revolution. It's unclear exactly how James Bond was critical to the revolution in North Korea. Kim's carefully cultivated image was also well known. He wore green, quasi-military fatigues regularly and was often seen wearing his signature sunglasses. Kim liked the finer things in life, even as his nation remained desperately poor. He was also known to be fond of expensive brandy, French wine, and cigarettes. There was a paranoid element to him also. Kim lived in constant fear of being poisoned and had his meals tested before he consumed them. While his eccentricities meant that Kim was frequently depicted as a figure of amusement in the Western world, notably in the 2004 puppetry comedy film Teen America, World Police, there was a ruthless dictator underneath the visage. North Korea continued to operate as arguably the world's most secretive and repressive state in the 2000s, while Kim's image adorned public places all over the country, particularly in Pyongyang, as part of his cult of the leader. Dissenters were arrested and sent to North Korea's truly appalling prisons, where sanitation was non-existent and torture was routine. Even Kim's fascination with the big screen could have terrible consequences. Back in 1977, he had sanctioned a mission to kidnap South Korea's leading director of the time, Shin Sang-ok. Kim believed that Shin could be put to work in the North to improve the quality of the regime's films. On the 11th of January 1978, while he was visiting Hong Kong, Shin and his wife were kidnapped and taken to North Korea. He spent 4 years in a North Korean prison, existing on rice and water, before being released in 1982. Even then, Shin spent another 4 years directing 7 films for the North Korean government before he and his wife were finally able to escape, while in Vienna to promote his last film for the regime, Bulgar Sari, in 1986. Kim's peculiar love of the cinema was even more unusual than tales of his vast DVD collection suggest. Throughout Kim's 17-year-long spell as ruler of North Korea, the issue of the succession was a much more open question than it had been when Kim Il-sung was the dictator of the country. For around 20 years, between 1974 and 1994, it had been reasonably evident to all interested parties that Kim would succeed his father when he died. The same was certainly not true with Kim's children. He had numerous offspring from multiple relationships. The children who were in the contest to succeed him were all from relationships with his mistresses or concubines, not his wife, as it would be understood under Western marriage law. For the first 7 years of his tenure, it was believed that Kim Jong-nam, his son via his relationship with Song Hye-ri, would succeed Kim. He was his eldest son, and as he grew up, he was considered to have a similar temperament and personality to his father. The idea that he would succeed Kim one day persisted until 2001. Then, in May that year, Kim Jong-nam was arrested after arriving in Japan with a fake passport with the intention of visiting Disneyland in Tokyo. The incident embarrassed his father, and in the aftermath of it, Ko Young-hee commenced a coordinated campaign to promote her children in the line of succession. Her 2 sons and daughter were young in the early 2000s, and so it was their mother who must have led this campaign. Strangely, as the 2000s progressed, it was Kim Jong-un, the younger of the 2 brothers, who won the succession contest. As with so much within North Korea, there was secrecy around these developments. Nevertheless, it is evident that 2009 was the key year when Kim promoted Kim Jong-un to a number of positions and signaled within the party that he was his chosen heir. Had events transpired slightly differently, Kim Jong-chul, Kim's eldest son with Ko Yong-hee, and Kim Jong-un's elder brother, could well have become the third ruler of North Korea. He had been the unofficial heir until the announcement in 2009, and Kim nearly died before the announcement was made. Although an attempt was made to disguise his deteriorating health, there is no doubt that he suffered from serious health issues in 2008. A conspiracy theory even holds that Kim died in 2003, and an impersonator had been filling in for him thereafter. In April 2008, he did not appear for the Olympic torch relay in Pyongyang. 4 months later, on the 15th of August, he is understood to have suffered a stroke. This left him bedridden for weeks, and the most advanced doctors in China were flown into the city to attend to him. On the 9th of September 2008, the 60th anniversary was celebrated of the creation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, the former name for North Korea. This was also the anniversary of the formal accession of Kim as leader of the nation back in 1948. It was therefore highly unusual that Kim did not attend the ceremony. He is understood to have suffered a second stroke in October, and there were concerns that he might not survive, albeit the details of these events have been patched together from anonymous reports to the accounts of defectors. An alternative theory that emerged in 2009 was that he was suffering from pancreatic cancer. The regime did not admit that anything was wrong, and instead released photos of a healthy Kim in early November 2008 that were most likely taken before his health crisis. Kim recovered in the winter of 2008, though he was clearly unwell even after he began making public appearances again. Photos from the spring and summer 2009, for instance, show a man who had lost a clearance at the Defense Commission on the 9th of April 2009, when he was re-elected as the chairman of that body. He had also seemingly lost a large amount of his hair in a matter of only months. It was surely no coincidence that Kim Jong-un was confirmed as his heir in a more public manner at this time. To this day, it is not 100% clear what had happened, but Kim did make a sharp recovery in the second half of 2009. By 2010, he was well enough to undertake an international visit to China and then to Russia in 2011. On the 28th of September 2010, he was re-elected as General Secretary of the Workers' Party. However, his underlying health conditions had not abated fully, and on the 17th of December 2011, Kim suffered a massive heart attack while taking a morning train from Pyongyang to a site outside the city. This, at least, was the official version of events. South Korean intelligence stated that he might have died in bed from unknown causes deterioration of his health, and that the story of his music released to the public was intended to present an image of a hard-working leader setting off on his day's work when he died. He was either 69 or 70 years of age, depending on which date of 1941 or 1942 was accurate. His funeral was held 8 days later, and his body was preserved free. Father's remains was figured since the new leader of North Korea took place seamlessly, with state succession during the same broadcast in which they announced the death of Kim Jong-il. For several years after he became leader, Kim Jong-un, who was only in his years when he became the third ruler of North Korea, was believed to be incorrect. 2022 demonstrated his ruthlessness. They had become Kim, an example of them. The two men were executed 6 months later, on the 13th of February 2017. Brother, the one-time heir, Kim Jong-nam, assassinated using a in exile since 2003. These actions cemented Kim Jong-un's leader and made it evident to anyone otherwise he was firmly in control of the country. In 2017, nuclear weapon, claiming that it was a born in the middle of the Second World War, Korea was of Japanese violence. In 1950 and 1953, it was become the fourth economic crisis that changed global political systems in the years briefly when the reforms made did ultimately as a result, nuclear security is distressed an ideology centers as new now rules or any trick. Thus, in Kim Jong-il opportunity. It is the turn of the 20th century. China, a nation governed under the last great empire, the Qing dynasty, is about to bear witness to radical reforms and social changes never before seen in the country. The infamous Chinese Communist Party seizes power from the nationalist One Party, establishing the People's Republic of China. One man of humble beginnings would change the very face of communist China, implementing his own liberal economic policies and creating the emerging superpower that it is today. He would rise through the ranks of the Communist Party to become one of the most biggest in recent history, and arguably one of the most important political figures of the second half of the 20th century. His name, Deng Xiaoping, the father of modern China. The man known to history as Xiaoping was born on the 22nd of August 1904 in Guangdong, in the province of Sichuan, in southwestern China. He was a descendant of the Hakka people, a branch of the Han Chinese. His father was Deng Wenming, a landowner in rural Sichuan, who acted as the head of the Paifeng village, having been selected by the Chinese government to collect taxes and report on issues such as crime in the region. He had received a university education in law and political science in the city of Chengdu. Serving as a regional agent for the central government, Wenming also collected information on political activities happening around the region. In addition, his His father was heavily involved in a religious sect known as the Religion of the Five Sons, which incorporated elements of all the major philosophical and religious traditions of China, such as Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Deng's mother was Deng Danshi. Husband, she was illiterate. She had 4 children, 3 boys, including Deng, and a daughter. However, she was absent from Deng's life from a relatively young age, succumbing to what is now believed to have been tuberculosis, dying sometime in the 1920s. Deng was the eldest child of Wenming and Deng Shi. Not much is known about the future Chinese leader's early life, although he was later described by villagers who knew him as a young boy as a stable, energetic, and happy child. He was also marked out by his friends as being playful and mischievous. He was provided by his teacher. This was Xixie, meaning to aspire to good. He was also trained in the classical writings of Confucius and would later attend a conventional primary school where he continued education in ancient philosophy. Science from his writings. Began arriving to the Far East. But the new governments would disturb traditions and way of life. Was launched by immense China. In the fall of 1913, both the sons of a middle-class Chinese politician. Full scholarship due to poor grades, and he ordered for support upon arrival mission. From there, Deng was sent to the town of Bayeux. To study at a secondary school. While in France, the young of discriminatory treatment towards his fellow Chinese national and was his education. Nevertheless, complex, Lyon were not only three in the French whilst there, communicated with Deng had attended political demonstrations 21st and in rallies at a living at which resulted in funding being provided to the poorest and in Lyon. Shorter, further demonstrations took place in the southern French city of Lyon. Many of the Chinese students were forced to return home. Because of these, the Deng was not alone. During the next 4 years, only including for the French car manufacturer Renault. Despite enjoying the life came up the return to China in January 1996, but Deng had learned that the raid was imminent and made plans to flee from France, heading across Europe by train.
Everybody, stop what you're doing.
The capital of the
Zoot's here. How you living? Zoot, are you there? Can you hear me, big dog?
Yeah.
All right, big man. How you living?
Okay, you?
Kicking ass, taking names. That was our podcast today for 2 hours, and it went well. It was an audio podcast, not video. I'm on a video podcast tomorrow, and I hope it goes well. They're tough interviews. Are you doing stand-up tonight? Are you gonna call Riser?
No.
Would you please call Riser?
Well, that girl that came back from the other week,
Which one?
the one I met on the street.
Oh yeah, how's she doing?
Yeah. Fine.
All right. Well, are you gonna have coffee with her or something? Are you going to have coffee with her or something?
No.
Okay, why not? Do you remember that time I said why not, and then you just were silent?
Well, I was just still sick. So.
Oh really?
Yeah.
All right, tight.
Sorry?
I mean, tight that you just called him. I'm not happy that he's still sick, but shit happens, baby.
No.
All right. So here's my question for you. Do you think that you'll ever see that chick again? Yes or no? I'll wait.
I don't know.
Okay.
Probably not.
Are you ready to lose?
Yeah. Sure. Company Dogecoin in there at $94,000.
Somebody lost $94,000 of Dogecoin.
That
Terrible shot. Right now. Still love it.
So easy. All you gotta do is it. Oh,
Zoot, why are you in my way?
no. She texted.
You're not even making sense, son. Alright, Zoot. I'm gonna send you a dice party to bed.
Oh, right.
Give me this.
That's a lot straight.
Yeah, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you go for the large straight?
Yeah, probably would have been.
You got four of a kind. What are you gonna do, son? Zoot,
Try.
give me a two, baby.
It's full house.
Fuck yeah, I got a full house. It's on the west side thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Large straight. Are you proud of that large straight, Zoot? Oh,
That's the best move I could make.
I could take a risk here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Give me a 5. Give me a 5.
Oh, that's not good.
I took a giant risk. One of the biggest risks in the history of the game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another large straight, folks. Another large straight.
I'm just gonna put it in the small straight.
2. Give me the 2s, baby. Are you proud of that? You should be, big man.
You know, that's kind of bad stuff.
1. You got 3, 4, 5, 6. Kind of garbage, though. This whole thing is garbage. Zoot, not good. But he got it with the 3 5s.
Fuck's sake.
I don't think that was good. Zoot, look at what we've got here, son. Look at what we. Zoot, look at this. Look at this. 3x, west side. 3x, west side. 3x, west side.
Why are you saying what?
Because that's what I say. That's a west sider. And I shout out to my
You're a
peeps.
west sider.
Fuck yeah. West side's the best side, baby. Come on, baby. Give me some 6s. Dude, what do you think of these 3 6s, son? What would you do?
Kelly.
No one knows what Kelly means. Zoot, that
That's
was
a Kelly.
12. Here we go. 2, 3, 5.
You're from Kelly.
What if we go with a 4 here? Should I go for the 4? This would be the most amazing. I just blew it. Zoot. Zoot, I just blew it. Dude, how are you playing so well? You just got a 4x. Get a 5x right here, baby. 5x. Get another one. That's okay. 4x is amazing. Dog, you're playing unbelievably well, dog. Oh, but
You
that's
just got 20.
that's good.
Oh, you got it 4 times.
Oh, how are you doing so well? That is what I wanted, baby.
Need 4s. 6s are good. They need 4s.
I need
Oh, 6s are very good here.
I need 3 6s. I need 3 6s right here, baby. Son, 1 6s, son.
This is not good.
Because I think I can get. I think I can get 3 6s. And I don't know if I could get it. Might be the best play that we've ever seen. If I have 3 6s, I still won't. Man. Alrighty, Zoo. That's all she wrote. So, are you going to perform tonight? Half Lab is Monday. What's Wednesday? 2 weeks? Higher vision. Higher vision. And do you like that? Um, what's it called? Hold on. Vision. He got back like.
Came back again. Now it's back again.
Oh, okay. Henry Wilson.
If anyone's saying, just say Henry Wilson.
Okay, why is Henry Wilson the best? Oh, he's the guy who gets shit thrown at him.
No.
Oh, well, that's a funny joke.
Been doing this set for so long.
Do you think
The last.
a very experienced comedian, wouldn't you say? Okay. How's that stupid bitch Chelsea doing?
I told you what she did the other night.
Yeah, because that bitch sucks.
She went up to James McCann and said, come be the first guest on my radio show.
I know, she sucks. Did you know she sucks?
Yeah, she didn't even show up for their shows when it was down here. I told her to.
Did
And
she?
then she says in the last lab, and just like, oh, the opportunity, like, I literally told you could have opened for him.
Did you know that she? Did she know who he was before you? Did she know who James McCann was before you?
No.
Dude, so I introduced her to James McCann through you?
No. No, she probably did. I don't know. I don't care.
No, but I do care. I don't think she knew who he was. and I taught you who he was, and then you taught her who he was.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
you were sleeping when I was talking to Jen McCann, so I couldn't give you my McCann.
That's okay. I would have said something stupid.
I told James McCann who David was.
Oh, he doesn't give a shit, does he?
No, he did. Because he was talking about like the James Dean allegations and porn stuff. He went into the sex shop. He went into the sex shop to like. He went into the sex shop to buy all the James Dean DVDs, but they. And then he went up to the counter and he was just like, "Did you take all the James Dean uh, 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 DVDs off the shelves because of the allegations?" He said, "Nah, we sold out of all the James Dean DVDs an hour ago."
What did James Dean do?
The porn stuff,
Yeah.
sexual assault, porn stuff.
Who did he sexually assault?
Other porn stars.
Well, that's not cool. Do you still want to be known as the James Dean of the Australian comedy
I
scene?
mean, the other James Dean.
What's the other James Dean?
The actor that died at 23 years old.
Do you consider yourself to be the James Dean of the Australian comedy scene?
No.
Okay, why not?
I'm still alive.
Do you consider yourself to be one of the, if not the greatest, up and coming comedians in South Australia?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay. And that thing called that they had in the spring that's like $1,000 to enter?
I don't know.
Yeah, you do. It happened in March. It's the thing.
I was a big thing about the comedy that goes for a month. It's like comedy stuff.
Okay.
Did you know Royal Comedy? Royal Comedy. Very, very sad.
Dude, this is the dumbest. Is that how you would do it?
I think it's also they do it also because like shows on.
Excellent. That's Zoot. Just a moment. Chi boy. Zoot, stay, don't leave. Faces. And how was that? Nice. Take care. What? Hi, sweet. Shout out to Zoot. All right, Chi boy.
Hey, dude. What's new on X? Oh, it's left.
Yeah, he said he was leaving. So what's good on X?
On X. Nothing, you know, it's just you know, even I want Discord this morning because if I'm was talking about uh, Discord
Have you watched any of the World Cup? Who did France play? Play.
to, yeah, I do.
That's tight. Is he on crypto Twitter? Could be in the world. Play a lot of.
Yeah.
All right. Are you good at it?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Mm, let's say uh, just 50%.
Okay. What position do you play?
Mm. I played midfield
Do you think you're a good
most
mid?
times.
Do you think you're a good midfielder?
Yeah,
All right.
but if there are like few players or new players, I play forward.
Do you think you're one of the best midfielders in the world?
Um, say yes.
Absolutely. Have a confidence. You say any given Sunday, baby. Any given one of the best midfielders in the world.
Okay,
Excellent. All right. So give me that
and
alpha.
that's it.
Give me that alpha. Tell me and all of my viewers what what we should be investing.
I didn't get you. What do you say?
What should we be investing?
Okay, in the crypto space, you mean?
Yes, sir.
Okay, based on what I've observed, if someone would want to invest, I would say you should invest on those projects that are still there because before those Infofy era and everything, a lot of project came and now like 60% are like found, but the remaining 40% are still there. They are still pushing it. So I believe those, yeah, part of the ones that, yeah, okay, they are really here for a long run. They are really here to like build something. You know, they are really here to stay. Those are what I would tell someone to, yeah, invest, invest here, and something like that. Even currently, SpaceX, yeah, it pumps to I think 160 something for their shares and stuff like that. I also advise the person, okay,
Yo,
to get
tell them what's
some,
up. Tell them Rabbi says what's up.
sir.
Tell them Rabbi says what's up.
Okay. It's been a while. They've seen you faces.
They know exactly who the fuck I am. Everybody knows who I am.
What do you say?
They know exactly who the fuck I am. Everybody knows who I am.
You see, everybody knows why you.
What are the Yucky Ducks
Okay.
doing?
Yuckies. It's been a while I see them open spaces, but they do join spaces. That's Yucky Ducks. They do join spaces.
They have they haven't been hosting space.
Mm,
They haven't been hosting spaces.
Again, something could be anything. Could be anything. You think okay because that the something. Oh, it's pineapple. I've not seen it for a while.
From
Don't don't know. Yeah. I have not seen some. Is it like we should be like, okay, I'll think about it. But I just feel that these guys know that it's
potential is terrifying. Try to map where his cameras are. The tier using very aggressive approach in terms of counting the number of cameras. Just on channel where they talk about potential activities to there's primary motivation scales. They are closer to Antifa than they are anything else. This is pretty ironic. The guy proudly says he's doing hundreds of thousands of cameras. To your point, we have really three components of technology. We have devices that detect evidence, which is the camera that comes to the car, we have the camera that comes to people. Gunshot detection, that's really things that capture the evidence. And then AI type in English language heuristics, something like I'm looking for Ford F-150 1990s with a racing stripe and rust on the front. And we'll find them. And then we have a third component of software department that is really how do you deliver and respond faster. So we manufacture drones. So when a 911 call comes in, instead of wait for an officer to show up, we can click a button. The drone is there in 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And then a handful of software products that also help deliver that same kind of response and the time frame on what you think. Not like academics are studying. There was surveillance state site now in the name of law fits perfectly with animal farm age virtual about YouTube. State what it's even worse. The CEO they think they have a clock camera. That's important because it's not just a license plate vehicles. Some of them can also capture audio and collect digital signals from nearby devices. We have a very sensitive microphone that AI and listens for warning sounds of distress. And then what is the threshold for in cities like Atlanta, you're almost always on Google Maps.
On the way here, I think I passed 20 flock cameras. So my car was tracked 20 times just getting here. And the question is, do we really want to be living in this type of community where surveillance is now the answer to me?
The CEO keeps insisting these cameras exist to keep everyone safe. Then how do you explain officers allegedly using them to stalk their exits in order to intimidate innocent people?
Our bounty blocks to stalk their exes. That wasn't just their exes. We're not just talking looking at fights a couple of times. This police chief his ex-boyfriend's license plates 5 times. The information hunts me down.
Right now, every footage of a police officer on the lake using the innocent woman package theft back in Colorado after using blood evidence to target.
There, baby.
In the Russian capital, focusing his studies on communism, he soon went on to become a member of the Chinese Communist Party and was increasingly a committed Marxist. Deng moved to meet Sun Yat-sen. University of Moscow, which was he founded the Kuomintang. After his own time would end up involved in a civil war. It was also here that he was taught the Russian language, whilst also being introduced to Russian military strategies that evolved during the First World and learned the and China's decline. Many people placed responsibility on the failure of in this life. Many people had come to believe back home in China that the best way for the country to prevent foreign interference in its affairs and become a great nation again after centuries of decline was to industrialize. Deng became convinced through his studies that the development of a communist state would be. Meanwhile, events in China had become tumultuous in the years that Deng was studying in Europe. In December 1915, one of the warlords, Yuan Shikai, himself as Emperor of China. The chaos continued for years thereafter, with Sun Yat-sen playing a major role in the country's politics through the late 1910s. By 1918, his Nationalist Party, Kuomintang, the most dominant Chinese Communist Party had much in common. Lords and to modernize China during Sun Yat-sen's time. Thus, they found 1926, a year after Sun Yat-sen's death, and launched the Northern Expedition, whereby nationalist leaders like Chiang Kai-shek north from southern China towards cities like Shanghai and Nanjing, with the goal of securing the major cities of China from the warlords and establishing a strong national government once again. By 1927, they were substantially successful in their goals and had established a new national government in the city of Nanjing. In Moscow, Deng read of events in China in 1926 and early 1927 with great interest. Eventually, he decided to leave the Russian capital and set out for Xi'an in China 27, traveling via Mongolia and across the Gobi Desert. In March, he reached the front lines of the conflict and hoped to begin playing a role in the military affairs of the Northern Expedition. However, upon his arrival, of the Soviet Union. He was, though, present to engage in a purge that completely undermined the left wing of the nationalists and the communists. As part of this, many communists were killed and others imprisoned for their association with the party. Deng himself was let go and Vodun, choosing not to violently purge the communists within. Still, by Chiang Kai-shek in 1927, signaled the beginning of the Chinese Civil War between the communists moved inland and built up their big start of the Chinese Civil War. Deng went to join his communist comrades in the city of Wuhan in central China, the new capital of the communist movement. Early years have been difficult for the Chinese communists. Owing to internal divisions, a split occurred between the senior ranking members, but the communists soon regrouped under new leadership. Deng, who it must be to when the Civil War began, obtained a position as a record keeper. It was at this time that he changed his name from Xixian to Xiaoping. His goal was to counter attempts at identifying him by the nationalists, but it was a name that stuck for the nation he is remembered today. It was also around this time that he met a young communist leader by the name of Mao Zedong for the first time. He was also enlisted to teach the party's 7th Army and purge those First met in Moscow at the university. They rekindled their relationship in China and married not long afterwards. However, it was short-lived as his wife died following complications during childbirth. 2 years later, the girl she was carrying was lost. No about her, and they separated around 1933, owing to the difficulties the communists were experiencing during these years. The daughter of a Chinese businessman. This third and last marriage would last for the rest of Deng's life. And daughters, Lin, Nan, and Rong, remains in the late 1920s. The communists continued to experience and military reversals, growing conflict with the nationalists. Deng began organizing communist activity in Guangxi, in the south of China, in 1929 as 77th Red Army. Leading the ISER uprising in Guangxi, he joined forces with Zedong, whose forces were situated in the Jiangxi province, to better organize his movements following defeats to the nationalists, who wore down much of Deng's remaining fighters on their journey northeast. Many dying due to the elements as they were for this journey. The problems as he was seen as anti-revolutionary because of his moderate stance on many issues. Despite an attempted overthrow on the 7th of November 1931, Mao announced the creation of a republic in the region controlled in Jiangxi. Mao was Meanwhile, Deng continued to be admittedly somewhat harmed by his return to Shanghai in the early 1930s to try to drum up support for the communists clandestinely in the city, leaving his army faction behind. Some felt that to escape punishment. He was a political trainer and commander of war. His position was possibly safeguarded thanks to the intervention of Zhou Enlai, his old friend from his days in France. After a time, Deng returned. Despite the Communist Party's popularity, Mao and conflicts with competing military strategists, with a frequent turnover in power. Two factions debated the military strategies being employed, with the nationalists gaining territory consistently through the early 1930s. Deng was initially demoted within the party for his allegiance, who had yet to consolidate power. But due to his long-standing commitment to the past bit of Jiangxi province, now a Soviet-administered region in China. In 1933, Deng continued to experience fluctuating fortunes within the communist movement, as some viewed him as being too right-wing, while others looked at ties to Mao and the Jiangxi Soviet. Meanwhile, the communists as a whole deal with a fresh attack by Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist forces. After a massive encirclement of their positions, Mao and his forces chanced to break out and flee westwards in 1934 before turning north. Mao allegedly saved the communist cause and peace of party law in decades to come. During it, an estimated 80,000 communist soldiers, with approximately 15 and government representatives, took part in a cross march, resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of people from starvation, exhaustion, and army as they westwards. Only 1/10 of those made the trip north Yan'an survived through to the end of the long march. It was the long march that began Mao's path to power. He showed great leadership skills during and so gained the support of members of the Chinese Communist Party. It also aided Deng's further rise. In the year leading to October 1935, he was promoted to serve as a prominent secretary of the party. Being promoted by Mao and Zhou, the circles of the Communist Party. During this time, he had been traveling with Mao throughout parts of their retreat. But by the end of the group to suffer from typhoid fever, was succumbed to his illness. Although the party membership fell, the virtue of their advice in retreat was highly thought of, with many peasants hailing them. It turned out to be to his advantage, as they could party's military choice. The entire Civil War took a dramatic turn in the year followed. Back in 1931, the Empire of Japan, the Manchuria region of northeastern China, had occupied it, establishing a puppet state called Manchukuo. While mired in the Civil War, neither of the nationalists nor the communists were really in a position to strike back, as with which they had least to make incursions over the Lady to China in the 1930s. This eventually expanded into a full-blown in 1937. After the Marco Polo Bridge incident in Beijing, the Sino-Japanese War would last from 1937 down to 1945, and is viewed by many as constituting the Second World War in the Far East. In the first months of it, the major cities of the East fell to the Japanese, and the nationalists, like the communists had done years earlier, fled westwards into the Chinese interior. There, the communists and the nationalists formed a common cause and put aside their differences as long as they had a common enemy in the form of the Japanese. And years. Deng spent much of the first few months of the war ensconced in various guerrilla units operating in the northern provinces and trying to strike against the occupation forces in Beijing and other regions of the northeast. They the pattern for the rest of the war, with Deng generally allied Hebei and Shanxi. He notably played a senior role in the 100 Regiments offensive in the autumn and winter of 1940, a massive engagement between Japanese and Chinese forces, a large front. This was symptomatic. Japan was equalled in front during the Second World War in the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe. The nature of the conflict in China changed from December 1941 onwards, when Japan attacked the United States and Britain, as provided China with new allies and a source of Burma. But by the time the US dropped the atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945, and the Japanese began preparing to surrender, The uneasy coalition between the Chinese communists and nationalists were making major advances in recovering the many cities and towns along the eastern coast and rivers. Over 20 million people were dead in the Sino-Japanese clash at that stage, and the country was utterly devastated. Nevertheless, no sooner had the Second World War ended than the communists and the nationalists began preparing to resume the Chinese Civil War, which had simply been put on hiatus in 1937. That was involved in some means proved abortive. Shanghaiists were unwilling to compromise too much, arguing that they had the upper hand before the Japanese invasion. This was true, but the communists were in a much stronger position coming out of the war, having obtained the support of a large cross-section of the Chinese population. So they spirited more effort against the Japanese. The nationalists left the conflict in a reputation for inaction, falling puzzled a huge proportion of the financial aid the United States had sent out to aid the fight against the Japanese. Fighting soon resumed. In this, Deng played a key role as both a military commander and especially an organizer and propaganda official tied to the. By 1948, the war had turned decisively in favor of the communists. Large part because the Soviet Union was much more willing to aid them. But the US was inclined to support the nationalists. In the final year of the conflict, Kai-shek organized a full withdrawal to the China, and then to Taiwan. This was completed by the end of 1980, and while the Communist Republic of China came into being on Taiwan, theoretically Chinese saw to all intents and purposes operation to take Hainan in 1950. Towards the end of the Civil War, still playing a role in the Sichuan and to the southwest of the country and the education camps rectification program. The Communist term of 1949 saw the end of the Republic of China. The state would now undergo the transition to a Chinese brand of communism that would become known as Maoism. On the 1st of October 1949, Deng attended the proclamation of the Republic of China in Beijing, thus welcoming the newly declared communist state into being. In its earliest days of the People's Republic, Deng served as a political and military organizer. He found promotion under Mao, who had emerged after the war as the preeminent figure in exemplary. Thus did Deng accompany Mao on a visit to Stalinist Russia in 1950 to reaffirm the close ties between the two nations and when the Cold War was heating up over escalating. The visit was also organized to discuss the terms of the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance and Mutual Assistance. Agreements included in this surrounded the recognition of the People's Republic of China by the Soviet Union, while matters such as infrastructure development of the Chinese Eastern Railway, and Soviet access to the ports of Dalian and Lushan were touched on too. These talks also secured Soviet financing for the redevelopment of China's economy after decades of war and instability. In the aftermath of the successful negotiation of the Sino-Soviet was promoted to vice premier in 1992 and held a growing number of important positions within the government. such as deputy chair of the Committee on Finance, and including a post as the director of the Office of Communications. In 1953, the increasingly powerful Mao Zedong introduced the first five-year plan in emulation of the Soviet five-year plans that had commenced back in the late 1920s and which had transformed the Russian economy. Through these, Mao aimed for China to rapidly industrialize the country's transition into socialism. The key element of this was the consolidation of agriculture into giant state-run farms that would then labor to work in the new franchises. This would also aid in removing large states from the hands of wealthy landowners and break down the capitalist nature of Chinese society. Following this, the intention was to reorganize industry and commerce at a later stage. Although the first 5 years was successful economically, as industrial production grew with 13% between 1950 to 1957, agriculture lagged behind growth rates of 4% because of a lack of state investment. The gains coming from the reorganization and cooperation fostered by cooperative farming. Through Mao's centrally planned economy and collectivization of agriculture, the industrial economy boomed, and the country's wealth grew. Living standards improved markedly for the average person. However, more stringent plans would later be implemented, which would cause great strife across the nation. In 1954, Mao consolidated his grip on the state when he entered the office of first chairman of the People's Republic of China. Though he continued to do well during this period under Mao's patronage, he retained his place as premier and later held positions as head of the Communist Party's organization department, as well as participant of the Central Military Commission. He was also instrumental in influencing legislation as a government administrative officer within the Communist Party's policy-making board. Yet a growing ideological split was developing between Deng and Mao. A constitutional change at the version of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party Deng assumed a stronger position within the party, serving as Secretary General of the Secretariat in the country's daily decisions, alongside President Liu Shaoqi and Premier Zhou in support of Mao. At this time, in 1956 and 1957, the 100 Flowers campaign was introduced by the government, where the people of China were allowed a rare opportunity for open criticism. This, though, was not long and was instead used to identify those but then, in 1957, Mao's anti-rightist movement emerged, which was initially supported by Deng and other leaders of the party. It would last down to the end of the 1950s and was used as a basis for purging both the communist movement and wider society of right-wing elements. Deng was not purged in any fashion, but his position within the regime was called into question in 1958 when he formed part of a splinter group which opposed the further introduction of what was termed Mao Zedong thought into the statutes of the Chinese Communist Party. Despite his earlier rise under Mao, this signaled a clear split from the leader of the country. It was a gamble, but also points towards the fact that Mao Communist China, as Joseph Stalin was in his control over the Soviet Union in the 1930s and 1940s. In the second session of the 8th Congress of 1958, the Communist Party adopted the Great Leap Forward as government policy. This was the second and was Mao's vision for the country in terms of its industrial productivity within just 5 years. The Great Leap Forward was enormously ambitious, and in retrospect, quite delusional, in particular to increase Chinese steel production, where it would eclipse British steel production within 5 years. Mind the country and industrial processes. To ensure that these were met, pressure was placed on National Party officers to press people out of agricultural work and into industrial fields, and then to develop maximum efficiencies countrywide in the and mines. As party officers forced so many people off the farms that food production suffered. The local communist officials were even known to melt down farm implements like plough tools in order to increase the amount of steel produced. There were also problems around infrastructure projects like dam construction being undertaken in a more and rushed fashion, leading to flooding, drowning of agricultural land. By 1959 and 1960, an appalling famine was occurring, and Mao's position and authority were immensely damaged. Tens of millions of people died across China. The exact death toll is still widely disputed. As terrible as these events were, though, Deng's career. In the aftermath of the disastrous Great Leap Forward, Mao was weakened, and his political rivals saw an opportunity to move to undermine his authority. A branch of the party, one which included economic reformers like Deng and Liu Shaoqi, now sought to convince the party leaders that a new approach might be given. At the 7th Founders Conference of 1962, their proposal were greeted warmly. Mao was not in a position to aggressively oppose these. To say, it was clear that a division isn't under him back in the 1930s. Further divisions were seen when Mao recommended developing what he termed the mid-1960s. By this, he meant that China needed to become more industrially and militarily independent from the Soviet Union in the context of the Cold War, owing to the growing rift between Moscow and Beijing since the 1950s and the death of Stalin. Deng openly opposed Mao's approach and argued against expensive investment in an enlarged military. In response to the weakening of his position as a paramount China during the Great Leap, Mao launched the Cultural Revolution in 1966. This was designed as a movement to purify the culture of China through a species of constant revolution, whereby counter-revolutionaries and any unreformed capitalists and bourgeois elements would be rooted out. In reality, it was an effort by Mao to galvanize his own support base and reclaim full. It quickly spun out of control as gangs of younger Chinese secondary university students formed a violent Red Guards who terrorized their own teachers and ideologically fervent enough. In time, the government had to resort to programs whereby the Red Guards were sent to the countryside from the cities to try to reform their ideological fervor. Between 1 and 2 million people would be killed in atrocities across China over the next decade. As the Cultural Revolution went on and on, the intended vendettas against a great many senior communist party figures, amongst were Deng and his close who were accused of being reformed bourgeois right-wingers on account of their earlier stated views on. Owing to all of this, Deng would spend in the 60s and much of the early 1970s on the periphery of China, though eventually in 1973, under the patronage of his old ally Zhou Enlai, he was restored to the party hierarchy in Beijing and acquired new position. In February 1972, Richard Nixon visited China as the first post-communist-era president of Seoul. Since 1949, the US had largely acknowledged the of the island of Taiwan as the legitimate government. But with the passage of more than 2 decades, the US was anxious to develop economic relations with mainland China. Nixon's administration called for an end in a way which saved American face as much as possible, as it was a war which it was currently losing, but was still fighting. The state visit began the process of normalization of US-China relations in 1979. The administration of President Jimmy Carter would acknowledge the People's Republic of China. Deng played a more junior figure within the communist regime in the early to mid-1970s, and after he became the leader of China in the late 1970s. This was a vitally important episode in modern history, as it paved the way for China's economic miracle by opening the US market to the goods China was beginning to produce in quantities. This high Deng's character was not always popular amongst senior American politicians. Henry Kissinger, labeling him a, quote, a view shared by many in the Nixon administration. Zhou Enlai died in January 1976. His death was soon followed by protests and violence at Tiananmen Square on the 5th of April 1976, as discontent at the Cultural Revolution and Mao's rule boiled over. On the day, large crowds congregated to pay their respects to Zhou, who was highly regarded among the populace. Those in attendance were the party's Central Committee, who afterwards sought Deng arrest for the alleged planning the event. Deng himself had remained largely absent, although he had been spotted visiting an area close by. As a result, he was accused of leading the protesters, a claim he strongly denied, but which meant that he lost. A member of the Communist Party was removed from his position as its premier. 100,000 people descended on the square, and riots broke out, with government buildings being taken over. Security forces, led by the Gang of Four, that had obtained substantial power during the action, cleared the square with the militia. The Tiananmen Square incident not only saw from his positions, he was also placed under house arrest by the regime. But then, 25 months after the riots, an ailing Mao Zedong died of a heart attack on the 9th of September 1976 at the age of 82 years old. Thereafter, Deng was quickly rehabilitated within the party, and indeed his resistance to Mao's growing autocracy in the 1950s onwards and alternate vision for China's economic development made him a frontrunner to become Mao's successor as the vice premier, promoted to become vice chair of the Chinese Communist Party, vice chairman of the military commission, and army chief of staff, while he was made the temporary leader of China during a transitional period following his death, while the infamous Gang of Four were attacked by the government they had so recently led, with several members spending much of the 1980s and 1990s imprisoned. With the Cultural Revolution and a severe swing in China's Mao's death, Deng was pronounced of the People's Republic of China in 1978, having the de facto leader of the communist state. Deng would rule China for a decade and a half down to the early 1990s. The era of his leadership became known for policies collectively known as Wuwen Fanzhong, a term which translates to something close to eliminating chaos and returning to normal. A clear statement about how China was leaving behind the instability and violence of Mao's time as head of state and moving progressively forwards. The Cultural Revolution was very firmly brought to an end. Battles were sought against those who had led the violence. Ideological divisions were toned, and the communist government was more tolerating. God was the unrepentant quasi-state with the supreme disregard for the value of human life which Mao had displayed. In its place was a new government of stability, harmony, and progress, which Deng, a much more tranquil and stable character than Mao, would oversee without more excessive efforts to promote himself as absolute leader of China. Some of the key elements of Bourne were policies of opening up and the full modernization, the adoption of many elements of free market capitalism, which of the Chinese economy would continue to be run along communist lines. With large property, China began to adopt much of the Western capitalist approach from an economic perspective from 1978 onwards. This included purchasing goods from more hands, many of them US-aligned Western countries. More saliently, it involved selling the goods which China was producing in ever greater quantities to countries, and above all, a number of key states, Germany and France, reduced that appetite for manufactured goods. The four modernizations was a term for the more wide range of Chinese society to facilitate this broad development. The education system changed completely under Deng in the course of the 1980s to emphasize training people to better the economy, rather than placing emphasis on churning out. Many of these were ideas that had been championed by figures like July. But it was under Deng they had become stable. All of these reforms led to the beginning of the Chinese economic miracle. Starting in the late 1970s, Chinese economic policy was reorientated towards being export-driven and producing goods which would find a large foreign market. In the late 1970s, and for much of the 1980s, the products involved were very different to what is known for today. Much of its trade balance sheet in the Deng years involved very basic manufactured goods and products made from agricultural products, and as the Chinese economy quickly developed and the educational reforms, there was a shift towards more complex goods. Much of this echoed the model previously used in Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, as China moved towards the production of small electronic goods, automobiles, and the like. The next stages would occur after Deng's time, as China has moved towards establishing its own major companies that have challenged US companies in the spheres of much else besides. They cut an awful lot in China in the late 1970s and throughout the 1980s to encourage this economic shift. For instance, special economic zones were created in cities like Shenzhen and Shanghai. The result was that China experienced average GDP growth rates of about 8 or 9% annually through the 1980s, 1990s, and 2000s, sometimes peaking at 50%. Admittedly, there had been years of phenomenal growth in China under Mao, but there was no stability to this, with years of nearly 20% growth followed by economic crashes that then lasted 2 or 3 years. The Deng years brought much greater stability. In the process, an enormous societal shift occurred as middle-class mass migration in human history, with hundreds of millions of Chinese leaving the countryside and moving into the new megacities, which developed along the course of the Yellow, Pearl, and Yangtze rivers. A visitor to China today can arrive to cities of 10 or 15 million people, which were little more than towns when Deng became leader of the country in 1978. These urban centers is very much the legacy of Mao's successor. Deng's time as head of the Chinese states that had begun under Mao, when the US and other Western countries, this was significant negotiating terms of China's relations with the United Kingdom and Portugal. Both of them had territorial enclaves in southern China, a legacy of their colonial involvement here. In Portugal's case, this was Macau, and in Britain's territory of Hong Kong. In 1984, Deng's government successfully initiated the Sino-British Joint Declaration Administration of Margaret Thatcher. Under the terms of this, provisions were made for Britain to hand Hong Kong back to China in 1997, but following the principle of one country, two systems, whereby Hong Kong would become part of China while retaining its democratic system in form of self-government. 3 years later, a separate agreement was reached with Portugal for a similar handover of Macau in 1999. In large part because of the negotiation of the Sino-British Joint Declaration, and also owing to the phenomenal economic growth the country was experiencing, peaking at over 15% GDP growth in 1984, that was named Time Person of the Year in 1985. He named Person of the Year in 1978, joining a very short Joseph Stalin, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and Ronald Reagan, who had been named as the Person of the Year on 2 separate occasions. No assessment of Deng's time as leader of the People's Republic can overlook the fact that China's controversial one-child policy was initiated in 1990. A year into Deng's tenure, at the end of the 1970s, the country's population had nearly 1 billion people. It had been growing at an enormous rate in the aftermath of the drop caused by the disastrous Great Leap 20 years earlier. In 1960, around 165 million people. They grew to 850 million or so by 1970, by an average of nearly 20 million. By 1979, government demographers and planners felt that intervention was necessary to prevent the population exceeding 1.5 million before the end of the 20th century. And so it was, in theory, established each couple should only have 1 child each. However, so many stipulations were placed on it in the years that followed, that in theory, less than half the population actually has imposed on them. While a policy of this kind can only ever be applied in practice to a limited extent. For instance, fines were imposed on families that exceeded the but some families were affluent enough that they took the fine and had a single third child. The policy was successful over time in terms of its stated aim. Population growth slowed in the 1980s, then further in the 1990s, and very much so in the 2000s. The problem caused many social problems in terms of implementation, as well as sociology. Moreover, today, nearly a half-century later, China is facing a demographic crisis caused by a rapidly aging population and overall population decline in the decades to come. This will forever be one of the more controversial elements of Deng's time as leader of China. Of course, there was another, even more controversial chapter in his time as head of the Chinese Communist regime. In mid-April 1989, mass protests began at Tiananmen Square in Huiyaobang. A leading reformer within the Chinese Communist Party. The protest arrest was also the outcome of a society which, for better or worse, had experienced immense changes in the decades since Deng took over, whether it was the introduction of one-child policy or the negotiations between the protesters and the government had been underway, but the unrest had spread across China, inspiring protests in other cities. With resolution in sight, in early June 1989, Deng ordered the breaking up of the protesters on Tiananmen Square. Martial law was declared late on the 3rd of June, and the following day, soldiers to tanks rolled into central Beijing. The exact nature of what happened 4th of June remains debated. A bloody crackdown ensued, such that it has become known as the Tiananmen Square massacre, but the exact death toll has been placed anywhere between a few hundred people to thousands across the country. The truth is unclear. What is evident is that the crackdown in 1989 sees iron grip on power down to the reluctance of the state to any kind of liberal reform in response to public protest. It would also be Deng's last acts as the head of the government. Late in 1989, at 85 years of age, he stepped down from his position as chairman of the Central Military Commission, a move which indicated his intention to start handing over his successors, Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao. Deng had stepped down from his position as chairman of the Central Military Commission in 1989. This, along with the damage to his authority which had occurred in his position, but also the reform program which he had lost hierarchy, believed that China was liberalizing too swiftly and was moving completely away from the roots of the Chinese Communist Revolution, a view which was compounded when attempted reforms of the Soviet Union by Mikhail Gorbachev in the 1980s inadvertently caused the collapse of communist governments there and elsewhere in Eastern and Central Europe. 1989 and 1991 prevent the same occurring again. The reforms rode back in many respects in 1990-91. It was this which led Deng to undertake his famous Southern tour over the space of 5 weeks, from mid-January 1992 into late February, visiting many cities and economic centers in cities like Shanghai and Shenzhen. Deng reaffirmed that modernization and opening up were the way for China. He managed with sufficient support that galvanized the Communist Party's belief in the program he had started. The Southern Tour was a vital moment in ensuring a continuation of the modernizing program and the miracle. In the years that followed, Deng continued retirement, with Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao theoretically controlling the Communist Party and the state. However, it is widely understood that Deng was a kind of emeritus ruler of China for much of the 1990s, insofar as his vision continued to be edited after the Southern Tour, and he was always consulted by Jintao and others in an unofficial capacity on major policy matters. Yet, he was also an old man by the mid-1990s, and his health was declining. It was confirmed he was suffering from Parkinson's disease, and his movements were restricted. He died on the 19th of February, 9 years of age, from a combination of illnesses, including a severe lung infection. Several weeks of national mourning and commemoration followed from one of modern China's most significant. Chinese economic miracle continued, and owing to the reforms he set in place, China is the world's second largest economy and is predicted to become the largest at some point in the mid-2030s. Deng Xiaoping was an understated figure. He lived most of his life in the shadow of figures like Mao Zedong and Zhou Enlai between the 1940s and the 1970s, and even when he did rise to become the People's Republic of China, he was content not to broadcast his rise to become the paramount leader too overtly, certainly not in the same way which Mao did. Furthermore, he was unusual amongst the modern leaders of China in that he partially retired and stepped down from frontline politics in the early 1990s, once he believed his work. But this lack of fanfare should not lead us to view Deng as a more minor ruler of China. Deng Xiaoping was the architect of modern China. had developed a more market-orientated economy, one which blended elements of communism and capitalism, continued to repair relations with the United States, and opened up China's economy to the world. In doing so, he was the architect of the Chinese economic miracle between the 1980s and 2000s. Modern China owes much more to Indeed. When the history of the 21st century is written, although China on the path to becoming a superpower to fight the United States, done substantially shaped the century that followed his own. Deng Xiaoping, was he the great hero of China's modern economic and political reform? The individual who brought about the Chinese economic miracle? Or was he an unreformed communist strongman who should be viewed more in the light of the Tiananmen Square massacre in 1989? Let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. On the 6th of October 1960, General of Mao Zedong, his death, was arrested and had risen to play a role in the country's politics. Yet, even her position as Mao's former wife from being sentenced to life in prison. What had she done to prompt the communist regime is the story of Jan, the real driving force behind the cultural revolution. The woman known to history as Jiang Qing, Mother Mao, was born in the spring of 1914 in the town of Juchang in Shan Province, China. Her exact date of birth is disputed, was almost certainly born. Her parents gave her the name Li Shumeng. Jiang Qing was a name she adopted many years later after joining the communist cause in China. Her father, Li Dewen, was a carpenter with his own shop, has been his second wife or concubine, and Shumeng was the couple's only child. Though her father was a fairly prosperous tradesman, Shumeng and her mother benefited little from her father's prosperity. Li Dewen had a legitimate wife, 5 other older, experienced a good deal of bullying, both physical and from her older half-siblings. Her mother endured Frau Peter, a heavy drinker who often beat her. Some biographers have speculated that the relationship between Shumeng's and his engagement. Life became even less stable for Shumeng and her mother in 1920. Your Lantern Festival, Li Dewen became excessively drunk and enraged by a disagreement with his second wife and savagely beat her with a spade, breaking one of them. According to her own account, 6-year-old Shumeng tried to defend her mother, and her father's spade struck her mouth, breaking one of her teeth. Shortly following this terrible episode, Li Shumeng's mother left the family home for good with her daughter. Mother and daughter remained in Juchang for less than 2 years, during which time Shumeng started elementary school. She found the atmosphere little more bearable than her father's family home had been. The other students bullied her mercilessly for her awkwardness, her shabby clerical background, just as her siblings had done. She was expelled from her first elementary school after just 1 term. Li Shumeng was growing up in a tumultuous and often violent world. Just 3 years before she was born, though in reality the country descended into anarchy with local warlords claiming power in Vietnam. Shumeng regularly heard the crackle of gunfire on her way to school as local conflicts raged, and the government tried to impose law and pressure for Shumeng and her mother. In these circumstances, sometime in 1924 or 1925, Li Dewen in a typhus outbreak. He left the bulk of his property and estate to his legitimate, but he also lived in a house. Li Shumeng's mother, now nearing 40 and beginning to suffer from significant health problems, wrote to her parents, who lived in northwestern Shandong, for help. The elderly couple had only 1 other daughter and were presumably relieved to have their daughter and live with them, and to help care for them in old age. Using a portion of their small inheritance, Shumeng and her mother purchased train tickets, packed their few belongings, and left. Shumeng was given a new name, Li Yunhe. Whether she received her family or her new school is unclear. Either way, almost everyone who knew her agreed that the name did not suit her. Yunhe, meaning suggested a far more serene, gentle, and passive character than Li Yunhe possessed, as her early experiences had made her rebellious, defiant, and fiercely independent. Rather than stoically accepting mean or poor treatment at others' hands, invariably fought back and asserted herself. People were trying to teach her. A virtuous woman, according to Confucian philosophy, obeyed her father, her husband, and, after his death, her own son. She was to be modest, chaste, neat, quiet, and a willing and able housekeeper. But to young her, the three obediences and the four virtues were nothing more than handy propaganda, and had taught her to resist traditional Chinese. Her resumed her elementary education in China. Her classmates still bullied her, killed her awkwardness, and ostracized her for being good. However, Yun-He instead grew harder. Nourishing a fierce pride, she refused to speak when her family inquired about her bruises or her torn book bag. Yun-He finished her formal education in 1926 or 1920 years old. Her mother traveled to Tian. Perhaps for better work prospects, stayed for several months. One of Yun-He's half-sisters. Yun-He did not, but earned her keep doing housework for her older sister. She particularly hated having to do household chores and tried instead to get a job rolling tailor-made cigarettes for a local tobacco company, which her family was quick to forbid. In 1928, her mother married again, although the details of her marriage and new life are unknown. Yun-He continued to live with her grandparents in Jinan for only a few months more. She did not return to school, and it is possible that her grandparents could not afford the fees. She joined a local theatre troupe. It is unclear whether Yun-He ran away from her grandparents' home to become an actor, or if she was coerced into doing so. Whatever the circumstances, Yun-He appeared to love the performing life and remained with the company for a year or more. As Yun-He gained and was given more and more significant acting roles, she realized that directors and audiences liked her. She began to gain confidence in her developing artistic abilities as a result. One night, many months ago, Yun-He had disappeared from her grandparents' home. The elderly couple attending opera, beating the princess, but the leading lady took her and a headdress bedecked in pearls. Yun-He's grandparents were shocked to discover that the graceful and talented ingenue on stage was their own granddaughter. The couple were forced to pay an unknown but a sum of money to persuade the theatre owner from the company and allow her to return home. We do not know what Yun-He's reaction was to being removed from the theatre company, but there is reason to believe she was disappointed, for she actively sought more involvement in the theatre and artistic training shortly after returning home with her grandparents. In 1929, Yun-He passed preliminary exam at the new Experimental Arts Academy funded by the Shandong provincial government. As one of the few low-income students to gain admission to the school, Yun-He received subsidies in the form of free accommodation and meals, as well as a regular allowance of 6 yuan per month. She studied acting techniques. It was during this year at theatre school that Yun-He's later political beliefs and overall worldview began to develop. Although it was established in an old Confucian temple in Jinan, the professors swung out political beliefs communists and to the nationalists in the Chinese Civil War, and brewing out between these two groups in 1927. Left-leaning stance of teachers and students at the acting academy don't lead to them opposing foreign to China or prevent embracing Western artisans, styles and techniques, or even European play. Similarly, political and individualism of Western art, many examples of which the later Chinese Communist Party would officially deem capitalistic and counter-revolutionary. It was in theatre school that Young He first read Henrik Ibsen's A Doll's House, an outright indictment of marriage as a social and political prison for women. This play resonated deeply with Young He, and it remained a favorite dramatic work. Young He's personality was beginning to emerge more decidedly at theatre school. As only one of 3 girls studying there, she had a certain amount of notoriety among us, which she amplified with her boldness. Mates remembered her as pretty, outgoing, plain-spoken to the being labelled pushy, and unafraid to be dirty. On one occasion, a group of her male classmates set one another a challenge to prove their manhood. A student who would brave the forbidding temporal days, as none of the boys were fearless enough to attempt it. They were shocked one evening to see Young He stroll casually out of the temple sanctuary with the headdress in hand. I never thought that a girl could do that, remembered one of her male classmates. Unfortunately, the experimental theatre school was closed a year after it opened, a victim of the turbulent political. Young He tried her luck in Beijing, securing a few, but she was more well-trained to Jian into the arts and even more unwilling to accept a position as a domestic servant or other similar position. Got married instead. Her husband, a wealthy merchant's son named Fei, had first seen Young He in one of her early theatre productions and had an ardent admirer. The family were likely relieved. For instance, my parents were supportive of the marriage because a dowry was typically required, and there was no one else in Young He's life who could have provided it. Perhaps they were simply grateful they entered an honourable marriage and would now presumably accept traditional life, which would bring her security. As it turned out, Young He's first marriage lasted only a few months. Though he no doubt found her exciting initially, Fei soured his new wife within a week, and Young He returned the favour. As tradition demanded, she had moved into Fei's family home following their marriage, but she had no intention of performing a traditional wifely role. Her mother and aunt every morning did no cooking and went out to parties, dinners, and the theatre with her friends at night. Fei's outraged mother had son that, instead of taking family, He seemed to expect others to wait on her. He and Young He soon knew quickly. He had believed she would accept the traditional role and duties of marriage, but she was affronted by what she viewed as his unreasonable and unrealistic expectations. She gave Fei a choice. Move out of his family home with her, or grant her an unconditional in 1930 as members of the nascent women's movement, girls and women who resisted the traditional practice of fruit-binding. To seek a divorce was an act of women's controversial for most people, and it is possible that Yunhe's split served to distance from her family. Rather than return to her grandparents, she traveled to the bustling seaside metropolis of Qingdao to attempt a fresh start. Yunhe arrived there in the spring of 1931 and promptly sought out one of her professors from theatre school, Zhao Taimo, who was now employed as a professor and dean at Qingdao University. She did not have the academic credentials for admittance to the university, and neither did Dean Zhao know of any theatre work for which you could put accommodation. He tried and paid a visit to Zhao's wife, Yu Shan. Moved to compassion by the girl's story, he influenced to get Yunhe a job as a clerk at the university library on campus. Although she was described as pushy and unaccommodating by some who knew her circumstances and received much of her political endowment. Though she could not formally register at the Yunhe, waited by her difficult childhood to absorb the outrage against class system, readily subscribed to many of the communism. Class struggle was a concept that particularly resonated with Yunhe. Most of Yunhe's direct engagement with communist politics in Qingdao as a result of her involvement in local theatre. She joined the Seaside Theatre Company, a political theatre troupe which wrote, staged, and toured small-scale productions promoting revolutionary values, as well as anti-imperial and anti-foreign messages in the wake of the Japanese occupation of northeastern China. While most young Chinese artists at this time aligned more closely with the communists than the nationalists, few broadcast this fact at a time when the nationalists were close to defeating the communists in the civil. Nonetheless, Yunhe secretly became a party member during her residence in Qingdao. Friends reflected years later that Yunhe's understanding of politics and philosophy was never very sophisticated. In fact, one acquaintance remarked that clearly what capitalism was and what the despite strength of Yunhe's education in Qingdao was a new relationship. Yu Qi-wei was a genial and intelligent biology major at the university, the handsome younger brother of Dean Zhao's wife, Yu Shan, and Qi-wei at his sister's house and began dating one another. They fell in love and opted for an informal cohabitation rather than a formalized marriage, which was unusual quite in politics. The fact reflected average grades, both and in public, for the promotion of the cause, especially through the theatre or participation in public protests. In late 1932, Qi-wei was arrested for his political activities and only secured his release through the intervention of an influential uncle who worked for his government. Was questioned by police about her partner's political activities, but it is unclear to what extent she cooperated with their investigation. When Qi-wei was finally released, he did not return to Yunhe, but left Qingdao quietly to pursue another mission on his party's behalf. We do not know why his relationship with Yunhe ended so abruptly. Biographers have speculated that she may have incriminated him during her police interviews, intentionally or unintentionally. When Qi-wei left, Yunhe was heartbroken. As she had previously done when she left Jinan, she endeavored to look forward rather than backward and decided to try try for a new life in Shanghai, the center of the country's developing film industry. 19-year-old Yun He arrived at Shanghai in 1933 to the house, and the film industry attracted numerous young and hungry artists from all over China. As was the case in Beijing, casting directors and theatre owners had their pick of hopeful artists, and Yun He initially had a hard time becoming established. She secured some limited work with local theatre troupes, similar to the one she had worked with. But the newest art and theatre companies were adding up sewing costumes. To make ends meet, Yun He took a teaching job, which luckily included free accommodation. Yun He's busy new life did not preclude involvement in politics, as most Shanghai artists at the time had communist political sympathies. The arts in China, especially theatre, had always been a political arena. In the imperial era, theatre bolstered the class system, reinforced Confucian values, and encouraged social. By the 1930s, theatre was expressing and disseminating revolution. Yun He joined the League of Left-Wing Theatre Artists and also engaged in classes in the arts, politics, and philosophy at Shanghai, where the academic establishment had similar communist meanings. Unfortunately for Yun He, these activities led to her imprisonment during a nationalist government crackdown of Shanghai. Different accounts exist of Yun He's jail term. According to her own report, she remained incarcerated for 8 months and was subject to cruel and neglectful treatment. She claimed to have maintained a fierce and defiant attitude toward the authorities. And also she had lost a dangerous amount of impact following her into Pale. According to police records, however, Yun He was imprisoned for only 3 months, not 8. Contrary to Yun He, the guards who watched over her treated her well, and they remembered her with a good sense of humor. But she was anxious for preservation. As soon as her had dictated and signed a confession, the guards claimed that she was released with a warning to distance herself from any future conflict. When Yun He was released, she did just that career as an actor. And she soon took a new stage name, Nora opened at Shanghai's Golden City Theatre. The play ran for 2 months. An unusually long run for any play in Shanghai. The night was well attended, all mixed by Lan Ping, the title role. Her reported incredible performance brought her to the notice of Shanghai's artistic theatre goers. 1935, recalled one critic for a local newspaper, was the year of Lan Ping soon began to get steadier acting work. She never became wealthy, but nonetheless achieved greater financial security than she ever had before. She gladly embraced it, as it allowed her to upgrade her lifestyle. For a person with such a revolutionary bent of mind, she enjoyed abundance and embraced many Western attitudes and fashions. Many young women artists seem diverse and cosmopolitan Shanghai in the Hollywood style. She pursued romantic relationships on her own terms. Hang Na, a Shanghai theatre critic, first saw Lan Ping as Nora in her breakout role. He was immediately infatuated with her, and the two soon began dating, moving in together after a few months. As Lan Ping's star beginning of her film career, she and Tang Na were sometimes mentioned in Shanghai's gossip columns. Her visibility led to opportunities at both political film companies and major studios. Though she starred in at least 9 films during this period, Lan Ping's biggest successes in Shanghai's film artists, Lan Ping and Tang Na had a tempestuous and ultimately toxic relationship. Despite the couple married in 1936, the marriage fell apart within a year, and almost certainly should have ended before then. Both seemed to expect absolute faithfulness from the other, and yet neither seemed able to give it in return. Lan Ping favored a divorce, but was forced to remain with her husband for several more months after Tang Na despaired at the prospect of losing, attempted on some occasions to take his own life. By 1937, the Shanghai knew and loved was beginning to disappear. These were poised to invade after the Polo Bridge incident triggered the outbreak of industry would be shy, and communists and nationalists would put aside their differences to fight the common enemy in what was effectively the beginning of the Second World War in the Far East, before it ever broke out in Europe. Before she left Shanghai, Lan Ping authored a local journal entitled Our Life a Revolutionary Artist's Manifesto, which clearly presaged some of her most famous later deeds during the Cultural Revolution. Art and drama were too bourgeois diverse. Artists were not mere dolls, the playthings of audiences or the prey of producers and directors. They were rebels, active creators, and must, above all, be independent-minded and strong in spirit. This manifesto, her ex-husband Tang Na later remarked cynically, was Lan Ping's real establishment of the comedy. But there is reason to believe that she meant every word of what she wrote in this article. After she left Shanghai, Lan Ping journeyed to Yan'an at the headquarters of the communist rebels led by Mao Zedong. The renewed threats to China of imperialism and capitalism to pursue the revolutionary cause directly, rather than simply as an artist. She first reconnected with some of her past party comrades, who were helpful in introducing her and managing Communist Party officials surrounding Mao. Lan Ping was accepted at Yan'an and began taking classes at Lushun College, where she also taught drama class part-time. Mao Zedong's third marriage was on the rocks by this one Mao all of the Long March back in 1934 and 1935, when the communists had only barely managed to avoid complete defeat by the nationalists by breaking out of an encirclement and marching up long distance across China to regroup. Unfortunately, her husband had tired of her. Disgusted and betrayed, herds of children finally left An and Mao acquainted in the form Mao gave a talk at the common listening as Mao discussed the social and political importance of art, and she rose to her feet to clap enthusiastically when he finished his speech. Mao was at this early stage and easily approachable on the streets of Yan'an. Lan Ping found the courage to introduce herself to Mao after his lecture, bared some brief and friendship. They continued to meet and spend time together in the ensuing months. decided to marry, the couple encountered significant opposition from Mao's fellow communist leaders, particularly the future premier, General Zhu De, and Chief of Staff, Liu Xiaoqi. Lan Ping was controversial. She had come to Yan'an from Shanghai, a nationalist stronghold. Rural communists polluted with bourgeois image, excess, and permissive nods to capitalism and imperialism. She was also attractive, stylish, and modern. Everything that the poor, unpolished, and hard-working proletariat was supposed to despise, according to his theory. Mao insisted to his top officials that he could not continue the revolution. He even threatened to return home to Hunan province and become a mere farmer. The party and military officials surrounding Mao eventually relented. He was granted a divorce from her and permitted to marry Lan Ping as long as she stayed idle at Yan'an. Lan Ping was married Hao Hui, Green River, in reference to the first 10 years of Jiang and Mao's marriage between them, though they were lived against the backdrop of the immensely destructive war with Japan down to 1945, and then the resumption of war with the nationalists. Jiang Qing gave birth to a daughter in 1940 he and Mao would have together. Interestingly, the girl was not given her father's name, instead being given Jiang's original maiden name. Li Na lived closely with both her parents during her early childhood and could often play on the floor of her father's office while Mao was working or taking meetings with party members. She was raised as a sister to her Zheng's youngest daughter, Li, who, strangely, also given Jiang's maiden name. Though she had railed all her life against submitting to traditional marriage and domesticity, Jiang nonetheless seemed happy in these early years. She served as one of Mao's secretaries. A vague and barely articulated position for her seeming grit during the war against the Japanese and later the struggle with the nationalists. As time went by, she began to demand special accommodations and was invariably catered to. Such was her influence with Mao. Marriage began to fade, and Mao wandered to younger women once again. Jiang did not react the way her predecessor had. She tolerated his many mistresses and affairs. In 1949, the communists finally defeated the nationalists, the remnants of which fled under the leadership of Chiang Kai-shek to Mao's triumphant establishment as the ruler of this between husband and wife. Mao was now busier than ever, and the bureaucratic and security apparatus which grew up around him at the capital of Beijing served to remove Jiang Qing from her husband's routine as the wife of a leading revolutionary on the road. Her presence during strategy and policy discussions had been now in the halls of power, where women were, if ever, elevate influential positions in China. She found herself excluded. She had faced significant health challenges, even suffering from an attack of tuberculosis, for which she underwent a month of treatment in the Soviet Union. But it was when Jiang Qing found herself blocked from any power that Jiang's health, both physical and mental, began to suffer. Aware of her desire to be more than a secretary, Mao arranged for Jiang to head one of his charged with assessing alignment with party politics, and heeded when Mao happened to agree with them, which he frequently did not. Her working relationships worsened, as did her colleagues' opinions of her. Jiang had always been a defiant, forceful personality, and difficult to work with. But now she became even more difficult. Numerous studies, Chinese filmmakers, playwrights, and theatre directors for criticizing or attempting to ban their work. Though Jiang and celebrate proletarian victory and communist values, anger from her painful childhood may have also been here, with her to justice being bound up with personal vengeance. Those who displeased her often found themselves and their work dealt with more harshly than they deserved to be, and her anxiety at the new distance between her and her husband began to manifest her health. Depressed to distraction, she began to complain of feeling physically ill. Dr. Li Jiasui, Mao's private doctor, recalled as he could see there was her frequent fatigue, mysterious aches and pains, high palpitations, and anxiety were common, said, to virtually all the patients he treated among Mao's inner circle. Exceptionally high stress and a culture of fear, which Jiang Qing was sent away to the Soviet Union several times during the 1950s to convalesce in private hospitals. Sometimes she got the impression that her husband was sending her away to avoid her, keep her from meddling further in politics. Received few visitors, but one notable and remarkable was Zhou Enlai. Though several of Mao's top officials visited, few of them, Jiang and Zhou, however, kindly, their delicacies and news from home, making every effort to cheer her up, for which she was grateful. Despite this, Jiang would alienate him too, by attempting to have him removed from office. In 1955, it was confirmed that Jiang was genuinely ill. The tests revealed that she had cervical cancer, 60 treatment, and remained there for over a year recovering. She was made quite comfortable in a private hospital in Moscow and a resort in Yalta with access to a film projector and a regularly replenished selection of movies, technically banned in Russia and China. She ate well, listened to opera, and read a great deal. Her attitude toward those she considered subordinates, however, continued to worse. She would complain that the temperature in her room was too hot one moment and then too cold when her staff tried to address the issue. By the time Jiang returned to Beijing, a new decade had dawned, and the political situation was quite different. Obviously, agricultural activity had maximized the growth of Chinese industry. The results had been horrific, leading to one of the worst famines in human history, during which tens of millions of people died of starvation. Trenchant criticism now right across China, even amongst Politburo members and Mao's top officials. But rather than admit the failures and human miseries resulting from his regime, Mao doubled down. He sought instead to cement his power through a program of cultural and artistic reform, which would lay any challenges to his power from the communist movement. It was in text that Mao finally had long sought. She would have become one of the key architects of the Cultural Revolution and sought to reaffirm control over communist China from 1960. One of the main organizers of it, Jiang was a member of the Gang of Four, along with Jiang, Yao Yuan, and Huang Longwen. This quartet oversaw the Cultural Revolution on Mao's behalf as the most powerful of the four. The Cultural Revolution was geared around the idea of instilling a rigorous communist purity into Chinese society. Jiang Qing began by reading and evaluating more than 1,000 artistic works, including films, operas, plays, and ballets, for their conformity to the Maoist principles of socialism, as well as for their lionization of the proletariat. Did not conform to the party line. Any art that glorified the way or counter-revolutionary and were either reformed or banned. Jiang also undertook to identify the most superior works of art in this respect and made sure they were as good art, both politically and sound. Thousands of artists whose works made them politically suspect and their reputations livelihoods ruined and came under attack by guards with gangs of violent youths whipped up into a frenzy by Mao's Cultural Revolutionaries or forced to unwallow. The most controversial political offenders were imprisoned, some for years on end, and most without charge or trial. Worst of all, her terrible new influence on those to whom she held her struggle was a vengeful process in which the proletariat punished and subordinated their oppressors. Jiang's role in the Cultural Revolution saw her reach a position of power which she had never previously held in China, although Mao still ultimately made the final call on all matters of policy. It was the chairman's habit to be the most powerful and closest to him against one another in order to keep himself at the center of all possible intrigue. He often criticized one official to another, just to test them, to see how they would respond. Still, Jiang was certainly one of the most powerful. Red Guards terrorized teachers and lecturers in country schools and universities, accusing them of political impurity, while the nation's cinemas, libraries, and theaters all became battlegrounds in the bizarre conflict, which was an effort to enforce political purity and also a formative campaign in which the government was well away terrorizing innocent people with the primary aim of strengthening Mao's position greatly for revolution between 1,000 and 2 million Chinese people. In ways of political violence took place between 1960 and dragged on well into the 1970s. By the mid-1970s, it became clear that the chairman's continued ill health indicated that he was in the fight of Lou Gehrig's disease, and the talk around him began to turn to succession. It is important to remember that Jiang was only just in her early 60s. Following the death of Zhou Enlai early in 1976, and the that Deng Xiaoping may have believed that there was a path once Mao died. Though she had made many enemies during her rise to power, she had the support of roughly 40% of the Politburo. Jiang also had a good deal of support of rural workers, half the army. During the summer of 1976, Mao said to Jiang what one biographer described as a farewell. You have been wronged in revolution, but I was not successful. You, though, could reach the top. If you fail, you will plunge into a fathomless abyss. Your body will shatter. Your bones will break. This missive seems to suggest that Jiang had Mao's support to become Madam Chairwoman after more ambivalent about his retention. He stated clearly that he did not think there should be any sort after he died, but that a broad, multi-generation should govern and lead together. He wanted to decide whether Jiang Qing shall be included, he said. Toward the end of his speech, his voice began to fail as he grew weaker. Jiang Qing, he began. The party members strained to hear us muttered whisper. His wife's support that help Jiang Qing carry the flag. Moderates in the room claimed dead. Help Jiang Qing. Errors. Mao died on the 6th of September 1976. Then, Jiang had failed any support among Mao's structures or attempt to repair relations with those whose enmity she had earned over the years. At a meeting of the Politburo just days after Mao's death, she encountered no immediate opposition, but less than 2 days after they adjourned. Guards of political and military for the or trial, though the conditions were quite good, and she was permitted regular visits from her daughter, Li Na. By 1980, Deng Xiaoping had claimed power and was overseeing a program of rejected Mao's legacy. In order to put the class behind them, now turned their attention to Jiang Qing once again. She could not be released because of her previous role, but neither for Mao was facing criticism from the left for seeming to her the way to recontextualize history for the failure of deployment. It seemed far easier to blame Jiang Qing and the other members of the Gang of Four who had overseen the Cultural Revolution. Jiang Qing informs that he placed on trial for death of Mao and her arrest. Nonetheless, on the 12th November 1980, the trial of Jiang and the other 3 members of the Gang of Four began. They were charged with activities and the persecution of hundreds of thousands of people, leading to tens of thousands of deaths. Far from being cowed by those who sought to force a confession, Jiang remained defiant and willing to acknowledge or admit any guilt. She reiterated that her so-called crimes were political and were committed under direct orders from Mao. If she were a criminal, Jiang insisted, then so were her judges. Mao's debate. I was Mao's dog, Jiang insisted. I bit whoever he asked me to bite. What you are doing now, she continued, is asking a widow to pay her husband's debt. Do you all, I say, I am happy and honored to pay Chairman Mao's debt. The trial continued for several weeks, but it was effectively a show trial for Jiang and the other three members of the Gang of Four. In the end, when Jiang Qing was found and sentenced to death. However, still afraid of alarming, Jiang's the last 11 years of her life incarcerated. In the mid-1980s, she contracted throat cancer and was temporarily released to hospital care for treatment. Watching China's slow change outside her windows, Jiang began to fall into despair. The Soviet Union had gradually reformed in the 1960s after the passing of Joseph Stalin. So too, China moved to a different model after Mao's time. A new economy with some Western elements was developing, one that would prove far more successful than the controlled economy Mao had disastrously tried to oversee. At the end of the 1980s, that a new country was available, in which those reform key determinant was Mao's legacy. As Jiang grew older and sicker, she fell in despair. In the early morning hours of the 14th of May, 1991, Jiang Qing took her own life. She was left behind, and the result of this omission is that unending evils have been unleashed on the Chinese people and nation. Chairman, your student and fighter is coming to see you. The Politburo would not permit Jiang Qing to have a funeral, and Mao had wished to be best of one another, but last wishes were not adhered to, or was mummified and placed on display in a memorial building in Tiananmen Square as an unforbidding sentence forever guarding the spirit of the revolution. Jiang was quietly cremated and her was laid to rest in Futian Cemetery in Beijing. Not Jiang Qing. Jiang Qing, or the White-Robed Demon, as she came to be known, had lived across most of the events which transformed modern China. She was born just 3 years after the millennia-old imperial system came to an end, and through the Civil War Republic. She had had many names and many lives. First, as a poor child, then as an actress, as a politician's wife, and finally as one of the orchestrators of the Cultural Revolution. Her position was somewhat strange to an extent. Mao and the Communist Party did not allow her to wield much power as his wife for many years. It was only in 1966, after the disaster of the Great Leap Forward had threatened Mao's hold on power, that she truly rose to prominence. Mao tried to utilize the Cultural Revolution as a means of cementing his position. It was then that she finally rose. The Cultural Revolution ultimately led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions of Chinese people. The exact numbers are unknown. Worse still was the collective scarring of Chinese society as it attacked itself for the better part of a decade. Though Mao could never be criticized by the government of the country he shaped so much in the 20th. After his death, those who had sought for a Cultural Revolution was ultimately the undoing of Jiang Qing. What do you think? Does she deserve, or has she been unduly demonized because her detractors could never publicly criticize Mao, since criticizing Mao was to admit that the revolution had failed? Please let us know in the comment section and watching. It is the 11th of March 2018. Nearly 3,000 delegates into the 13 People's Congress. This inaugural session is different from most others. However, as an amendment has been proposed by the Central Committee of the Communist Party and is due to be as the first act of the new Congress. The amendment is ranging, but the key feature of it is the removal of no more than 2 consecutive terms, but to pass it of the West to launch and to become the most powerful ruler of the country since Mao Zedong. His name, Xi Jinping, People's Republic of China. Known to history as Xi Jinping, was born on the 5th, 1953, the city of Beijing, the People's Republic of China. Because because of the way Chinese naming conventions work. Xi is his family name, while Jinping is his personal or given name. The reverse of Western naming traditions, where the personal name comes first. Jinping's father was Xi Zhongshun. As barely a teenager, he had joined the Chinese Communist movement back in 1926 as the Northern Expedition that had brought the Chinese nationalists to power quickly turned into a civil war between them and their recent allies, the Communists. Zhongshun sided with the Communists in the Civil War, which began thereafter. He remained so until 1937. The nationalists and communists temporarily put aside their differences to fight the foreign invader. Xi Zhongshun was amongst the communist fighters in the years of conflict that followed. After the war, he moved to the communist side. Though, as we will see, in later years, his family could be said to have been rewarded for his long service cause. Jinping was Qi Xin, his four children. Jinping was the second youngest. Ongoing since the Northern Expedition of the mid-1920s had only been put on ice because of the Japanese invasion in 1937. It resumed as soon as the Second World War ended in the autumn of 1945. However, where the communists had been, they exited the Second World War much strengthened, but because of how appallingly corrupt the nationalists war in town were, to the extent that President Harry Truman of the United States was unwilling to provide them with anything near the Soviet Union gave the Chinese communists after the war. 1949, the nationalists withdrew from the China mainland and established their own miniatures on the island of Taiwan. Today's Republic of China is the direct successor of it. On the mainland, the communists set up the People's Republic of China as the second most powerful communist state in the world, next to the Soviet Union, and the largest in pure population terms. Figure reporting as the leader of the Chinese communists. He was never quite as bad as Stalin was in the Soviet Union, though he wasn't too far away from it. Like Stalin, he was also willing to engage in policies which aimed to transform Chinese society in a period of just a few years, with dramatic consequences. In Mao's case, he decided he wanted China to become an industrial one within a period of about years, and so initiated what the policy was mismanaged and led to a massive famine, which killed tens of millions of people. Scholars lie anywhere between 30 and 60 million. It was against this backdrop of famine and revolution that Xi Jinping grew up. Xi's family were insulated to an extent from the worst ravages of many now call Mao's Great Famine instead of the Great Leap Forward. After the Chinese Civil War ended, communists came to power in 1949. Xi's father had been rewarded by promotion into a number of important positions. By no means could he be said to have been a leading figure within the new government, yet he served at the higher end of the bureaucrats in the government, acting as a vice chairperson of the National People's Congress for a time in the second half of the 1950s, just as Mao's 5-year program was being initiated. This meant the family escaped famine or excessive privation. All of that was threatened when Xi Zhongshun was purged from the party ranks. 1960s. People needed to be black. His demotion was his role in the publication of a biography of Liu Zhidan, a figure who had died all the way back in 1936 during the Civil War and who was seen as a communist martyr, whose legacy now was anxious to have erased from the collective memory. Xi's father was devoted to become a factory worker overnight. By that time, Jinping had acquired what was a decent enough price, but the standards of learning communist China. The family was forced to relocate to the province of Henan, further in motion, reported late 1963, 1964, or early 1965. In any event, it was a major fall from grace for him near his teenage years. One of the worst of Mao's reign was unquestionably the era of the Great Leap Forward. Bad times lay ahead. Disastrous policies he pursued had weakened Mao's position. It was not simply the famine and the mass part of the Great Leap Forward had involved a mass building program to erect hydroelectric dams and other pieces of infrastructure. Several of these were so badly built to shore up his power. In 1966, Mao launched what is known as the Cultural Revolution. Through this, he initiated a campaign whereby he claimed that mass capitalist and bourgeois conspirators with a way in China to reverse the revolution, but the people immediately stirred up into a frenzy and ordered to denounce their bourgeois teachers. In the midst of this, Jinping's fledgling Secretary of Education pretty much ground to a halt. The family was also further targeted after their demotion a few years earlier, was arrested in time, and in the febrile atmosphere of zealousness, his family members were urged to denounce him for anti-revolutionary sentiments. Meanwhile, Jinping eventually took part in the movement which Mao promoted to start sending extremists to the countryside. The Down to the Countryside movement, as it dates back to 1968. Jinping spent time in the countryside in Shanxi province. The experience, although under very strange circumstances, was a formative, and it is noted he, as leader of China, has had a reasonable affinity with rural Chinese people and the relative stresses of both urban and rural life in China. Still, he didn't on several attempts. He tried to run away to Beijing and other cities, only to be repeatedly found and sent back to the countryside. This pattern continued for Xi into the early 1970s. By then, lessons of the Cultural Revolution were beginning to die down, although it went on in one until Mao's eventual death in 1976. Although Xi's father remained periodically and under a cloud, Xi managed to begin his political career in the first half of elements of the reform program Countryside after the Down to the Countryside movement of the late 1960s and early 1970s. He did apply for more formal positions, but his applications were blocked on his being blacklisted. Nevertheless, by 1974, the political form was sufficient position as a local parliament in Liangzhou. This was is on the northern of Shanxi province developed. It was as though he was being appointed as a little chairman of a small Midwestern village in the United States. Still, it was a beginning for a young man in his early 20s whose family had been vilified by the Maoist regime. As part of his work here, he developed an interest in modern fertilizers and how they could improve agricultural yield, an interest later translated to him studying for a degree in chemical engineering, which he obtained in 1979 after several years of study at Tsinghua University. Chairman Mao Zedong, the man who had led the nearly 4 decades and been the de facto ruler of China since 1949, died on the 9th of September 1976. His death had the huge impact of rehabilitating thousands of his victims, and so Xi's father was finally allowed to return to public life. He was quickly promoted again to become one of the senior officials within Guangdong province. Interestingly, after he essentially became the governor of the province in January 1979. Meanwhile, his son had begun his studies at Tsinghua University to achieve the degree, which was seen as a major boon to one's chances of promotion in any future political career. This was a period of profound change in China's political and economic life. It wasn't simply autocracy was at an end. There was a sea change in the idea of the People's Republic by the late 70s. Though a peaceful movement in 1978, he was a communist kind. Though one who was not bound by the ideological huge economic growth of the Far Eastern nations like South Korea, Japan, Taiwan, and Singapore, had begun to enjoy the aftermath of the Second World War, open up China's economy and make it more market-oriented. The government would remain autocratic Soviet-style communist one, but economic policy would take on strong elements of the Western capitalist system, albeit always with the state presiding over affairs. This was the beginning of one of the most important developments in modern history. China, after centuries of underdevelopment and crisis, was about to awaken from its slumber and become the economic and political behemoth. Its sheer geography and population meant it should have been more than any individual would be responsible for initiating this transformation. Xi's luck was that he had just concluded his chemistry degree in 1979 and was ready to embark on his career as China's at the end of the Cultural Revolution. She was quickly promoted into the offices of the military departments within Beijing after leaving university. Then, in 1982, he was dispatched in Hebei to act as the deputy to the party secretary, an important position for a man just turning 30, whose family had so recently been the political wilderness. He distinguished Hebei, overseeing several important infrastructure and development programs. His projects were eclectic. Some focused on urban development projects. Another one aimed to develop a local film industry. His efforts caught the attentions of the party planners in Beijing in this decade in Fujian, in which he oversaw the economic development of the province and its cities. He wasn't just a doer either, but a theorist. He wrote papers and short books on how to promote economic growth to China out of poverty. These were subjects of intense debate in China at the time as the country rapidly modernized. There was always a promoter of the idea that Chinese areas of development around the major cities. Further, these provinces, airports, highways, and large-scale building projects were part of this multifaceted work in Fujian province in the second half of the 1980s and right the way through the 90s. His private life changed in these years. Back in 1979, he studied chemical engineering. He had married her. Certainly had the air of a political marriage, the Maoist era, while Ker's father was Ke Huang, a seasoned diplomat who had been appointed as Chinese ambassador to the United Kingdom in 1978. After marrying, it was a very tempestuous relationship. Wanted to join her father there, wanted to remain in China. His fledgling political career. At the end of 3 years of arguments, separated in 1982. After years of first career, she married for a second time. On this occasion, she was a scout of her ability to become actress in a number of Chinese television programs in the 1990s. Their marriage in 1987 came just a year after they were introduced in this. They would have one child, a daughter named Xi Mingde, born in 1992. She has appeared every so often in Chinese public life, though there is no sign to succeed her father politically, as political power in the Republic of China remains overwhelmingly vicious. This, Xi's personal life and personality can often be viewed as a blank canvas. He is widely described as an unemotional man, and his thinking. Anyone who has observed him in international affairs over the decades will notice he gives little away. He has a number of long-standing and close friends and political allies, and is characterized by his stability, both in personal and political, is something of an enigma. Xi's career took off against the backdrop of the beginning of China's economic miracle. The decision of the government to open up the economy was bearing fruit, while the 1950s were chaotic, depending on what policies Mao was overseeing. Onwards, China entered into a period of sustained economic expansion. GDP growth rates averaged between 8% and 11% in the 1980s. The Chinese economy is believed to have grown by nearly 15% in 1984 alone, noted his new position in Fujian province. At first, this economic growth was making the world when it came to simple goods. Textiles, small household goods, and trinkets of all kinds became the mainstay industrial output. Still, while she was in Fujian over the late 1980s and 1990s, the Chinese was developing grand plans. In the 1990s, the Chinese began moving from these cheap, mass-produced goods to more sophisticated industrial hardware like automobiles, and then into making sense for technological companies from the United States who found it cheaper to get these goods manufactured in Asia. By the 1990s, the Chinese economy was surging. Hundreds of millions of people were beginning the largest mass migration in human history from the countryside to the cities and towns. Villages became in the mid-1950s. Today, 1.5 million people live there. According to certain metrics, China was outside the world's 10 largest economies in 1980. century later, it would be pushing to eclipse countries like Germany and Japan as the world's second largest economy, behind only the United States. Be an incapable overseer of this economic transition within Jian province. I also observed the policy of economic growth. At 99, he gained his final in Fujian. He was made a governor of the province. 3 years as one of the most powerful regional politicians in China was followed by promotion to become the interim governor of the province of Zhejiang. This was an important adjustment. Coastal provinces of China, a center of both trade and activity. Exactly the same time, he received notice that he was to be a member of the 16th Central Committee. The Central Committee is a body of senior politicians of the China. Members have been voted since before the Civil War, and its members were viewed as the most senior politicians in the country. These dual promotions into Xi's rise to become the most powerful politicians in China. In Zhejiang, he also earned a reputation for taking a strong stance against corruption. Therefore, in 2007, he to the Politburo Standing Committee of the State. Xi Jinping had arrived at the very end. A year later, he was elected as Vice President of China. He held this office for 5 years, down to 2013, meaning that for a half a decade, as the world the great financial crisis 2008. Xi was the second most powerful man in China. In the course of 2012, that Xi was being promoted Hu Jintao as president and chairman of the operating committee of the party. He was the leader of China from November 2012. Though this was only fully acknowledged, he was elected as president of the Politburo in March 2013 in a vote where he received 2,952 votes, 2,955. The vote confirmed exactly how he planned his entire campaign to succeed Hu Jintao had been. He has since become the most powerful political leader in China since Mao Zedong. It is determining exactly how long people remain in charge of China's exercise their power, chairman of the Central Advisory Committee, some as General Secretary of the party, and others still as president. First came to power in 1978 as the chairman of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference. He exercised his leadership as chairman of the Central Advisory Committee. Increasingly, though, whoever is president is leader of China. Since Mao's time, all Chinese leaders and counting, as of 2025, and is in the middle of his third term. It became apparent that his was a unique case in the course of 2022, as it became evident that he would be elected to a third term in 2023. Already had his position as General Secretary of the Chinese Communist Party confirmed in 2020. Effectively, Xi, indisputed leader of China. Xi's method vigils on socio-economic life in China. While China had enjoyed an economic miracle with thousands, much wealth was unevenly divided. A large part of the country had been left behind, and there were hundreds of millions of people who still aspired to become middle class. Xi championed calling for what he called common prosperity. One of the ways he sought to do so, which his cities had acquired during the 90s and 2000, and to try to redistribute it to a broader mass of society. For instance, Xi, perhaps his experiences in his youth, when he spent years living in the countryside as a result of the Cultural Revolution, introduced policies to favor greater development of rural communities. This was needed because China had seen dozens of cities of millions or even tens of millions develop. In order to stop them developing even further and becoming congested, larger towns and villages in the countryside were fostered by Xi's government. He also prioritized home construction of enormous residential town blocks all over the country. Many of these were planned cities and districts. There are parts of China that can be visited today that are enormous urban centers, and which were part of the countryside only a few decades ago. Xi is not solely responsible for this transformation of China's built infrastructure, but he has played a huge role in it. This being said, Ghost Town, even one Xiaoping championed back in the 1980s. Back then, the idea was to make China the world's workshop for cheap industrial goods. Anyone who grew up or was alive in the 1990s, that's all manner of things saying 1980s and 1990s, China determined that these would be with made in China stickers. A mature economic policy was developed in the 2000s and then really took off. These governments have invested huge amounts of state capital into thousands of companies. Imagine that the Chinese government under Xi Jinping agency invests into companies that develop electronic cars, technologically advanced solar panels, mobile phones, computers, hardware, online commerce platforms, search engine companies, and much more besides. However, from such companies that one succeeds, then there are enormous success stories that make it big, pay off the initial investments tenfold, and have become giants of the world economy. These are companies like DeepSeek and Unitree Robotics. Others like BYD, Xiaomi, Huawei were set up before Xi rose to power. Yet the way his government has championed them as international and not just domestic brands has seen them become worldwide entities. BYD, for instance, was established in the 90s. There is no denying that Xi's government redirected it to outperform American rivals and becoming key suppliers in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and even Europe. However, the success of these co-accusations from Western critics that intellectual theft and industrial espionage are rife, with many claiming that Chinese, backed by the Chinese government, reverse engineer Western technology before mass-producing cheaper alternatives of Western competitors for a comparably or slightly inferior standard of quality. Therefore, it could be stated that China's economic model is not focused on innovation, but rather on copying Western products for the masses. The Chinese government also uses state ownership of companies to maintain more effective control over China. Companies are expected to share massive amounts of data with the government. They control Chinese society. This extends also to Western companies that have major presences in China, because Apple has become so embedded in the Chinese economy. It has become a kind of foreign lobbyist for China, even within the United States, and seen in the clashes over US-China tariffs in 2025, when Apple was essentially lobbying similar to it has become a promoter of China's interests in Europe, fostering stronger and Berlin at a time when China is looking to expand its influence into Europe as much as possible. Mass producing advanced technology and equipment is fine, and while China does have an enormous domestic market with a population of around 1.4 billion people, it also needs to sell to other nations. Xi made this a top priority. In 2013, just as he took over as President of the People's Republic, he launched the Belt and Road Initiative, sometimes referred to as the New Silk Roads. This is a program whereby China either loans or simply gives money to schools and nations to develop key infrastructure, which allows for the speedy transport of Chinese goods to markets all over Asia, Africa, and Europe. There are a number of different roads, traditional Silk Roads, running from China westwards across Eurasia. One runs north of the Himalayas towards countries like Kazakhstan, and then into Eastern Europe. Others run south of the Caspian Sea into the Middle East, North Africa, and the Mediterranean. Another runs into India, filtering off to either run into the Horn of Africa, the Red Sea, and the Suez Canal, whilst moving off southwards towards East Africa and the Cape of Good Hope. China has invested over $1 trillion in developing roads, bridges, ports, airports, and other pieces of vital infrastructure as part of the Belt and Road. A sign of how ambitious this has been is that when Greece was effectively European 2010s, Chinese attempted to buy the port of Piraeus in Athens. The concept of hard and soft power is a fairly easy one to distinguish. When a country invades its neighbour and takes over a border territory, this is a clear case of hard military power. Soft power and power through more amiable and conciliatory means. Decades after the Second States, the great soft power of the world, winning friends and allies by providing aid to fostering democratic governments that mirrored its own. China is slowly pushing it out of the way. For instance, 50 years, the biggest source of aid and cooperation across Africa was from successive American governments. Now, China is the biggest foreign player in each part of the continent. One is more likely to find the locals acquiring the expertise of Chinese mining companies rather than American ones. Xi's Belt and Road Initiative has accelerated this process. Countries is the regional Horn of Africa, which plays a huge role in controlling access to the Red Sea and the Suez Canal. Nearly $10 billion worth of Chinese investment has been made in Ethiopia, Xi's direction. Many other examples can be cited. Although first 2004, the number of Confucius institutes designed to promote Chinese culture and interests in foreign nations has ballooned under Xi. Acceptance and efforts value. Note how Foreign Minister Wang Yi seemed to be an endless tour of worlds in 2025 as the United States launched a tariff war against practically every nation on Earth. Xi's message was clear. China can be your new partner in a new world order. Perhaps one of Xi's foremost accomplishments, though it does not generate a lot of international attention, is the campaign he launched against corruption. Whenever a country experiences a huge economic boom, especially one the size of China, there are lots of opportunities for illegal enrichment. The project can be located in the district if a local official is given a payment. A sprawling system of social service abuses developed in China. Payments were being made to long-dead relatives or to people who never existed in the first place. In other cities, people pretended to be government officials with fake. Xi made a net, what he called tigers and flies, of Chinese corruption. Tigers being senior officials, flies those committing smaller crimes lower down. Over 120 senior officials were prosecuted. The years that followed, and this is an example to the rest of Chinese society that corruption would no longer be tolerated. A system of mass surveillance was put in place. That more than 2 million officials have been censured or charged as a small infringement. Party government view positions drastically reduced. An IPO of his company on the Shanghai Stock Exchange was halted, and Ma was basically demoted out of its by Xi's government, though he nominally retains his wealth, if any influence. The anti-corruption drive from Xi Jinping Action Force. Xi Jinping Force has become the orthodoxy of Chinese political and cultural life. This builds on earlier views expressed by Marx and Mao, while offering a 21st century vision of Chinese communism. It is Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era. It is actually a more blunt form of Deng Xiaoping views on China's open economy with socialist elements. Xi Jinping thought is derived from both Xi's public speeches over the years and his published papers and books. It takes a long view of history, and China will take a long time, and is the struggles. A key concern of Xi in his writings and speeches has been to assess why the Soviet Union, after rising to such immense power in the 1950s and 1960s, suddenly went into decline and quickly collapsed. How can China? His core belief is that strong party independent rulers Xi Jinping thought holds that a Chinese government must continue to hold enormous control over all parts of Chinese life. He also maintained complete control over China's expanding military, perceiving that Mikhail Gorbachev's reform program in Russia collapsed in 1990 and 1991 after he lost the support of the military. It is clear from studying Xi's writings and speeches that he does view himself as a Marxist-Leninist. who is committed to a communist future for China. There have been many controversial elements to Xi Jinping's rule over China. Mao is seen as the great tyrant by many, the man who killed millions through the ill-conceived Great Leap Forward, and then followed it up with the terror of the Cultural Revolution. His successors have not been saints either. For all that Deng liberalized China, he also oversaw the infamous Tiananmen Square massacres of 1980, the most of Fujian in the northwest of China. This part of China has been inhabited by Turkic and Mongol people since the middle of the first millennium BC. Many converted to Islam over the centuries, influenced by their Turkish brethren further west in Central Asia. Since 1949, the communist government had been trying to establish greater controls by colonizing the Han Chinese people. Instances provoked resistance. The Urumqi riots of the summer of 2009, in which 200 Han Chinese people point, the Chinese government began an aggressive approach. This started under Hu Jintao and Xi, that the worst elements were perpetrated. Xinjiang has been turned into a surveillance province. State cameras are everywhere in cities and towns. An estimated 16,000 mosques, huge re-education prisons have been set up. Most disconcertingly, birth rates in Xinjiang province have last decade, and it is understood that forced sterilization is being practiced by Xi's government amongst the Uyghurs constitute genocide under international law, although as other international crises have emerged in recent, the Uyghur atrocities have simply disappeared from the international agenda. His provincial stance that has attracted international headlines over a period of years is his approach towards Hong Kong. The island of Hong Kong was acquired by the British as a colony at the start of the 1840s and remained so until the UK granted it independence from us and major Asian financial. When independence was in 1997, it was so under the aegis of the One Country, Two Systems rubric. It was the idea that Hong Kong would become part of the People's Republic of but it would retain autonomy as a Western liberal style state for 50 years, 2045. As leader of China, Xi has crushed the Western's arrangement. The Hong Kong government was pressured into extradition of the Chinese to face prosecution under Chinese law. Then, in 2020, much more serious Hong Kong. This opened the door for Xi's government in Beijing to crack down on free speech in Hong Kong and to begin dismantling all of the things which made society here different to mainland China too, and the process far along. Despite protests that captured its attention, Xi visited Hong Kong to appoint Chiu as the chief executive of the regional government of Hong Kong. Chiu is a husband who is now overseeing the final dismantling of the One Country, Two Systems arrangement. Since 2022, the pair have worked hand in hand, with Xi publicly praising Chiu in 2024 for his oversight laws which crack free speech in Hong Kong. The situation in both Xinjiang province and Hong Kong correlates broadly with the decline of human rights in China under Xi. China is a police state. Its development under Mao mirrored the Soviet never look back. He a strong reason for the Sino-Soviet split that occurred gradually during the 1950s and 1960s was that the Chinese needed to defend Stalin's legacy and the Russians themselves. Under Xi, this system of control has been expanded and has begun to make use of every instrument of digital surveillance. The internet is heavily regulated. This could include sites on and the history of result access to information on issues which Xi's government does not want them to have access to, notably the controversy over China invasion of Tibet. Xi allows foreign businesses to operate in China, but under heavy censorship rules. Although the United States is the country with the highest incarceration rate in the world, China comes second in terms of prison populations worldwide, and is miles ahead of any other country when it comes to the number of citizens which it executes. Xi, it must be said, has relaxed the figure. Over 10,000 were regularly being executed here back in the 2000s. Under Xi, the figure is beneath 1,000 to 3,000. Clearly, Xi's human rights record is not good. It must always be remembered, though, where the starting point was. Before he became vice president, let alone president, practitioners of the minority Falun Gong were appallingly persecuted in China, including a program whereby tens of thousands of members were allegedly forced to transplants in the late 1990s of Hong Kong, and the dismantling of the one country, two systems arrangement, just halfway through the 50 years it was meant to run for, is simply one element of Xi's more aggressive foreign policy in the Far East. Was an easy target. More difficult has been his China Sea. The sea is a relatively small body of water compared to something like the North Atlantic or the Pacific Ocean. However, for all its small size, it is one of the here as goods pass from places like Japan to India or from parts of Africa to the ports of eastern China. According to international territorial waters, only extend 22 kilometers away from the mainland of any country. This means most of the south international waters, but under Xi, China is aggressively trying to take over this vital water. There are lots of small islands and atolls here, that China has claimed as a means of extending, while it has also engaged in the program of building artificial islands under Xi's guidance. Much of this focuses on the Paracel Islands, the very center of the South China Sea. Xi consistently argues that these Chinese territories have proved China's claim over most of the South China Sea. Yet some of the islands are little more than shallow coral reefs. China has consequently built up around them. Xi has also sponsored aggressive Chinese naval activities in region to restrict the enemy sea issue. It looks likely to lead to war and an international crisis. In the long run, China will simply exert its control over the South China Sea, and its neighbors will be able to do little to stop it. Taiwan, for the matter entirely. The island has been ruled into the Republic of China as the remnants of the nationalist movement fled there at the end of the Chinese Civil War. The People's Republic of China has never made any attempts to suggest that it considers it to be an independent nation. But it plans on one day reclaiming Taiwan, an island which is also now extremely valuable because of its large population and high-tech electronics industry. It was a New Year's speech which he gave at the end of 2024, in which he proclaimed that no nation or power can stop the eventual reunification of China and Taiwan into one country. He has also ordered drills being much more inflammatory than any leader since Mao, who was eventually dissuaded from attempting to invade Taiwan because of the threat from the United States if he did so. But does Xi intend on Taiwan? That is possibly doubtful. A destructive invasion could destroy the Taiwanese economy and would lead to more sanctions of the kind which Vladimir Putin's Russia has faced for invading Ukraine too. Instead, Xi will probably try to play right out of Putin lesson book and attempt to establish a pro-Beijing party within Taiwan, combined with pressure to create a situation in which Taiwan will become more conducive to follow People's Republic and conservative Xi will attempt at any stage in the near term. Early in 2020, Xi faced what is probably the foremost crisis of his time as leader of China. For most of the world, the COVID-19 came to their attention gradually in the first months of 2020, first detected in 2019. The origins remain controversial, is that they possibly several species, including a pangolin, in a wet market in the Chinese city of Wuhan. However, this theory is complicated by the fact that it's not far from one of the world's largest virology laboratories. Perhaps, quite understandably, people soon began to question whether the virus had actually leaked from the lab. The story of the pandemic that followed is well known. The world pushed onwards, and billions of people were told to remain at home to stop its spread. For Xi, this was a twofold crisis. Not only was he the leader of a nation that is home to over 1 in 6 of the world's people, China also had to deal with lots of questions of the virus. They were boom at first too. As Western nations struggled to maintain lockdowns, China's authoritarian system and the command economy it operates looked much more suited to dealing with such a crisis. However, soon Xi was running into criticism. In 2022 and 2023, as vaccines were rolled out and economies reopened, Xi maintained lockdown draconian and garnered a level of criticism from China which was unprecedented. It was one of the first in nature of society, where large outbreaks occurred in buildings. They were often sealed up, and people were literally imprisoned for days or weeks at a time. Often, when we hear about Xi Jinping in the Western world these days, it is in the context of his relationship with us. There is no doubt that there is a kind of economic Cold War underway between China and the US. He has fostered it in called intellectual property theft from US technology companies by trying to undercut American businesses in doing so. This or the shock to the world in January 2025 when China's chief AI model DeepSeek burst onto the scene, demonstrating that it can do what OpenAI is for a fraction of the price and energy demand. This has occurred when presidents have become more antagonistic toward a narrative that has captured the imagination of the public. between Xi and Donald Trump, although Joe Biden was perhaps even more strident in his criticism of counterpart of a reviewing Chinese governance. Trump's relationship with Xi he clearly despises just undermining the American economy. China has simply taken jobs that would be much more expensive to perforce. Strangely, he was decidedly muted on Xi in the first month or two of his second presidency in 2025. Before his entry and war began to focus on 2025 made it clear that China is not some economic minnow to be bullied by the United States. It will strike back with sanctions of its own in the developing economic war. What implications all of this will have for future Sino-American relations remains to be seen. Of course, Xi is still alive, seemingly healthy man who turns years of age inside and still relinquish power anytime. A tradition having established that no Chinese leader served for longer than 2 5-year terms as president or leader in a manner. Xi is now in the midst of his third term and will almost certainly serve a fourth. If he does so, he would be entering his 80s upon seeking a fifth term. This might not happen. I've seen a growing flood of octogenarians unwell vision. China doesn't really believe in the idea that politicians should be young enough that they have some stake in the future. With the exception of Xi's side, leaders are ineligible to be elected to the Politburo Standing Committee and other major governing bodies once they reach 68 years of age. Therefore, while it is likely Xi will serve a fourth term as Supreme of China, he will possibly step aside thereafter. As to how the remainder of his time in office will go, it remains highly debatable. Will he at Taiwan? Unlikely, unless it can be done by undermining it from within. Will China continue to massively expand its pressing the child policy, which ran for over a quarter of a century from the late 1970s, has left a lopsided and aging population. Furthermore, the days of the Chinese economic miracle are over. The economy has slowed and is facing many challenges. How Xi responds to these issues in the next 5 to 10 years will determine his legacy in the long run. Xiaoping from China's economic miracle back in the 1980s. What is so surprising about this, the circumstances from which he came, it all could have been very different. Although his father was a long-standing communist and had fought diligently for the cause all through the long-running Chinese Civil War, he fell from grace in the mid-1960s. The Xi family were banished to a provincial city. Father spent much of the Cultural Revolution that followed in and out of prison. Then, everything changed rapidly after Mao's death in 1970. Xi's father was rehabilitated and made a provincial governor, and Xi soon acquired a foothold in the government. This was not nepotism, though. His rise to power was based on his consistent and effective application as a skilled regional administrator in Hebei, Fujian, Zhejiang. In the 1980s, 1990s, 2000s, he became vice president in 2008 and then president in 2013. His years in power have witnessed China cement its position as the world's second most powerful nation and a rival to the United States for political and economic power around the world. His successes have met one challenges his role in China, even 12 years after he assumed, while Xi Jinping thought has become an ideology in and of itself, has to take over the South China Sea, despite effectively constituting international waters. But few can doubt that under Xi's leadership, China has continued on the path to the Soviet Union, which experienced in 1950 and 1960s, and then descended into decay and decline. Xi has charted a path which China continues to grow and possibly become the world's preeminent power in the second half of the 21st century. Whatever one thinks of him, and he is something of a chameleon in end, there is no denying his impact on the history of the 20th so far. What think of Xi Jinping? Is he as nefarious a leader as China as Mao Zedong was? Or is he basically a figure focused on an ordered state that maximizes economic growth and Chinese power and equal liberties? Watching. It is 1991. regime launch a coup d'etat against Soviet premier, who is detained. But this plot is soon over when the ringleaders fail to gain the support of the army and public, who are increasingly desperate. With the authority of Moscow weakened, the satellite Soviet republics declare their dissent, goaded on by the Soviet leader's rival, Boris Yeltsin, who will soon emerge as president of the Russian Federation. Finally, on Christmas 1991, leader resigns, bringing the Soviet Union to an end after nearly 70 years. His name, Mikhail Gorbachev, the last premier of the Soviet Union. The man known to history as Mikhail Gorbachev was born on the 2nd of March 1931 in the village of Privolnaya in the Stavropol Krai region of southwestern Russia. Privolnaya, Azov, at the northern end of the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea of both Rostov-on-Don and the city of Volgograd, the latter of which was known at the time as Stalingrad. He was born with a disc on his head, a small one at the time, caused by a malformation of blood vessels, though one which grew larger over time. Mikhail's father was straddled southwestern Ukraine and the North Caucasus, which was consequently ethnic melting pot. Conversely, his mother married sometime earlier into southwestern Russia. She and Sergei married when they were very young. It was their first child. He would have another son, but he would not arrive into the world until much, much later, following the second major. Mikhail was born at a time of truly revolutionary change in the history of Russia. In 1917, in the midst of the First World War, the war had followed over the next half decade. Millions of people had died, and famine had stalked large parts of the country. At the end of it, though, the communists established control over Russia and maintained their dominance of Ukraine and Belarus, as well as though they had lost the former the Russian Empire and Poland died. Power struggle. Joseph Stalin established himself as a ruthless autocratic dictator over the USSR. In 1928, he launched the first 5-year plan, transforming the Russian economy and transitioning towards socialism and communism. What this meant early on was driving away from an over-reliance on agriculture as the primary basis of the Russian and towards industry. Trying to achieve this was chaotic brutal. A program of creating mass collectivized farms was initiated, leading to severe unrest and creating a man-made famine in much of Ukraine and southwestern Russia that killed millions of people. In the long term, though, the Soviet economy did begin to change. Economic growth occurred in the 1930s, and the shift towards hard industry led by the outbreak of the Second World War and the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union in the summer of 1941. Once the work of rebuilding was done in the late 1940s, Russia entered a period of unprecedented economic expansion. Thus, by the time his adult years that were underway when he was 1931 would have utterly transformed Russia from the rural agricultural country, which it was at the time of the Russian Revolution in 1917, to an urban, industrialized nation that was the world's second largest economy. Ireland, his family experienced many tribulations in the famine of the 1930s. How bad things were at that time, it was a struggle for the Gorbachevs, who were poor peasant farmers trying to adjust to the government's traumatic position of the agricultural collect policy. Several extended members of the family, including young Mikhail's uncles and aunts, died during this time as a result of the food. Nevertheless, both were committed communists. Mikhail's grandfather on his father's side, in whose house they lived during his younger years, had helped organize collective farms in the district. Yet this brought its own problems years later, as starvage of the communist system in the USSR, leading to the imprisonment of both Mikhail's grandfather from the 1930s. Finally, in 1921, there came the war. Germany and the other Axis powers involved that summer. The region where the Gorbachevs lived became the focus of the conflict. A year later, as the German dictator Adolf Hitler attempted to strike a decisive blow against oil fields further south from key cities. This completely disrupted life for the Gorbachevs, while Sergei to the Red Army by then. Though reported amongst the millions of Russians who had died in the conflict point, he later turned up alive. 3. By then, the comprehensively turned Russians like the Gorbachevs would come to know as the Great Patriotic. While the Gorbachevs were very poor, the Soviet regime amidst the famine and state terror of the 1930s was that education was expanded to be universally available for all, regardless of their social and economic status. On the other, young Mikhail's education had interrupted for several years, and in 1944 classes resumed. When they did, he began to emerge as a gifted student, with an interest in both Russian and Western literature. He also took an interest in politics, which led to him joining Komsomol after the war. The full name of which was the All-Union Leninist Party. He was soon in charge of the local branch and used his position to organize a theater group. Mikhail had developed a love for Russian theater already by that time, one which would remain with him for the remainder of his life, often visiting the theater in Moscow in later years, once or twice a week. Other interests in the more settled times of the post-war era, interest in playing the piano and chess. His life was tougher in many other respects. His secondary school was many miles away from the family home in Privolne, and he had to walk nearly 20 kilometers to and from it every weekend. Summers were spent working long and hard days on the farm, but Mikhail had a good role model in his father, who was awarded the Order of Lenin in 1948. For both his farm work and his wartime, he was awarded a more junior honor, something which helped not long afterwards when he applied to go and study at the Moscow State University in the Russian capital, the most prestigious university in the USSR at the time. His application was accepted, and so in 1950, he set off north to the capital. In Moscow, Gorbachev became more keenly involved in Soviet politics. He acquired full membership of the Communist Party, a prerequisite for any future political career, while at the same time, he continued to advance within Komsomol. He also met his future wife in Moscow. Raisa Titayenko came from the Altai region of Siberia in central Russia and had arrived at the capital around the same time as Mikhail to study philosophy. They married in 1953. The marriage was one of love and respect. Though they would only have one child, a daughter named Irina, who was born in 1957. Raisa would work for much of her adult life as a teacher. Married life for her and Mikhail began just as the country was beginning to change in profound ways. Stalin died in 1950 and was replaced by Nikita Khrushchev, a leader of de-Stalinization, through which he aimed to move away from authoritarianism and state terror that had characterized the dictator's reign. Furthermore, after a quarter of a century of Stalinist terror, famines, war, and social turbulence brought about by communist policies, those same policies finally began to bear some fruit as Russia, Ukraine, and the other parts of the Soviet Union entered into a period of unprecedented prosperity and growth. As all of this was occurring, Gorbachev completed his studies in politics and law in Moscow, and then acquired his first postings as a government official back in his native Stavropol region in the southwest of Russia. Over the next several years here, he began a slow but steady progression up the local government administration. For his generation of Soviet politicians, this was how one earned promotion. It had been different in the days of the revolution, when promotion could be achieved much faster through having performed some daring act in the midst of the Civil War. Mikhail would spend the better part of 2 decades working as an official in Stavropol. His ascent in the regional politics of southwestern Russia was aided by the fact that he was personally inclined towards the more reform-minded politics of the age. He agreed with Khrushchev's criticisms of the excesses of Stalin's time in control of the USSR and believed that a more open and transparent form of politics would be better for Russia and its communist empire, a belief which he would hold for his entire life. In the late 1950s and early 1960s, while he was still a young man himself, his primary role in Stavropol was to head up the regional Komsomol branches. In the mid-1960s, he was promoted through a number of different positions, working for a time within the Agriculture Bureau and on environmental policies. His relationships with several senior officials eventually led to his acquiring a position as a secretary within the local administration. In the second half of the decade, he undertook numerous trips to other parts of Eastern Europe, and these would prove formative in the development of his political ideology, as he came into contact with people who were a lot less happy about Soviet control over East Germany, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Poland via the Warsaw Pact, its Eastern European military alliance than Soviet propaganda back home in Russia would have suggested. He was also sympathetic towards the cause of the reformers who led the Prague Spring in Czechoslovakia in 1968 and looked with disapproval at the violent Soviet repression of it later that year. The removal of the reforming Khrushchev from power in Moscow and his replacement with a much more conservative Leonid Brezhnev back in 1964 had also depressed him, and for a time he considered an alternative career path, though he ultimately remained in politics. Mikhail's decision to continue in politics began to reap a dividend in the 1970s, after he was promoted to become first secretary of the regional government of of Stavropol. This made him the leader of one of the larger provincial administrations of the country. It also came with a big budget, not least because the Great Stavropol Canal had been under construction here since the 1950s and was due to take many more years to complete. Gorbachev was a guiding influence in the further development of this 480-kilometer-long artificial waterway. Other duties included oversight of the region's large collective farms and factories. As first secretary, Gorbachev was also regularly called to Moscow for meetings of the heads of provincial government, and he began to develop relationships with senior Soviet ministers in the capital. He was also appointed to several delegations of Soviet dignitaries that were sent to Western Europe at a time when a different strand of communism was developing in France and Italy. Just like his visits to East Germany and Czechoslovakia in the 1960s, these trips abroad were formative for Gorbachev. He found the Western countries to be different to the received view of them back in Russia, and that some things worked inherently better within them than in the USSR. This is not to suggest that Gorbachev's ideology ever became one of thinking that the Soviet system was inferior to the Western one, simply that he was able to evaluate both on their own terms and see the pros and cons in each. It was this which would mark him out as distinct from other leaders of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev's ascent to become leader of the Soviet Union was fortuitous. He had already been one of the youngest regional first secretaries ever in the USSR when he took the helm of the Stavropol government back at the beginning of the 1970s. Now, late in 1978, he was appointed as the secretary of the General Committee of the Communist Party. This meant that he and Raisa had to relocate to Moscow, though she was soon offered a new teaching position, and he was now at the very center of power in the capital. His work was varied here. Much of it focused on the centralized management of the harvest and agriculture. Other work was more operational and administrative, and his abilities as an organizer were noted. It was these which led to his promotion yet again in 1980 to the Politburo, the political bureau of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, the most powerful governing body of the Soviet Union. Gorbachev was appointed as its youngest member at that time, at 49 years of age. His timing could not have been better. The Central Governing Council at the time was staffed by aged individuals in their late 60s and 70s, men who had first risen within the Communist Party establishment during the war. Since 1964, Leonid Brezhnev had led this generation of Soviet politicians. He had been ill since the mid-1970s and eventually died in 1982. The former head of the Secret Services, the KGB, Yuri Andropov, succeeded him, but he was already nearing his 70th year, and he died early in 1984. The third leader in less than 2 years was Konstantin Chernenko. At 72 years old when entering office, his appointment was hardly a long-term solution, and so it proved. Chernenko died after just 13 months at the helm of state. Began considering whom from amongst them might make for a suitable leader that would last more than a year or two. A younger man with new ideas was surely what was needed, and thus Mikhail Gorbachev was made General Secretary of the Communist Party and the new leader of the Soviet Union in March 1985. Gorbachev came to power at a time when the Soviet Union had been mired in problems for many years. While the 1950s and 1960s had seen huge growth in the Russian economy and a transformation of the material standards of ordinary people, thereafter the system had completely stagnated. Some of this was related to international developments. 1973 oil crisis triggered nearly a decade of stagflation. Economic growth flatlined, even as inflation remained at a persistently high level. However, the Russian case was different. There were some parts of the Soviet economy that had simply become dysfunctional. For instance, in order to ensure that everyone was employed, there were often 2 or 3 people carrying out work that could have been completed by just one person. On top of this, there were overt levels of bureaucracy. Perhaps really, there simply wasn't the same level in the East, or indeed in countries like Germany and Japan that had been devastated in the war. But it bounced back as high-tech economies, boosted by association with the US economy and the dollar. Moreover, even when the impact of the oil crisis of the 1970s receded, and countries like the US and Britain entered into a fresh period of economic boom in the 1980s, the Soviet economy continued to flatline. These economic problems were also reflected in the military situation, and there was little doubt that the US was winning the Cold War in the 1980s, a far cry from the 1950s when the Russians had been in the ascendant. Gorbachev was aware of all of these problems, and unlike the older generation of conservative leaders that he was now replacing, he was determined to do something about it. He would embark on a reform program that he hoped would once again make the Soviet economy grow and would revitalize the communist system after a long period of decline. Gorbachev's reform program was complex, but it focused above all on 2 things: one economic, the other more political and social. From the economic perspective, Gorbachev favored perestroika, which translates into English from Russian as restructuring. This concerned the reframing of economic policy and ethos in the Soviet Union. Communism is based on the idea of property and goods being held in communal ownership, with the state acting as a powerful broker to ensure that there is division. Critical eye on the communist system within Russia, capitalist enterprise points out what are viewed imperfections in the free market system. In adopting perestroika, Gorbachev was claiming that some small elements of the free market system should be introduced into the Soviet economy. What this meant in practice was the introduction of a level of private ownership of property and goods in Russia by Gorbachev's government that had not been seen in the country since the end of the Russian Civil War over 60 years earlier. Reforms were also introduced into how the USSR traded with other countries. The second major prong of Gorbachev's reform program was encompassed in the term glasnost, which transliterates as openness or transparency. This was the idea that ordinary Russians, Ukrainians, and people from the other constituent parts of the USSR should be free to discuss politics in a more open and transparent fashion than they had in the past. For virtually the entirety of its nearly 7 decades in power, the Russian communist movement had governed along authoritarian or narrow lines. During the long dictatorship of Joseph Stalin, this had been so severe that even talking about political affairs in a public context could have been sufficient reason to end up in the Gulag prison camps of Siberia. Things had moderated in the 1950s and 1960s, but there was still a lot of repression in Soviet society. Moreover, the way to political advancement was seemingly exclusively by working one's way up through the established communist hierarchy, a method which tended to produce fairly unimaginative bureaucrats whose worldview rarely looked beyond preserving the status quo. Gorbachev was arguing for a new approach through glasnost. The Soviet Union would not become a democracy overnight, but there would be greater transparency in terms of how people were put into positions of power and a more open discussion about society and politics. As part of this, a more open media, one which was not to all intents and purposes simply a propaganda wing of the Communist Party, was allowed to develop. In 1986, Gorbachev began regularly using these two terms, glasnost and perestroika, to describe the new approach he was employing towards governing the Soviet Union. Gorbachev's effort to implement these policies was launched through the 12th five-year plan of the Soviet Union, which ran from 1985 to 1990. Through this, a range of other policy measures were implemented. One was ускорение, meaning acceleration. This was an expansion of something which Andropov had half-heartedly tried to adopt between 1982 and 1984, and which was similar to the concept of economic stimulus in Western capitalist countries. Money was pumped into the system to try to develop a greater amount of mid-sized businesses, though ultimately this had an inflationary effect and was abandoned in favor of a less aggressive form of perestroika before long. Elsewhere, new administrative measures were introduced. Several government ministries and entities were amalgamated into Agroprom, a giant government body in charge of Soviet agriculture and food production. This then engaged in efforts to stimulate local ownership and production, the idea being to create elements of a more free market economy. In all of this, he stressed that what was being introduced was a latter-day version of the new economic policy which Lenin had followed back in the early 1920s. Finally, a prong of Gorbachev's economic policy, one with a social element, was an effort to curb excessive alcohol consumption, which had become a scourge of Russian society, leading to deaths, ill health, and huge amounts of lost productivity. Overall, Gorbachev's reform program would have mixed results. His economic reforms were broadly unsuccessful. Conversely, his political reforms could be viewed as a great success story. People began to really question the society they lived in and how it operated. The only problem, as we will soon see, is that this served to undermine the integrity of the USSR and the Warsaw Pact that it led in Eastern Europe. Gorbachev's reform program was not restricted to domestic affairs. He also wanted to reorientate relations with the United States and the Western Bloc. When he came to power in 1985, the Cold War was in one of its hottest phases of the entire conflict. Not since the early 1960s, when the erection of the Berlin Wall and the Cuban Missile Crisis had pushed the world closer to nuclear war, had things been as bad. Much of this was fueled by the aggressive approach of Ronald Reagan after he entered office as President of the United States in 1981. Reagan and his advisors could clearly see that the USSR was on the back foot, as Western economies rebounded in the early 1980s and the Soviet Union remained static. America also had growing technological advantages as it entered a period of dynamic personal computing. Washington consequently decided to commence a new space and arms race of sorts. In 1983, Reagan had announced the inception of the Strategic Defense Initiative. The idea was to create a missile defense system in space, which would make it possible to intercept Soviet ballistic missiles armed with nuclear warheads if they were fired at the United States. Indeed, many people derisively referred to it as the Star Wars program at the time. But in pushing it, Reagan was challenging the Soviets to a new space race at a time when they had neither the resources nor the technical capabilities to engage in one. More broadly, this led to growing tensions between the US and the Soviets, which manifested in November 1983 when the Soviets came close to initiating a nuclear strike after they became convinced that NATO training exercises in Europe, codenamed Able Archer 83, were possibly a front for a real attack on Eastern Europe. Though it is little known about today, barring the Cuban Missile Crisis, this was in November 1985. He and Reagan met for the first time at Geneva in Switzerland. The summit was markedly successful. Reagan and Gorbachev liked each other and were able to get along, though their political ascents could not have been more different, with Reagan having been a Hollywood movie star before he rose through Californian and then national politics to rural backgrounds. They all see how much both countries had to gain by using the Cold War than by continuing it. It's a range of matters that went beyond the agreed itinerary. At one point during it, Kenneth Adelman, an American diplomat at the time, remembered Reagan arriving back to the American team after meeting with Gorbachev. Fundamentally different type of Soviet leader was followed up on at a second summit in Reykjavik in Iceland in October 1986. Both teams arrived with ambitions to strike a major deal that would cement the détente or major de-escalation of the Cold War. To this end, Gorbachev was primarily looking to persuade Reagan to abandon the Strategic Defense Initiative, the new American effort to extend its program of nuclear deterrence into space. Reagan wanted to press Gorbachev on domestic reform and issues related to human rights in Eastern Europe. At the end of it, no agreement was reached, as Reagan walked out at one meeting on the issue of the Strategic Defense Initiative. But both had realized how eager the other was to drastically turn down the nuclear threat after decades of heightened tensions. Reykjavik paved the way for the end of the Cold War. In the end, the Geneva and specifically in the US, both nations would begin to scale down their nuclear arsenals with a view to potentially banning such weapons of mass destruction altogether in the 21st century. While this was fanciful, it did demonstrate his commitment 1988. That's exactly what they containment zone was established. Gorbachev would later reflect that the Chernobyl disaster was possibly the single biggest cause of the collapse of the Soviet Union. It fundamentally undermined faith in the system in Ukraine and led to the signing of one of the core elements union between Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine. It also fueled the drawn glasnost to a degree which Gorbachev did. What could be expected other than more openness when it was the secret Soviet government that had allowed the disaster to become as deadly as it did. area around the plant remains uninhabited today, and cleanup costs are still silly part of the Soviet bloc Warsaw Pact countries in Europe since the alliance was created in 1955. Earlier attempted revolutions in Hungary in 1950. Living in the Warsaw Pact nations, but resistance to Moscow's dictates was pointless and would only lead to a more repressive environment. But now it seemed as though change was in the air. In 1986, there were mass student demonstrations in many parts of Eastern Europe. These were followed in 1988 by nationwide strikes in Poland, led by the Nobel Peace Prize winner and future president of Poland, Lech Wałęsa. These started small at numerous steelworks in the country and swelled in the months that followed, to the extent that the communist government was forced to enter into negotiations with the workers. Early in 1989, it culminated to a more democratic governmental system. Gorbachev played a significant role in these developments. In the summer of 1988, he visited Poland and informed the government there that they could not expect Moscow to come to its aid with a military intervention of the kind that had occurred in Hungary and Czechoslovakia in 1956 and 1968. Had it been almost any other Soviet leader in charge in Moscow, there would be a military response. Developments in Poland floodgates to further revolutionary developments in Eastern and Central Europe in 1989. This was epitomized by the fall of the Berlin Wall. Back in 1961, in order to stop a vast population drain from East Germany to West Germany via Berlin, a city that was divided by Soviets and the Western Allies at the end of the Second World War, the government of East Berlin began building a physical wall around West Berlin. It had become the very symbol of the Cold War, dividing a city, a country, and a continent. Moreover, he had boomed economically as the powerhouse of the European economic community. East Germany had stagnated. In late 1989, the wall would come very abruptly. These events began along the Austro-Hungarian border when the Pan-European Picnic, an event held in August 1989 to symbolize increased communication between the two neighboring countries, led to the border being opened between Austria and Hungary. Before long, there were people traveling from East Germany to Hungary, and then from there to Austria, and north again to West Germany. All of a sudden, the Berlin Wall had become superfluous, and tens of thousands of people began making the circuitous trip to West Germany in September and October. As these developments occurred, security around the Berlin Wall itself was loosened. Then, on the 9th of November 1989, the East German government declared that people could visit West Germany. Within hours, people had gathered to begin physically tearing down sections of the Berlin Wall. By the end of the year, thoughts were turning to the reunification of Germany after 4.5 decades of being a divided country. Gorbachev's response to these events was critical. As with strikes in Poland in 1988, if he had probably have crushed efforts to open the border between Austria and Hungary and curbed the people winter first Gulf War to force Saddam Hussein out of the small Gulf state. All of these developments led to a lot of grumbling in the Kremlin and the halls of power in Moscow, a city whose politics was still dominated to a large extent by Soviet Union were numbered. As the August coup collapsed on the 21st and 22nd of August, Gorbachev was released and made his way back to Moscow. There he realized that Yeltsin was increasingly the man of the hour, the new leader of Russia as matters moved very quickly. The pair were engaged in a tug of war for weeks thereafter. Yeltsin criticized Gorbachev openly for his handling of the country's politics in such a way that had led to the attempted coup. Meanwhile, the Communist Party's normal activities were being suspended. In a highly fluid period in which becoming clear what the Gorbachev continued to try and promote plans for an alternative union that would keep Russia united with Belarus, Ukraine, the smaller Caucasian republics, and the states of Central Asia like Kazakhstan. In this, he was working at cross purposes with Yeltsin, who was actively promoting the idea of an independent Russia. The end came in December 1991. On the 8th day of that, met with leading figures of Ukraine and Belarus at Vyskuly in the Biela-Veja forest region of Belarus, where they signed Biela-Veja Accords. Under the terms of these, it was declared that the Union of Socialist Soviet Republics had ceased to exist, and that Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus would henceforth be independent nations. The accords were agreed to out of a fear that if a voluntary dismantling of the USSR was not effected, then it would descend into war, much like it erupted all across the Balkans in 1991, as Serb-dominated Yugoslavia tried to retain control over places like Croatia. In the days that followed, the other smaller republics of the USSR agreed to the dismantling. With this, Gorbachev's position became untenable, and on Christmas Day 1991, he stepped down as president of the Soviet Union, effectively relinquishing control over Russia to Yeltsin. His goal had been to reform the USSR, but in the space of 6 years in charge, it had collapsed with surprising speed. Gorbachev now stepped entirely away from frontline politics. He played little role in the chaotic politics of Russia in the 1990s. This was a vast country, and one of the world's wealthier nations, yet one in which the state had run everything, from heavy industry and national infrastructure to home ownership and local shops. With the collapse of the Soviet system in such a tumultuous fashion, rather than the gradual reform of it that Gorbachev had favored, the entire country moved into a period of hyper-privatized. State assets were to be sold off. Moreover, this was occurring in an environment of lawlessness, as the systems which had governed Soviet society for 3/4 of a century collapsed. Hyperinflation was also setting in. To combat this, the advice of Jeffrey Sachs economy years of age. He was not afforded a state funeral, and the plaudits for a man who more than anyone else had overseen the end of the Cold War, a process of nuclear détente, and the tearing down of Europe's physical and ideological barriers, was notably more internationally than it was in Russia. Chancellor vitality for the Soviet Union positioned his vintage to become the former city that had been for many years and was now clearly what wished to mark its start, while also liberalizing society. His tragedy was that in attempting to reform the system, packed country's political leader was over at that point, yet he remained a respected elder statesman on the world stage, though less so at home in Russia. Meanwhile, in lieu of the gradual reform which Gorbachev wished to implement, Russia descended into a decade of crisis, from which Vladimir Putin emerged as a successor to Yeltsin. Had Gorbachev's intended reform program been successful, the world might be a more stable think of Mikhail Gorbachev. Was he naive to think that he could reform the Soviet Union without having its power collapse, or could a reformed version of the Soviet system have prospered if it had not collapsed between 1989 and 1991? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. It is the 20th of August 1940 in Coyoacán, Mexico. A man in exile reading it is attacked by Stalin agent, hitting the man hard in the head with an ice axe, penetrating his skull and brain. Despite this terrible blow, the man gets his feet. Too late, the man's bodyguards come to his aid, beating the assassin off. But today, later, the man succumbs to his injuries. His name Trotsky. Large enemy Joseph Stalin. his arrest at Nikolaev in 1898, Trotsky had been sent to model his actions in organizing revolution groups in southern Ukraine. After months of inaction in 1900, was sentenced to 4 years hard labor in Siberia, the thinly populated vast region of eastern Russia, which served as a penal colony for dissenters against the Tsarist regime. His life in exile in the east was tempered somewhat by his marriage to Alexandra Sokolovskaya in the summer of 1899. She had been a member of the Politburo in Nikolaev and was a major indecision to shift from being a Narodnik to Marxism or communism. She accompanied him to Siberia. 2 daughters, Zinaida and Nina, were born in the 2 years that followed. Lev Bronstein never served his full 4-year sentence in Siberia. In the summer of 1902, at the urging of his wife, he escaped from the penal colony. As he made his way back to Europe, Bronstein reputedly utilized a passport he had obtained bearing the name of one of his jailers from Odessa several years earlier. The surname on the passport was Trotsky, and Bronstein now adopted it as his alias, along with an alternate version of his first name, Leon, as his revolutionary name. Thus did Lev Bronstein become Leon Trotsky, the name the world has known him by ever since. The newly free Trotsky didn't remain in the Russian Empire and instead came to London after escaping from Siberia. Here he made contact with several leading members of the Russian Socialist Democratic Labour Party, who had gone into exile in England after the Tsarist regime of Nicholas II, another poor Tsar who had come to power in 1894, had cracked down on its membership. These exiles included Georgy Plekhanov, a leading editor of the Russian socialist newspaper Iskra, or The Spark, and also viewed as the founder of the social democratic movement in Russia in the 1870s. Trotsky, who is generally regarded as having been a highly accomplished writer and brilliant polemicist, was soon putting his own literary abilities to work with the newspaper. It was also during this period, after his escape from Siberia, that Trotsky met Natalia Sedova. Alexandra had remained behind in Siberia to raise their children, and Trotsky soon married Natalia in 1903. The marriage resulted in 2 sons, Lev and Sergei, in 1906 and 1908. Trotsky and Natalia would remain married for the rest of his life. In London, Trotsky came into contact with Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, or Lenin as he has become known, a figure of some controversy within the party. In 1902, Lenin had published a pamphlet entitled What is to be Done? This had opened up a wide-ranging and divisive debate within the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party over the future of the party. On the one side were purists such as Lenin, who believed that the movement should build its support exclusively around the industrial working class against the Tsarist regime, the landholders and the bourgeois middle class back in Russia, while a separate faction argued that the party should seek the support of the middle class against the Tsarist government and the upper class of Russia, which broadly consisted of the church and the aristocracy. As such, the division came down to one between ideological purists, led by Lenin, and an opposing faction of more pragmatic and flexible socialists. These divisions within the party came to a head at the Second Congress of the party, held jointly in Brussels and London in August 1903. The conference was held symbolically between 2 Socialist Manifesto with Friedrich Engels. At this meeting, the party split into two opposing factions, known as the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. Bolsheviks means majority, while Mensheviks means minority, which reflected the results of a vote held on the issue at the party congress. However, this somewhat confusingly did not reflect the actual support the two factions enjoyed. In reality, the Bolsheviks, headed by Lenin, had the support of only a minority of the party membership, while in the years ahead, the Mensheviks, led by Julius Markov, were the more popular and powerful of the two factions, which resulted from the split of the Russian Socialist Democratic Labour Party in 1903. Trotsky's initial response to this split in the party was to affiliate himself with the Mensheviks. However, by the autumn of 1904, he had become increasingly disillusioned with the Mensheviks' excessive courting of Russian liberals and the Russian middle class. As a result, he removed himself from affiliation with both the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, and would spend the next 10+ years as a non-aligned but nevertheless prominent actor within the Russian socialist movement. Unbeknownst to Trotsky at the time, his departure from the Mensheviks occurred just as the cause of political reform in Russia was to undergo the greatest spurs to action that had been seen since the famine of 1891. On the 22nd of January 1905, Father Georgy Gapon led a large demonstration of unarmed protesters through St. Petersburg towards the Winter Palace of Nicholas II to protest against the firing of several workers from the Putinov ironworks in the city over their membership of a workers' assembly. The protest was peaceful, but the large crowds of thousands of people still led to the deployment of thousands of Russian troops. Then, in the late morning, gunfire broke out in numerous locations. Several hours later, when the dust settled, as many as 1,000 unarmed protesters and bystanders had been killed. Bloody Sunday, as the day has become known, inflamed opinion towards the Tsar, Nicholas II, although he had not ordered the attacks. Strikes broke out in most cities and industrial centers throughout the country. This revolution of 1905 was further driven by Russia's loss in the Russo-Japanese War, the first major military defeat for a European nation against an Eastern state in modern times. In response to the escalating unrest caused by these events, Nicholas II re-established the Russian Duma, or parliament, in an attempt to conciliate public opinion, but the country had entered into a phase of increasingly radicalized politics, particularly in the industrialized cities, such as St. Petersburg, Moscow, and Riga. In the tumult following Bloody Sunday, Trotsky elected to return to Russia from his exile in Western Europe. He traveled home through Kiev in his Ukrainian homeland, and then turned northwards to St. Petersburg, the capital of the Russian Empire in those days, in the spring of 1905. Once there, he again put his literary abilities to work and began writing for various underground newspapers associated with the Mensheviks. His activities quickly led to him being placed under observation and danger of arrest by the Tsarist regime, and within weeks of returning to St. Petersburg, he had to flee across the nearby border to rural Finland. At the time, this was part of the dominions of the Russian Tsars, but it was ruled separately as the Grand Duchy of Finland, and the police presence was less developed here. Trotsky spent the second half of 1905 moving back and forwards between Finland and St. Petersburg. During this time, he took over the running of the Russian Gazette and increased its readership to some 500,000 Russian readers. It was also during this period that Trotsky became highly influential in the formation of councils or Soviets of non-elected workers in St. Petersburg. These were being established in many Russian industrial cities to represent the workers of the capital's factories. By the autumn of 1905, a St. Petersburg Soviet and its regime. Moreover, Trotsky temporarily served as its chairman. It was this role, as a writer and lead agitator, which led to Trotsky's second period of imprisonment. Late in 1905, government troops arrested many senior members of the St. Petersburg Soviet, including Trotsky. He spent much of 1906 in prison, before finally being convicted of inciting an insurrection in St. Petersburg. Thus, in October 1906, Trotsky found himself yet again sentenced to hard labor in Siberia. However, yet again, Trotsky would not serve his sentence. Indeed, on this occasion, he did not even make it to Siberia. While en route to the east in the winter of 1907, official custody, and made his way back while returning to London in the course of 1907. In London, Trotsky was soon a contributor to the Fifth Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party. 35 sessions were held in Hackney at the Brotherhood Church there between May and June 1907. These were stormy, with debates ranging from serious policy discussions about how to foment dissent battles as should be named the Fifth Congress or the Fourth Congress, as the Mensheviks did not recognize an earlier Congress held by the Bolsheviks as being official. Trotsky retained his relatively neutral position within the party and was consequently employed as an intermediary between the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks. The Congress is also notable for having been attended by Yosef Jugashvili, better known as Joseph Stalin. Within it, Trotsky had relocated to Vienna and was while living in the capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. He would conduct his work for much of the next decade. Here, he became involved from 1908 onwards with the Russian Marxist and psychoanalyst Adolf Joffa, an underground Russian language paper, Pravda, or Truth, which was smuggled into Russia. 1912 saw efforts to reunite the varying factions with the Russian socialist movement. In January, Lenin held a conference in Prague, where the Bolsheviks were joined by a number of Mensheviks. Then, in August, Trotsky held a further unification meeting in Vienna, but with little success. This was a relatively extraordinary period of time to live in Vienna. At one point in the first half of 1913, Trotsky lived in the center of the city. Others who either lived in or visited this part of the capital of the Austro-Hungarian Empire at the time included Stalin, Adolf Hitler, Josip Broz Tito, the future leader of Yugoslavia, and Sigmund Freud, the famed psychoanalyst. There are few similar examples of so many individuals who would shape the 20th century, living in such close proximity to one another. Beyond his involvement in the Russian socialist movement, during his exile in Vienna, Trotsky was working on his date, he results prospects. A lengthy essay which built on some ideas he had conceived written about in 1905 while in Petersburg. The aftermath of Bloody Sunday. These writing his views on revolution to Marxism. Trotsky developed the idea, brought by Marx, that second class bourgeoisie would be required to carry out a revolution to implement proper political democracy, the redistribution of land and wealth as a step towards a communist society. Trotsky that in Russia, the bourgeoisie could not be relied on to contribute in this way to the revolution, and so the proletariat planted to during this time in his reportage against the Albanian people. The assassination of the heir to the Austro-Hungarian Duke Ferdinand, while visiting Sarajevo, invited into the first Europe as in Vienna, the Austria-Hungary. Circumstances, conflict, across the continent, and paved the way for the advent of socialist government. It was this anti-war stance, relocating again and again. He was arrested on account of his anti-war stance and deported to neutral Spain in the 18th and early 20th period of time. The socialist newspaper world, and forward, Trotsky was in socialism as a Russian defeat in the Russo-Japanese War in 1905. Russia's performance in the First World War, which had swept Europe since 1914, had seriously destabilized the political situation at home in Russia. The Tsar Nicholas II had taken personal command of the Russian armies in 1915. And was viewed as personally responsible for a series of major military reverses. More critical printing of money to pay for the war effort had seen rapid inflation in Russia, and by 1917 the cost of basic foodstuffs increased fourfold. On what they had been in 1914, pushing the war the point of destitution. This, combined with increasing food shortages, saw more radical political movement, severely tarnished the reputation of the imperial family in the mid-1910s. These social, political, and into severe unrest in St. Petersburg, as it was called in 1914, once it was renamed to make the city sound less German with its Berg suffix. The population of the city had grown from approximately 1 million people in 1890 to over 2 million in 1917, many of whom were poor, overworked, and severely disaffected industrial workers. In early February 1917, workers in Petrograd began strikes and demonstrations occurred throughout the city. In particular, strikes began at the Putilov mill, by far the largest employer in the city, with upwards of 20,000 workers. The strike here was sparked by the company reneging on a pay increase, which had been promised to a lend capital, when a lockout began after the strike. Further demonstrations occurred throughout Petrograd, and by early March, well over 100,000 workers were protesting throughout the capital. The Russian Revolution had begun. Things moved quickly. The Tsar was absent from the capital at the Eastern Front, but commanded the army to intervene to suppress the rioting and demonstrations in the capital. This move backfired, as many of the rank-and-file soldiers either refused to comply or simply deserted. The Russian parliament, known as the Duma, now moved to establish a committee to establish law and order, while measures were underway to also establish a Soviet or city council of the industrial workers of Petrograd. Meanwhile, Nicholas II, on his way back to the capital from the Eastern Front, was facing increasing pressure to abdicate as the situation had spiraled out of control. Confronted by senior members of the Russian military and urged to do so, he agreed to abdicate on the 15th of March 1917 in favor of his brother Mikhail. However, realizing that he lacked the support to restore order, Mikhail Romanov refused the title of Tsar the following day. Accordingly, on the 16th of March, the Russian Empire of the Tsars effectively came to an end. A provisional government now came to power, headed by the liberal aristocrat Prince Georgy Lvov. While power within Petrograd itself largely lay with the Petrograd Soviet, over the next 8 months, a power struggle would play out between these two contenders for power. The aristocratic Consilia government,
and the populist socialist Soviet. When news of the events in Russia reached Trotsky in New York, he immediately began preparing to return to his homeland. He departed the United States on the 27th of March 1917. While crossing the Atlantic Ocean, he helped organize mass meetings and workers' agitation. Eventually, the British government released him at the end of April, and he reached Russia in mid-May. Finally, Petrograd became a major sanctions effectively ended the Triple Entente and put Russia in a war on its own against Germany. It also made life difficult for the British and French, as the President of the United States, Woodrow Wilson, had just brought his country, Germany, which was flagrantly opposed to any expansion of the European colonial imperial system. Once the war was over, both Grigory Sakharov and his position as People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs, Trotsky began peace negotiations with the government in Berlin to bring Russia in the First World War began in December 1917. From the very beginning, the Germans laid out highly punitive terms, which involved their annexation of huge tranches of the Russian Empire around modern-day Poland, Ukraine, and the Baltic Sea region. The government in Petrograd was highly opposed to such terms, but from early 1918, it was facing increasing opposition from within central Russia to the establishment of the Soviet state. With a major civil war brewing at home, and the Russian army in no state to undertake a resumption of the war on the Eastern Front, the regime reluctantly agreed to most of Germany's terms in the spring of 1918. Trotsky was loath to agree to territorial consent in the decision to accept the German terms, which he had overseen the negotiation of. He had hoped that while the negotiations were underway, the German proletariat would overthrow the Kaiser's government in Berlin, but his optimism in the revolutionary cause proved unfounded on this occasion, or at least premature. Socialist revolts would commence in Germany late in 1918. Under the terms of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, 1918, and named for the Belarusian town where it agreed, the infant Soviet state ceded all of Russia's territories in Poland and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Estonia, and Latvia to Germany, as well as some territories in the Caucasus and the Caspian Sea region, to the Ottoman Empire, Germany's Turkish ally. Russia also recognized the independence of Finland, Ukraine, and Georgia, thus creating new buffer states on its borders. The total losses amounted to over 1 million square miles of Russian territory and 55 million people. A huge proportion of Russia's coal, iron, and steel factories. Lenin was clear that this was an utter humiliation, but the treaty provided the Russian state with time to secure itself at home against its domestic enemies. It was a necessary evil for the revolution to survive. These enemies were multiplying in the spring of 1918 as the Russian Civil War spread throughout the country as far as the Pacific Ocean. By the time peace was established, a broad coalition of aristocrats, former supporters of the Tsarist regime, Cossacks, army officers, the Orthodox Church, centrists, and even leftists, such as the Mensheviks, who were opposed to the Bolsheviks, had begun organizing themselves into an opposing White Army in opposition to the Soviet Red Army. The Whites acquired significant foreign backing in the shape of aid from Britain, France, and Less significantly, Other groupings, such as the Black Army and Green Army, arose in regions such as Ukraine to fight for local rights in these areas against the Soviet regime in Petrograd. There was even a Czechoslovak Foreign Legion involved in the Russian Civil War. siege of Petrograd in the late autumn, the Red Army finally went on the offensive in the winter of 1919. Early 1920, the end of the Soviet war in 1920 and retreat British expeditionary force from Central Asia point following which advances were made in 1920 and 1921. Eventually, years of revolution, civil war, and unrest, and restructuring the economy in line with socialist principles, did various other Prusistisky 20, a government which was headed by Lenin, but which was not a dictatorship like that which emerged in the 1930s under Stalin. Trotsky effectively believed, in line with Marxist and socialist principles, that the state gained control over the allocation of all output, and that Russia should develop an exemplary command economy. He viewed the NEP as being a betrayal of this concept. Nevertheless, the NEP was adopted despite the objections of Trotsky and other members of the left wing of the Soviet leadership. Indeed, despite claims at the time that it was an emergency measure brought in to deal with war and was the sole basis of the Soviet economy until 1928, Trotsky's opposition to it, as well as his immense intellectual and rhetorical capabilities, saw him emerge as the leader of the left wing of the Soviet regime. Many have gone so far as to suggest that it was he, not Lenin, who was the, quote, genius of the revolution. With his organization abilities, theological heft. Meanwhile, at end, Lenin's health had begun to deteriorate, opening up serious questions about who would succeed him as head of the Soviet state. He suffered 3 strokes in relatively quick succession between May 1922 and March 1923, finally culminating in partial paralysis and loss of his functions, in the ability to speak, when he eventually died on the 21st of January 1924, had been preparing for his passing for over 2 years. As Lenin's health had deteriorated from 1921 onwards, it had become apparent that there were two major figures who might succeed him as the ostensible head of the Soviet state, Trotsky or Stalin. From the October Revolution of 1917 onwards, Trotsky had effectively been number two in the administration, second only to Lenin. His leadership of the Red Army had cemented the wider public perception of Trotsky as the successor designated to Lenin. However, within the Politburo, things had begun to shift. Trotsky was a zealous, often aloof and introverted intellectual, one who was not the most naturally ruthless of politicians. His opponent was the very opposite. As Lenin's health deteriorated, Stalin had obtained the position of Central Committee General Secretary, through which he exercised enormous powers of patronage of government. Between his appointment as General Secretary in 1922 and Lenin's death in January 1924, Stalin focused on building a coalition within the Politburo to support him and undermine Trotsky's position. He was also responsible for overseeing the formal creation of the USSR in December 1922. Stalin is particularly assisted by two of the other most senior Politburo, Lev Kamenev and Grigory Zinoviev. This with firm at first, Lenin's death in January 1924 seemed to usher in the internal workings of the Politburo of Stalin come to determine the decisions that were made by the Politburo of military and naval affairs. Military council. The position he had occupied in 1917 as arguably the single within the Soviet Union, isolated and remote figure, estranged from a outside the decision-making. He once been so prominent within. When the troika of Stalin, Kamenev, and Zinoviev broke up later in the year, and Stalin turned against his first allies, Trotsky is notable only for playing no role in the machinations that followed their downfall. And Zinoviev Trotsky was moved on by the French authorities and he departed for Norway, but following official pressure there from Russia, he was deported to Mexico, where he arrived early in 1937. It was his last place of exile, and he would eventually die there in 1940. His last years in exile were not spent idly. He remained a prolific writer, writing several books, including his History of the Russian Revolution and his biography. He united supporters amongst members of the Chinese Communist Party, which was undertaking its long and bitter struggle to gain control of China. Moreover, in 1938, he and his supporters founded the Fourth International, a communist, revolutionary, and internationalist alternative to the Stalinist Comintern. It was almost certainly this continued activity and revolutionary zeal which led to his death by the paranoia under which all of Russia was suffering in the 1930s. Despite the fact that he had been in exile for many years and that his own position in Russia was unassailable, Stalin had determined in the latter part of the decade to dispense with Trotsky permanently, even in faraway Mexico City. Indeed, Trotsky had lived for many years under the threat of violence. In Turkey, for instance, he had lived as a former white counter-revolutionaries who were themselves in exile in Turkey since the early 1920s. Many were potentially plotting against him, and he had a permanent bodyguard in Turkey. The threat seemed to have diminished when he relocated to the other side of the world, but now, on the 24th of May 1940, the fear of violence returned when Trotsky barely survived a raid on his home by Stalinist assassins. It was only a temporary reprieve. 3 months later, another assassin was successful. On the 20th of August 1940, Ramon Mercader, a Stalinist agent, broke into Trotsky's home in Mexico City and drove an ice axe into Trotsky's skull. The blow was poorly delivered, and it was not until the following day that Trotsky finally died in a Mexico City hospital after he had been operated on extensively. He was 60 years of age at the time. Despite being very far from his homeland, some 300,000 made their way to his funeral service in a country with decades of left-wing politics and revolution in city, which is the Leon Trotsky House Museum in the city today. Trotsky's death did not bring the specter of Trotskyism to an end. In the manner which Stalin
To strike at the heart of the enemy in the south and drive them out of the country. He knows the immense risks and the colossal scale of the undertaking, as his health is failing, but his resolve is unshaken. The battle for the future of Vietnam is about to begin. The man's name, Ho Chi Minh, the communist who defeated the West. The man known to history as Ho Chi Minh was born in the village in what was then the French protectorate of Annam in present-day central Vietnam. His father, Nguyen Sinh Sac, was orphaned at a young age and was adopted by a scholar named Huan Duan, who educated him in the Confucian classics. In 1883, Sac married his adoptive father's daughter, Wan Ti Luan. The couple moved into a small hut. They would go on to have 3 children over the next 7 years, including the future Ho Chi Minh in 1819. During this period, Nguyen Sinh Sac was studying in preparation for the civil service examinations, while his wife worked the rice fields and looked after the children. The 19th century was a tumultuous period in the history of Vietnam. The region's society and culture had been heavily influenced by Imperial China to the millennium BC. Vietnam enjoyed long periods of independence from Chinese rule, but on other occasions, when a strong government prevailed in China, Vietnam was effectively a vassal of its more powerful northern neighbor. From the 15th century onwards, owing to the periodical instability of the Ming and Qing dynasties in China, Vietnam, which was known primarily as Da Viet in pre-modern times, was broadly independent. At the beginning of the 19th century, the southern warlord Nguyen An defeated his rivals to become Emperor Gia Long of Dai Viet, or Great Viet, in 1802. 2 years later, the country was officially renamed Vietnam. Nguyen An had come to the throne with the assistance of a small force of Frenchmen. The French presence in Vietnam dated to the 17th century, at which time French, English, Portuguese, Spanish and Dutch explorers, traders and missionaries all been trying to gain a foothold in the Far East. Increasing numbers of French missionaries arrived in the region in the first half of the Vietnamese court viewed the Catholic missionaries as a political threat. Hostilities between the French and Vietnamese began in 1858, and by 1867, the southern third of Vietnam, the French colony of Cochin, China. From 1863, the neighboring kingdom of Cambodia, a French protectorate, and in 1883, the French continued their campaign into central and northern Vietnam. Despite attempted Chinese intervention on behalf of the Vietnamese, by 1885, which became the protectorates of Annam and Tonkin, respectively, while they remained in place, their capital of Hue, the French authorities exercised effective power over Vietnam. which together with Cambodia and Laos formed the colony of Indochina. During the latter part of the 19th century, the colonial authorities faced several revolts from the Vietnamese. In 1885, the scholar official Phan Dinh Phùng launched a revolt from the province of Nha An. While Phùng and his revolutionaries resisted the French for more than a decade. His performance was impressive enough that he continued study and opened a school to educate local children to support the family. After a second attempt in 1894, he received a master's degree, but was granted a block achievement. The following spring, he went to Hue to the imperial examination successful. He remained in the capital and enrolled in the Imperial Academy, briefly to his home province, bring his wife and 2 sons. Soon after their arrival in the capital, he moved into an apartment near the Imperial Palace. The young boys received instruction in Confucian classics from their father and observed the palace guards performing drills and marching in parade. In 1898, after Sack failed the imperial examination for a second time, he decided to take a job as a teacher in the nearby hamlet of Duong No, where the 2 boys were first introduced to the Chinese language. Then, in August 1900, Sack was appointed as an examinations clerk in Tam Luar, in northern Vietnam, and left the capital to carry out his duties. While his elder brother joined his father, 10-year-old Kung remained in Hue with his mother, who was pregnant with her 4th child. Shortly after giving birth to a son, she became ill and died on the 10th of February 1901. Kung's father, Sack, had made a detour to Kim Lien on his way back to Hue when he heard of his wife's death and hurried to the capital to bring the children back to the village. At less than 11 years of age, young Kung had lost his mother, and his father's employment situation in French-ruled Vietnam was precarious. Despite this unrest, Kung's education had been progressing well during these years, and after returning to his native village, his father entrusted his studies to the local scholar Bung Duc Do. Kung's elder brother had fought alongside Phan Dinh Phùng in the struggle against French rule, and he was fond of telling stories to his students about the exploits of patriotic heroes from Vietnam's history. A few months later, Sack returned to Hue, and Kung was placed in the care of his maternal grandmother. The boy enjoyed fishing, flying kites, and climbing nearby hills, one of which was crowned by a temple to Nguyen Duc Du, a 13th century general who defended the country from Mongol invasion. Meanwhile, his father passed his exams at Hue at the 3rd time of asking, and was awarded a Paul Ban, or second-class doctorate. Despite this great honor, Sack had no interest in serving a bureaucracy controlled by the French. While Vietnamese elites had been accustomed to writing the language using the Chinese script, the French colonial authorities promoted the use of Latin scripts, known as Quoc Nu, which would become mandatory in 1910. When Sack returned to the village to teach, his son Nguyen Sinh Kung was 11 years old. In accordance with Confucian tradition, Sack gave his son a new name, Nguyen Tan Tan, meaning he who will succeed. Tan initially studied at his father's school before being sent to another school in a neighboring village. He eventually returned to study with his father, who believed that education was about improving character rather than memorizing texts to pass exams. Young Tan enjoyed reading the Chinese classics, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and Journey to the West. but was irritated that most of his school texts were about Chinese rather than Vietnamese history. On one occasion in 1901, he walked over 10 kilometers to the provincial capital of Vinh in an attempt to buy books about Vietnamese history, but found he did not have enough money. So he had to make do with memorizing key passages, which he repeated to his friends after returning home. Despite growing up in an anti-French environment, Tang was keen to understand more about the French and wanted to learn the language. In September 1905, he enrolled in a Franco-Vietnamese school at Vinh. In 1906, his father finally decided to take up a better-paying government job, and Tang and his brother joined their father in Hue, where they enrolled at the school. There they received instruction in Vietnamese, French, and Chinese. The following the French in 1896 to offer Western-style education for aspiring officials. Under the influence of his teacher, who had studied art in Paris, Tang began to appreciate French culture. At the same time, he became increasingly involved in politics, and when peasant unrest reached Hue in May 1908, he served as an interpreter in negotiations between the demonstrators and the authorities. The talks failed, and the demonstration was eventually suppressed by French troops. Tang was dismissed from school the following day. The Vietnamese patriotic movement was, at the time, split between Easternizers led by Phan Boi Chau, who was inspired by the Meiji Restoration in Japan as a model for resistance, and Chu Trinh, who believed that it was possible to work with the French colonial authorities to achieve gradual independence for Vietnam. Tang remained undecided in his stance towards the French colonial regime at this time. In 1910, he took a job as a teacher at the patriotic Duc Tan School in Phan Thiet, near the border between the French colonial provinces of Annam and Cochin, China. After several months in post, and went to Saigon, the capital of colonial Vietnam and the center of French commercial activity in Indochina. There he re-established contact with his father, who had been dismissed from his government position in 1910 for attacking a local landlord. With his father's encouragement, Tang decided to leave Vietnam and head to France. He found work as a cook for the Chargeur-Léonie Steamship Company under the pseudonym Van Bar. Then the 21-year-old Nguyen Tat Tang left Saigon on the 5th of June 1911. He would not return home for 30 years. He arrived in Marseille a month later, in July 1911. His first impressions of France were generally positive. After stopping at various French ports, the steamer returned to Marseille in September ahead of its return to Asia. Before his departure, Tang wrote a letter addressed to the President of France, Armand Fallier, seeking admission to the colonial school in Paris with the ultimate intention of returning to Vietnam to improve the livelihoods of his compatriots as a government official. When he returned to France several months later, Tang found that his application was rejected. After briefly working as a gardener at Le Havre, Tang returned to sea and traveled throughout Africa and Asia, where he witnessed the colonial rule of other European powers. A visit to the United States in late 1913 was something of a surprise. He had read about the United States as freedom in his force in some states, and by 1914 he was working as a cook in England, where he studied English and began to correspond with Fan Chou-Trin, whom he had met in Paris. After the outbreak he argued that the Vietnamese year, the order of Russia had been over the end of the year. Vladimir Lenin's Bolsheviks had seized power in a communist revolution. Also, itself one of the from oppressive domination. In Paris, Association of Annamite Patriots, a Vietnamese nationalist group in the French camp, members to the German surrender in November 1918 used a petition to the Allied Paris Peace Conference under Woodley and I or Wood Patriot. Future known as Kwok from Namwood. He joined the French year. This by his struggle, but in anti-colonial Kwok hoped to make additional war quest and enrich the liberation of where he drew it for colonies and supported to join the French Communist Party in 1921. Kwok founded the Daily Journal and 1920 to play in Emperor Kaidin. But the French had decided it was time to return to Asia. Soleimani would die in January 1924. peasants brought his September 24, he left Moscow's Winter's Delhi to China, which had been of the Qing and uneasy and the nationalist party is what is based in Soviet Lords, his party. It's the Wienhai Kuoka form, secretary to turn agent of Revolutionary Youth League Vietnam in China at this time. At Guangzhou, he re-established contact with Chiang's political commissar, Zhou Enlai, a future Chinese premier under communist rule. His time in Paris, with financial support of the Chinese. Train young revolutionary. He produced a pamphlet entitled Revolutionary Path. He created an ideological framework suited for Marxist ideology. Confucian principles. In October 1986, he also married a 21-year-old by the name of Zhang Xing, but the couple's marriage in March became merged and colonial time. And Kwok based himself at the town of Nakhon in northeast Thailand on the border with Laos, where there was a large number of years, while keeping up with developments in Vietnam, where three separate communist organizations had emerged. And acting on the instructions of the Comintern, he invited representatives of the three bodies to a conference in Hong Kong in December 1929. After arriving at the British colony, Kwok chaired 4 days of meetings between the rival factions in February 1930, resulting in the creation of the Vietnamese Communist Party. The party's platform reflected a compromise between those who prioritized national unity and liberation and those who called for social revolution. Under pressure from the Comintern, the party renamed itself Indo-Chinese Communist Party. Cambodian communists, despite being sidelined by the party leaders, and expressed doubts about a mass peasant uprising organized by the party in May 1930, one which would be suppressed by French troops. The French authorities were alarmed by the radicalization of the formerly docile peasants and launched a crackdown of communist revolutionaries. Despite being disguised as a Chinese businessman, Kwok was arrested in Hong Kong by British police. He was fortunate to be in British captivity, since he was able to secure the services of British solicitor Frank Loseby as his defense lawyer. Kwok was soon transferred to hospital to receive treatment for tuberculosis, while Loseby defended his case. He was acquitted in September 1932, but was still at risk of being extradited to France. While Kwok secretly left Hong Kong in January 1933 to Russia by Shanghai, Loseby announced that his in spring 1934, the 44-year-old Nguyen Ai Quoc arrived in the Soviet Union. were Joseph Stalin, who had outmaneuvered his rivals after Lenin's death, wielding supreme authority. While he praised the country's economic development since his previous visits in the 1920s, in Moscow, Kwok seemed to be sidelined by his comrades in the Comintern. He was desperate to return to Indochina, but was refused permission on several occasions. In the interim in Moscow, he wrote his thesis, The Land Revolution in Southeast Asia, and translated Karl Marx's The Communist Manifesto into Vietnamese. During this period, he also enjoyed frequent visits to museums and theaters in Moscow, sometimes accompanied by the 24-year-old Nguyen Thi Minh Khai, who had served as his assistant in Hong Kong several years earlier. Although Kwok was still married to he had not seen for many years. Khai married Le Hong Pong, the leader of the Indo-Chinese Communist Party, perhaps having despaired of Kwok ever freeing himself legally to marry her. Beyond this, Kwok's time in Moscow coincided with Stalin's Great Purge. So loyal against the Japanese in Indochina, Kwok headed for Chongqing, the wartime nationalist and communist government in central China. The city was home to his old acquaintance amongst the Chinese communists, Zhou Enlai, and hosted the Soviet mission in China. Following America's entry into the Second World War, it served as the command post for U.S. operations in the China-Burma-India theater, under the command of General Joseph Stilwell. Night of the 13th of August 1942, when Kwok left for Chongqing, he assumed a new name, which the world knows him by today, Ho Chi Minh, meaning in his first he was not freed until the 17th of August 1943. Ho impressed the nationalist general Jiang Fa-Quan, Zhou province in Guangxi, was organizing rival Vietnamese nationalist groups. His communist beliefs. Jiang recognized that he was a person capable of leading the Vietnamese nationalist movement. After the national revolution that brought together the Indo-Chinese Communist Party and ally, he promised General Jiang, quote, "I am a communist, but what is important to me now is the independence and freedom of my country, not communism. I personally guarantee you that communism will not become a reality in Vietnam for another 50 years." 54-year-old Ho Chi Minh arrived at Pampur in mid-September. During his absence in China, the Viet Minh had prospered and were effectively in control of the three northern districts of Sao Bang, Lak Son, and Vu Nai, as Japan's war effort soured from late 1942 onwards. On the international stage, Japanese-occupied islands in the Pacific, while in Europe the Western Allies had invaded Normandy in June 1944 to liberate France from the Nazis by September. Ho was eager to secure American military assistance, and in December he set out to Kunming, accompanied by Lieutenant Rudolph Shaw, an American pilot who crash-landed and was captured by the Viet Minh. While Washington did not pay much attention to the desires of the Indo-Chinese peoples, the situation developed to hostage in March 1945, when Japan removed the last vestiges of the French Vichy collaborationist government and installed nominally independent monarchies in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. The Americans were now inclined to accept Ho's offer of cooperation against the Japanese and agreed to supply arms to the Viet Minh. By April 1945, Ho was directing fresh military attacks against the Japanese. He received American support during the period by malaria and owed his survival to local herbal remedies. But things were looking up elsewhere as the war came to an end in Europe in May 1945, and the Allies turned their full attention to defeating the Japanese, now that Nazi Germany and its other allies in Europe were defeated. It was while he was still convalescing from his bout of malaria that Ho received news of the American atomic bombing of the cities of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August. As the Japanese prepared to surrender, Ho called a national congress at the Viet Minh's base at the village of Tan Trao. Ho initially kept a low profile, but as he rose to speak, it became apparent to those gathered that the frail, bearded figure who called himself Ho Chi Minh was the same Nguyen Ai Quoc who many people believed had died while in prison in Hong Kong back in 1932. Such was the shadowy manner in which he had organized the Viet Minh's war against the Japanese since 1940. But few knew to lead a five-man Provisional National Liberation Committee to serve as a provisional government. O left Tam Trao for Hanoi several days later. There, in concessions from the left-wing French government, which would be decided by a popular referendum. In his private travel journal of the welcome he had received. Nevertheless, the political not be fully solved in parallel enemies to Vietnam. Back home, despite some positive initial signs, on the Ho set up his capital in Dinh Hoa district in Thái Nguyên province, some 80 miles to the north of Hanoi. The Viet Minh would once again begin conducting a guerrilla war from a network of caves and villages in what came to be known as the Dinh Hoa Safety Zone. Despite this designation, the area was attacked was avoided falling into enemy captivity. Republic of Vietnam. Ho Chi Minh served as the country the loss. Ho wanted Hanoi. He made it as a peasant apply the good treatment of food that they did not go hungry. Ho's magnanimity was not universally shared by his support between Mao Zedong and forced Chiang Kai-shek's nationalist forces to flee to the island of Taiwan. In 1950, Ho traveled to Beijing and then on to Moscow, where he met Stalin and Mao and received Soviet recognition of his government. The two major communist powers agreed that China would provide the People's Army of Vietnam with supplies. Although the Viet Minh controlled most of northern Vietnam, the important RC-4 highway near the Chinese border remained under French control, and in late 1950, Ho's forces launched an operation to seize control of the road. Vietnamese soldiers were trained by Chinese instructors served as military advisors. Both France established the state of Vietnam in southern Vietnam in 1949, with Emperor Bao Dai re-established as chief of state. From 1950 onwards, as the Viet Minh drew closer to Moscow and Beijing, the Viet Minh's activities became increasingly influenced by communist ideology, and in 1951, the Indo-Chinese Communist Party was refounded as the Workers' Party of Vietnam. Thus did the government of the fledgling Vietnam begin to resemble a conventional communist dictatorship, with Ho as the head of the new regime, as the Viet Minh aligned closer with the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China in order to acquire military aid in the growing Cold War. Ho himself may have expressed doubts about these developments of Chinese advice, with few exceptions. According to an account by the party's head of propaganda, Huang Tong, Ho was once presented with a list of officers whom the Chinese wanted to dismiss due to their non-working class backgrounds. Ho saw that Vo Nguyen Giap, his leading military commander, was at the top of the list and ordered it to be burned. By 1954, the war with the French had been going on for over 7 years, and public support in France for its continuation was waning. In the spring, the French began an operation to cut off the Viet Minh supply lines into Laos by strengthening their position at the fortress of Dien Bien Phu in northwest Vietnam, near the Laotian border. The French hoped to draw the Vietnamese forces into a battle of annihilation on the 13th of March 1954, General Giap's army began its attack on the fortress. With the support of Chinese artillery, including anti-aircraft guns, the People's Army of Vietnam bombarded the cities and laid siege to the French garrison. Over a 2-month period, Vietnamese forces gradually loosened until the main garrison surrendered on the 7th of May. In the meantime, American, British, and Soviet diplomats were meeting at the Geneva Conference in Switzerland to discuss the situation in Korea, where an armistice had been signed the previous year, following a 3-year struggle for control of the peninsula between communist North Korea and anti-communist South Korea. The fall of Dien Bien Phu led to the collapse of the French government in June 1954, and the new Prime Minister, the aptly named Pierre Mendès-France, was appointed with a mandate to withdraw from Indochina. A ceasefire was soon agreed, and a temporary demarcation line between the communist-controlled Democratic Republic of Vietnam in the north and the state of Vietnam in the south was agreed along the 17th parallel. Earlier that month, Zhou Enlai left Geneva to consult with Ho and General Giap on the proposals. While there is no record of the meeting, Zhou appears to have played a decisive role in convincing Ho to accept the deal. The Chinese government wanted to focus on economic development within China, and its recent military interventions in both Korea and Vietnam were costly endeavors. The Vietnamese army had also suffered heavy losses over 8 years of fighting, and Ho was keen to have some breathing space. Ho was ultimately a pragmatist who recognized that was a major Vietnam initial facing both communist and non-communist opposition. The antagonism between the two ideologically opposed regimes in North and South Vietnam prospect of any elections in 1956 was keen to avoid to come to an agreement, praising his rival as a patriot who opposed French rule. The Kennedy administration was sufficiently alarmed and authorized a coup that overthrew Diem in November 1963. His fall created a power vacuum, and several South Vietnamese military officers stood until General Nguyen Van Thieu seized power in 1965. The de facto collapse of the Army of South Vietnam in 1963 and 1964 prompted the direct intervention of American forces in August military advisors, though the scale of the American presence in South Vietnam had been growing since 1960. The mysterious Gulf of Tonkin incident in August 1964, in which the North Vietnamese fired on American ships carrying out covert operations at the coast of North Vietnam, provided the necessary diplomatic excuse for a drastic escalation of the U.S. President and President Lyndon Johnson, who succeeded Kennedy after the latter's assassination on November 1963, began sending hundreds of thousands of American troops into Vietnam. The Second Indochina War was now developing into an outright confrontation between the Viet Cong and the United States, with South Vietnam simply acting as the base of operations for the U.S. At home in America, a draft to conscript troops was introduced, and its peak in 1968 and 1969, there would be over 500,000 American troops in Vietnam. Before that, in March 1965, American and South Vietnamese aircraft launched Operation Rolling Thunder, a sustained campaign to bomb the North Vietnamese into submission. The war would eventually spill over into Laos and Cambodia, with Johnson and his successor, Richard Nixon, engaging in bombing missions in the two neighboring countries, where the Viet Cong began using those countries for marching south and resupplying their positions in South Vietnam. It would all be to zero effect. The Viet Cong had perfected the guerrilla warfare needed to defeat the Goliath that was the US military, and anti-American sentiment amongst the South Vietnamese, with the Americans fighting to allegedly offend the people who didn't want them there in the first place. While all this was occurring, a severe split had opened up in the communist world between China and the Soviet Union. After Mao criticized Khrushchev for repudiating Stalin's legacy, and battling poor health in the Sino-Soviet disputes. As a communist moderate, Poe's personal sympathies lay with Khrushchev. However, his country shared a border with China and relied primarily on Mao's government for military and logistical support. Playing a delicate game in the 1960s. He was also personally reliant on the Chinese. During the 1960s, he made regular trips to China for medical, not be well treated in North Vietnam. A poor agricultural society still in those necessities of the time devoted to provide. The Chinese government of 20,000 duties alongside in 1910 continued well in ensuring both supporting North Vietnam through Sino-Soviet split and aid continuing apace home in America. Your effort on the 30th of January 1968, the North Vietnamese regular army the Viet Cong launched the Tet Offensive, a festival of Tet. Was a great victory for Ho's government. Completely against the war in Vietnam became wholly clear. Talk of imminent US victory emanating from the White House was pure fantasy. In Vietnam, General Williams estimated that a further 200,000 men to win the war. American support for the war of the Tet Offensive. President Johnson to begin peace negotiations to end the war. To end the finally full Vietnamese independence, Ho had started fighting against Japan and the French in the early 1940s. They would drag on for years. Unveiling promises of ending the war in Vietnam would never take part in the any concerted way. By the late 1970s, and in increasingly poor health. After he celebrated his 79th birthday in May 1969, his health deteriorated and he died of heart failure the 2nd of September 1999, the 12th anniversary of the foundation of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. 19 against it. Placed in the mausoleum in Hanoi, which was completed confirms illegitimate children on Nong Duk Man, 1940, who is rumored to have been born to Ho's housekeeper from that time, Nong Thi Trong, new General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam between 2001 and 2011. The period following Ho Chi Minh's death would see his dream of an independent and united Vietnam realized. Time of his death, it was clear that the through the early 19th little break, that is, until January 1970. When the Paris Accords enshrined an initiative for peace between the North Vietnamese. North Vietnamese began preparing a new campaign. The 1975 Spring Offensive actually started in December 1974. By the late spring, as the last American troops were withdrawn from the south, the Viet Cong forces descended on in the end. After the long war they had fought and the enormous resources expended, the last US officials ended up fleeing from the city in helicopters and planes as the Viet Cong entered the capital of South Vietnam on the 30th of April 1975. Just over a year later, in July 1976, Le Duan proclaimed the established Socialist Republic of Vietnam, Saigon, in honor of the late Vietnamese leader. The Communist Party of Vietnam remains in Vietnam today, though, like the People's Republic of China, the political system here is more of a form of state. socialist-orientated market economy rather than it being a communist country. The country which Ho led to independence is rapidly advancing and is expected to become one of the 20 wealthiest economies in the second half of the 21st century. Ho is best known as the leader of communist North Vietnam against French and US forces during the Vietnam War, also known as the First and Second Indochina Wars. Over the course of his long life, Ho adopted many different names, perhaps dozens of aliases in all, and some for little more than a few weeks, but his focus on the goal of achieving independence for his native country was singular. He first achieved international as Nguyen Ai Quoc in 1919, when he presented the Vietnamese people's demands for autonomy at the Paris Peace Conference. While he embraced communism as his preferred means to overthrow French colonial rule, he was willing to make ideological concessions in the name of unifying the Vietnamese people. Although he spent much of his life outside Vietnam, primarily in the Soviet Union and China, Ho laid the foundations for Vietnamese opposition to the French and Japanese during the Second World War, enabling him to proclaim the foundation of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. 5. During the remainder of his life, Ho led firstly against the French attempt to restore colonial authority, and secondly against South Vietnam and its American ally. Although he did not live to see the eventual victory against the United States in 1975 and the unification of the country under communist rule shortly thereafter, the modern-day Socialist Republic of Vietnam exists. What do you think of Ho Chi Minh, his native country? Or was he a communist dictator whose ideology influenced his approach towards his internal and external enemies? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you. Vyacheslav Molotov was born, according to the 5th of February 1890, in the Vyatka Governorate region of Russia, on the west side of the Ural Mountains, still theoretically in Europe, at Moscow. His baptismal name was Vyacheslav Mikhailovich Yamin Molotov. Because of the changing calendar system used in Russia in the first decades of his life, Vyacheslav's father was Mikhail Skryabin, a local shop worker in Kukarka. Came from a relatively affluent family of grocers, and Mikhail was Vyacheslav was the ninth of 10 children. They would have 3 of whom died in infancy. The Skryabin family were of above average means, just like was, though even relatively affluently in rural Vyatka, in particular by modern standards. The person was of an uptight of Russian politics over time. Behind the visage of a seemingly inoffensive individual who dressed sharply but attracted little fanfare was a young man with strong ambitions peering out from his ever-present spectacles. Skryabin was growing up at a strained time in Russian politics. The country was a latecomer to the Industrial Revolution, which had started in Britain back in the 1770s. Industrial development. Many countries on the 80s, Napoleonic Wars came to an end. Regions of countries like France and Austria doing well thereafter. Russia, far to the east, had not really commenced doing so until the second half of the 19th century. But it was a very limited affair and had restricted labor movements across the country. There was also very little political representation of any kind. This 1870s, 1880s, and 1890s to the development of a real politics. Extremist groups like the nihilists engaging in acts of political violence. The radical socialist or communist ideas of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels also found purchase, although Marx would have found it peculiar that a largely rural and agrarian society like Russia would become the home of his political ideas, which he viewed as better suiting England or Germany. All of these political forces underpinned Skryabin's early life. Molotov's political awakening within this extremely tense Russian political atmosphere came early. In 1906, when he was still just a teenager, developed an association with the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party, a radical Russian Socialist Party, which was given the 1905 revolution, which had resulted from political repression and the disastrous Russo-Japanese War, leading Tsar Nicholas II to promise political reforms and the creation of a Russian Duma or parliament, only to try everything possible afterwards to block reform of the autocratic system. The Social Democratic Labour Party was the forerunner of the Russian Communist Party and would later split into the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks, the Bolsheviks being the more radical and aggressive faction, and one which would increasingly come to be led by Vladimir Lenin while he was in exile in Western Europe in the 1900s and into the 1910s. Vyacheslav gravitated over time towards the more radical Bolsheviks. He began writing for the party in the late 1900s. It was in this capacity that he adopted the pen name Molotov, that he would forevermore go by. Molotov derives from the Russian giving his adopted name an industrial sound, and also a sense of a person who aimed to break down political conventions in a revolutionary manner. It was not unusual for revolutionary writers during this time to adopt pen names in this way. Lenin himself adopted his own name, most likely from the river Lena. Molotov's revolutionary activities initially played out in the Kazan region, where he operated under the pseudonym Dyadya, meaning uncle, written by the Tsarist secret police. Before long, he was responsible for organizing the activities of the Kazan Revolutionary Youth Wing of the Bolsheviks there. Through these, he was involved in disseminating revolutionary ideas from the writings of Marx, Engels, and Russian Marxists in groups of young revolutionaries that met clandestinely. He did not long avoid detection, and in the spring of 1909, he was arrested by the state security services down to 4 years, primarily on Torba, a small town away from any railway lines where the internal exiles could be closely monitored. He continued his studies while here and passed his exams, such that when his 2 years of exile ended, he was able to attend the Polytechnical Institute in Petersburg. There, he quickly returned to his work with the Bolsheviks. Frequent contributions for the day. By the end of the 27th of October, Petrograd, Minsk, Novgorod, Kazan, Yekaterinburg, and Samara under the control of the of factories in one of the few parts of the burgeoning Soviet Union that had been extensively industrialized for many years. Much of this involved training work in a voyage from the River Volga, in which party members aimed to inform people from Moscow as the wartime Soviets began to '20 as Secretary of the Communist Party in the Ukrainian Soviet, Bolshevically moving toward loss of Switzerland as a secretary, thus bringing him more clearly into the central leadership of the Soviet Union, as well as becoming a junior be a member of the Politburo, though without voting rights in the latter body. At this juncture, these 1924. Molotov's entry it seemed evident that there were just two realistic candidates, Leon Trotsky and Joseph Stalin. Molotov moved towards Stalin in this successful contest. His relationship was Molotov's outlook and was prescient of the chair. During an argument between the pair, ran very well. Comrade Trotsky, we can all be geniuses, but we shall see who lasts the longest. For Molotov, politics was sometimes a game of survival, not always of overt intellect. He would survive far longer. In it. 22. As Lenin's health deteriorated of the Bolsheviks, to put himself in a better position to succeed him as leader of the Soviet Union, which was completing the final stages of its victorious campaign in the Civil War. Molotov was effectively deputizing for Stalin, secretary. And he made his mast to the Georgians who he had met so many years earlier in pre-revolution politics. Stalin had completely outflanked Trotsky, gaining support to the majority of the members of the Politburo, a process which accounts for the promotion of Molotov as a thereof with full voting rights who would support Stalin. Trotsky was removed from the Politburo that year, and continuing to promote a purer form of Marxism abroad. Trotsky was assassinated in 1940. Despite the turbulence of the years of the started a family during the night, he had met Solomonovna Karabotskaya, a Jewish Russian woman who was a committed communist revolutionary and would rise to a sudden repel. She and Vyacheslav married in 1920, and she elected not to leave the Soviet Union for the British mandate in Palestine, as several of her family did during the 1920s. Her relationship with Molotov was remarked upon by those who viewed Vyacheslav as being dominated by his wife. And might have been surprised, finally fell pregnant not long afterwards, resulting in a biological Svetlana 1930. Off was by Stalin for his support with Trotsky as supporters, with a session of promotions of increasing influence, which had long since been renamed dismantling of the support space of the not yet a format devising and implementing. Finally, in December 1930, Molotov was appointed to the position of chairman of the Council of People's Commissars of the Soviet Union, the position which Lenin had held prior to his death because of the peculiar structure of the Soviet leave immense stains on Molotov's legacy. Two issues above all: his roles in the Soviet famine of the early 1930s and the Great Purge stand out as particular black marks on his reputation. Union between one of Turkey, southwestern Russia, and other parts of the Soviet owing to food shortages brought about activization of food supplies for industrial workers in the cities and town a disaster. Molotov was deeply implicated in this. The government's orders to move grain, or so zealots like Molotov believed. It was this notion which led him to enforce policies in 1931 which deepened the crisis and led to further preventable deaths. As with most main famines of the 20th century, in the late 1950s, famine conditions in the early 1930s, but they became conceived policies. Figures like Molotov's role in the Great was also immensely ethical. But in 1936 and 1938, Stalin engaged in a mass purging of the Communist Party within the Soviet, removing a majority of its roles, and in the Soviets of each regional city, instances, as many as 80% of the chip of certain councils was reached. Of those that were, the lucky ones were simply, others were sent into internal exile, often to the Gulag labor camps in the cold, inhospitable East. still were placed on trial for alleged crime and then executed. As the Great Purge escalated in 1937 and 1938, mass executions became more and more common. When combined with deaths in the late Church, supporting Stalin's actions. Many decades later, he was still trying to justify his involvement, long after most Soviet officials had accepted that Stalin's purge had represented an effort to crush all. In early May 1939, Molotov was a position of Commissar for a critical juncture post Minister of Foreign Affairs. Less than 2 months in violation of the Munich Agreement, concluded with the British, French, and Italians in the Bavarian capital. Of Central Europe, having already annexed into Greater Germany in March 1938. To anyone with a clear idea of Germany's ambitious Nazi setup, the border with the USSR, Nazism and Bolshevism and Nazi rhetoric was filled with statements about destroying the communist subject was haunting Europe. The question for Molotov, as he assumed the position of Commissar of Foreign Affairs, was how to negotiate the situation as the British and French. Molotov was severe efforts by the Germans to negotiate an economic treaty. Both sides might have considered the other to be an ideological enemy. But they had things like would invade Poland, triggering the beginning of Kharkov, Eastern Europe. Between them, once Germany would Soviets would claim the eastern parts of the country, along with Finland and most of the Baltic States region. Actually was designed to allow the Soviets to reclaim at the time of the Russian Civil War. Molotov work was soon being realized militarily by Stalin from the west, Poles incurring heavy defeats to the Germans. The Soviets invaded the country from the east. Over the next 3 weeks, the sectors allotted to the Soviets under the agreement were occupied. Over time, the terms of the pact were put into force in other ways. The Russians would invade the Soviet Union, but Stalin was summer of 1940. The other major European states were wholly. The Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact would not last that long. Eventually, with Western Europe conquered in May and June 1940, and with Hitler convinced Britain would eventually join Germany against the common Bolshevik enemy. And would 22nd of June 1941 automatic deal lasted less, but it was a major development in the first stages of the Second World War in Europe. One particular sphere of military activity for the Soviets that results of how Molotov's name became synonymous with homemade incendiaries. An element of the secret clauses was that the Soviets could invade Finland after they had completed the military operation. The belief was that what became known as the Winter War would be a swift thing, one in which the newly populated Finland with its small army stood the behemoth of the USS. Stalin and his generals could not be more wrong. The thing in the German invasion of the Union in 1941 and would be a key ally of the Nazis in the siege of Leningrad. It was in the midst of the Winter War Molotov cocktail came into use to describe a makeshift naturalist extensively against the Russ. In the course of the 3.5-month war, the Soviets were at a distinct advantage. They barely had any to counter this threat. The Finns began using incendiary devices where a mixture of usually with a large wick that could be lit and then thrown, spreading flames outwards when the glass shattered on impact. Experiment with tanks and long Russian armored vehicles. For excess of the weapon, the Finns developed a saying that they were sending Foreign Minister Molotov a cocktail to have with his meal. The awareness that Molotov had negotiated the agreement, but it led 3 months later to the Soviet invasion of Finland. The Molotov cocktail. The Cold War became constructive. Once the Germans turned their attentions westwards to France in June. This left only the British standing against the Nazi menace. Though Greece too was attempting a brave against impossible odds in the Balkans, with the Nazi ally fascist Italy. Mediterranean Empire, or strategic error made by the Nazis. In late 1940, Hitler turned his attention eastwards and decided that the non-aggression pact that Ribbentrop had served its purpose was launched on the 22nd of June 1941 as 3 million German military personnel streamed into eastern Poland, the Baltic states, and Ukraine, with the ultimate goal of taking Leningrad, Moscow, and Stalingrad. Before advancing to the AA line, Astrakhan, in the south, a frequently overlooked detail of the invasion of the Soviet Union is that it was Molotov, as foreign minister, who made the radio declaration in the Soviet Union on the 22nd of June, announcing that the Germans had invaded the USSR. He was also appointed by Stalin as deputy chairman of the hastily assembled State Defense Committee. Meaning war effort. At least so far as the Soviet British had considered sending an expedition base in the North Sea to land as
Look
part
at
of
this footwork,
negotiations
folks.
what would
Look at
become the first stages of the Allied alliance with the British. These negotiations a year later by the more detailed Anglo-Soviet Treaty, a full military alliance between the two nations. By then, the United States had also against the Germans and their Far Eastern ally, the well-known Japanese attack. British and Soviets were allies during the Second World War, but they knew very well that a new clash was looming between the USSR and the Western powers once just the Soviets during the Manhattan Project and its ultimate results the Soviet program. Commenced in 1942. Faced by the US and Nazis, the need for an adequate amount of fissionable material, something made more difficult for the Soviets by American attempts to restrict Russian access to uranium sources in the Congo and other regions. Where Molotov makes some progress was in attempting to establish spies in the US who could infiltrate the Manhattan Project, but Stalin nevertheless removed him from the project. Often garner the majority of the discussions of things like the Tehran and Yalta conferences, but Molotov, Eden, and like the US Secretary of State, Hull, made major contributions in their own garnered a reputation as a tough negotiator post-war Potsdam Conference and a gathering where the United States was brought into being. Key points of contention tended to the Americans often acting as arbitrators over thorny issues such as Poland and Greece, two countries that Stalin was anxious to bring into the Communist Soviets succeeded when it came to and accepted defeat in Britain through these negotiations and diplomatic meetings. Molotov struck an off when visiting in 1942. Molotov used to search his accommodate Winston Churchill after the war, when in Washington, D.C. to negotiate Soviet inclusion in the Lend-Lease program, whereby U.S. aid was extended to the countries directly impacted by the war in Europe. Molotov didn't just bring a revolver, he also had his own food. The war came to an end in Europe in May 1945. It is well known that in the years that followed, aid was given to the newly communist in Europe to rebuild their economies after the devastation of the war, as well as constituent parts of the Soviet Union in Ukraine, Bulgaria, Romania, and East Germany. All acquired aid through the Molotov. About the late 1940s and 1950, the Molotov plan always contradictory. As one of the tenets of the program Molotov devised in 1947 was that East Germany, Romania, Bulgaria, and Hungary, all members of the at least in the Civil War. Molotov's in the decade. The background to this was the 1948 visit to Golda Meir, a prominent Israeli Prime Minister of Israel in 1969, 2 months after the first Arab War, to briefed Israeli ambassador to the Soviet had conversed before she killed herself back in November 1932, leading Stalin to suspicious of Mrs. Tito to a labor camp in the east for 5 years, and Molotov was dismissed from his post as foreign minister not long after. Under Stalin, there could be no possibility of strenuously opposing the decision. Vyacheslav simply had to accept what had happened, and Lebanon as a more middling official for the next several years. It is an indication of how frail a figure Molotov could be, that he would continue to defend Stalin's legacy and methods long after the dictator was dead, even though in the final years of his life, Stalin had been, in all essential ways, tearing apart as well as his wife to a labor camp. In 1952 and into early 1953, Stalin had that Molotov was finished within leadership and was preparing to dismiss him from most of his offices, possibly violently. What said the foreign minister was the death of Stalin himself on the 5th of March 1953. After suffering a cerebral hemorrhage, Georgy Malenkov, who became president in a largely ceremonial capacity thereafter. Nevertheless, during the power struggle, Malenkov had pre-held sufficient enough power to realign the senior ministries, and on the 5th of March 1953, the very day Stalin died, reappointed the position after Khrushchev's ascent, though it was evident before long. Molotov's unrepentant Stalinist views were out of sync with the new era of the worst excesses of Molotov post of Minister of Foreign Affairs for the final time in June 1906. A move came as little surprise after Khrushchev Stalin's the Lazar Kaganovich to begin plotting to remove Khrushchev from power. The trio and their allies would become known as the Anti, a collection of unreformed Stalinists who were unhappy with the drift of Soviet politics and the under Khrushchev. On the 18th of June 1957, they attempted to overthrow Stalin's successor through diplomatic means, forcing a vote on his leadership at the 11-man party presidium, which they won by the anti-party group he referred to them as, was an unreformed group of Stalinists with blood on their hands. In the end, collapsed when Khrushchev won over the support of the war hero and Minister of Defense. The army would have opposed Molotov and Kaganovich. The anti-party group had failed. With the foiling of the year 1757, Molotov was not entirely purged from the Bolshevik leadership. A sign of how much things had changed in Russia, that the men 5 years earlier, and every one of them would have been killed. Instead, in 1950, Khrushchev decided to remove those who had to overthrow him in less dramatic sent to manage a power plant in what is now Kazakhstan's ambassador to the Mongolian People's Republic was a face-saving one. Nobody was fooled, though. Even the New York Times, in reporting on Molotov's 7th of September 1957, referred to him as queer. It must be said it was a slightly more exalted fate than that Malenkov or indeed Kaganovich. Diplomacy in Ulaanbaatar, as relations with Mongolia fluctuated owing to the Chinese. Molotov was also appointed to the position of Soviet representative at the International Atomic Energy in the late 1950s. If Molotov's appointment as ambassador to Mongolia at the IAEA were face-saving measures in the late 1950s, complete disgrace was soon to not strong enough leaders from the Soviet establishment and had exiled them instead to Mongolia. The 26th Party Congress was much stronger following the success of the Cuban Revolution. The initiation of the destruction of the Berlin Wall just weeks earlier, Russian success. The largest nuclear weapon ever detonated on Hiroshima in 1945. With his position more powerful now, Khrushchev furthered his de-Stalinization program at the 22nd Congress. This included making preparations for the coup of several of the leaders of the anti-party group from the Communist and their removal from any offices which they held, never undertaken to expunge the record of Molotov's role in the Soviet regime over the last 4.5 decades, with its papers and departmental files being destroyed under Khrushchev's orders. Molotov spent many years in complete exile from the Soviet movement and leadership, though he was allowed to return to Moscow and lived out much of his later life in the Russian capital. Even the overthrow of Khrushchev in October 1964, after a number of incidents, not least his backing down at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis, failed to result in Molotov being rehabilitated and brought back into the Soviet leadership. Under Khrushchev's successor, Leonid Brezhnev, he was allowed to live in quiet retirement. He appears to Brezhnev spent much of the 1960s writing his memoirs, but they would never see the light of day. Nevertheless, from 1969 onwards, down to his death in 1986, Molotov met on many occasions with the Soviet biographer Felix Chuikov, who compiled a dossier of hundreds of pages. 91 years Molotovim, meaning 140 conversations with Molotov. The book was published 2 years later in English translation as Molotov Remembers Inside Kremlin Politics. It is considered an invaluable source on the inner workings of the Soviet regime between 1917 and 1957. Its author would never return to the political. This compared favorably with the 14 lines given for Khrushchev era. So the Soviet Union in 1984 and early 1985 very quietly reinstated the 94-year-old Molotov as a member of. By the time he was reinstated in 1984, Molotov was a very old man, and the restoration of him to the was clearly a token gesture by the regime at the end of his life during 1954, when he had been too unwell to attend a high-level summit with the foreign ministers of the US, Britain, and France. It is believed that he had this. Miracle that he survived as long as he did. Funeral and interment at the Novodevichy Cemetery was a small and largely private affair, attended by about 200 mourners. There was no government settlement made to ensure it was very thinly covered. Had taken over as head of the Soviet Union, not policy programs designed to reform the USSR and the communist system by opening the economy up more and liberalizing the political system. This program communists and civil disobedience. By 19, the USSR, and finally, the communist system itself within Russia. A decade of chaos ensued. In the course of 3/4 of a century-long Soviet experiment, it was generally concluded that the Stalinist era had constituted a complete moral stain on Soviet history. One of much of this except orchestra with his reputation in between the 1970s and began his own career as a senior figure of the Bolshevik movement 40 years later. However, longevity is not necessarily a mark of success when discussing this time and place. Because no other figure was Soviet setup, other than Stalin himself, managed to survive through these decades. When else was sidelined or demoted as Stalin rose to power in 1920, engaged in the Great Purge and demoted anyone that might challenge his pre-eminent position as Russian leader in the 1940s, and complicity in Stalin's crimes. Few other Soviet officials survived at the top of the polity in this way, or managed to make their mark on history. Yet, even when it comes to Molotov's alleged accomplishments, a fire grenade was ironically their enemies in Finland. The winter of 1939. What do you think of it? Or would the Nazis have gone to war anyway in 1939, even without having secured a temporary non-aggression pact with the Soviets? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, very much for watching. Century, China, a nation governed under the last great empire, the Qing dynasty, is about to bear witness to radical reform social changes never before seen in the country. As Chinese Communist seizes power from the nationalist Kuomintang Party. One would change the very fact of our lives through the random facing facts. We would, nonetheless, in recent Chinese and arguably one of the most important political figures from the 20th century. His name, Deng Xiaoping, the father of modern China. A man known to history as Deng Xiaoping was born on the 22nd of August 1904 in Guang'an, in the province of Sichuan in southwestern China. He was a descendant of the Hakka people, a branch of the Han Chinese. His father
What up,
was
dude?
What do
Biographies. This one. one is on Deng Xiaoping.
Okay.
What's new?
Just tired.
Okay, why you?
Because I slept most of the day.
Okay, why'd you sleep most of the day?
The antidepressants helped me out.
I seem to be doing really well with those. Is that true?
I mean, I'm sleeping too much and it's destroying my creativity. It's fine. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you were not in a good spot. Okay, I gotcha. So here's my question to you. Did you know that I'm going to be on a three-hour podcast in about 2 hours?
Are you going to be on the James McCann's podcast?
His podcast is really long. Do you remember the name of it?
James McCann, the Catamaran Plan.
Yeah, do you like that?
Yeah.
Why do you like that?
Plan to get a catamaran.
To get a catamaran?
Yep.
Do you
Don't know.
Yeah, it's his friend that was like homeless or something. Just he got him off the street.
He wasn't like
Okay, but he was. And you didn't know who he was to you?
it wasn't.
No, you had no idea who he was.
Yeah. Hey, Robot.
What up, pimp?
You think Alan Johnson that go? Who's going to watch my movie this week?
I mean, she's got a whole week to do it. I would have rather had her say she's already seen it, obviously. And I would have rather had her say that even if she hasn't seen it yet, that she a little bit better that she at least looked for it. What's her name? Of course you're not. All right. And do you think that she is amazing in your entire life? Okay. Is she the coolest girl you know?
She's cool.
Are sh- is are she and Chelsea friends?
She and Chelsea friends?
I asked you a question. Are she and Chelsea friends?
Not close. I say them talk, but they don't talk regularly.
All right. I can look. No, that she used to be cool, but she did a total 180.
Are you gonna hate James again if he gets on the podcast with Chelsea?
No, I understand why he's doing it. I don't. It would take a lot for me to hate James McCann. He's a likable individual, and seemingly he's been very good on Kill Tone. I have to say that. And his stand-up that he did on New Year's was the of the year. It was serious about the Zoom. He didn't have to go back to Australia and then he was gone. I get not everybody can stay in America for. I'm surprised he's got enough. He's got it. I mean, wouldn't you say he already has?
No.
Really?
I went to it where he had 106.
I mean,
3,000 people.
yeah, I get that.
Teams in Australia are doing 160 right now. Australia, where they had TV shows, are doing like 160.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't a smaller market?
Smaller market.
Yeah, it's
I mean, these guys are older. That's the thing. getting rid of people. There was a guy called Carl Stefanovic that had Tony Robinson, this right-wing guy from the this right-wing guy from the UK. You heard of it?
Nobody's heard of that guy.
Him on his podcast.
Nobody's heard of that guy.
And then, like, a couple of days later, they fired the morning show. Yes.
Television show, the Today Show.
Yeah.
Dude,
You know Carl Stefanovic, he was the one that got, he was the one that went viral for being drunk on the morning show.
I don't know if I know him because of that. Just for a moment, let me look him up. He was drunk?
Yeah.
This guy looks a little different than that. The guy I'm thinking of. He was on the Today Show? Maybe it was him. So this guy got fired?
Yeah.
Why?
Because of the reason I just told you.
He had a right-wing guy on or something? Is that big of a deal? All right.
I don't think people should be fired for who they associate with.
Yeah, they me for hanging out with you. All right, dude. Do you think Riser's up?
Yeah.
You really think Riser's awake?
Yeah.
Why? What makes you say that? All right, big dog. Well, I've got to let you go. I've got to prepare for this podcast. So you go do your thing, and then come back tonight. I hope you have a really good day. Okay. Shout out to Zoo. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad Yisrael Adonai Elohim.
For instance, Kabbalah and history always at all. Of course, neither of these positions as such notions developed greatly through the ages are still developing, and are now, and there have always been numerous truly expensive schools of Jewish gratitude to congregation Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after autumn of 2020. Sort of traveling, let's call it a certain traveling every time. This is
about the process of Jewish magic is what I said last time. Is that people want to tell you that magic is Jewish. There's no such thing as Jewish magic. Well, they got some archaeology. And that's because, well, we have to believe it here, right? Because we often these things existing enough, right? Science doesn't like mysticism, mysticism doesn't like philosophy, and philosophy and science can't really get along. And so what we have to understand is that Judaism is all in relationship with the outside world. Always, right? Because of all religious distinctiveness. Well, the outside world's kind of cool. They got a Greek science, right? But there's all kinds of things in the outside world that what I get is cool, and at the same time, it's just some degree of assimilate, right? Ancient, like classical Jews and Greek science. Because the Greeks had a lot of stuff out, folks. Whether you like it or not, whether you agree or not, whether you're right. I don't think they were. It's magical. When you see medical proof of something, you're like, damn, that's really true. That's for real true. I like I made it up, like I had a fever dream about it being true, whatever.
really important about this is, right, Jews have touch, full relationship with Greek science. But what Greek? Now, these two forms of Greek philosophy, we have names for them now, right? We call them Neo-Pythagorean. That's the main thing, right? The structure of reality, fundamental structure of reality is mathematical in nature. Like, this idea probably is the contemporary that has the second you can unite your consciousness, you can unite your being, you can use parcel of a great deal of a calm mysticism in the ancient world, and of course in the modern world. By the way, the image you're seeing here is an image from a Pythagorean, or Neo-Pythagorean basilica that was actually discovered in the 18th century in Rome. It's recently been reopened. I've always wanted to go there. It's perfectly preserved. This is Rome. It's completely preserved. It was only discovered on accident. And so it's really neat that you can go into like hanging out and it's in Rome. Like, so next time I go to Rome, I try to push my whole beach. Speech causes being to come into existence. And if God speaks Hebrew, which of course Israelites thought Jews speak God does. That's the language of God. In fact, that's what we call Hebrew, Lashon Kodesh, right? Lashon Kodesh. That it is. Part of the ancient Israelite mind worldview is ancient Israelites. It's chaos versus order. So it's hard about the type of learning of patterns, not patterns. And so it's how God created the world. There was nothing, total chaos, and then spoke and ordered it. So in Israelite, you might call it linguistics or ontology or metaphysics language. But there are two ways. One course is that language is magical. The one thing every child does looks like I create as I speak. Think about that for a minute, right? Abracadabra, abracadabra. I create as I speak. Well, if a magician is uttering that, who are they imitating? God. So, what one can speak that language, conjure things into being. You can imitate God, but a couple of weeks. These are meditation wheels by which one can, in fact, change one's consciousness to be unified with Albert's manuscript of Abraham Avalok and not really by him, but of one of his texts. Maybe have in a couple of weeks. The first time we see this idea of imitating God by using language to create things is both Abaya and Rava, two technical things, right? So, Turkic Sanhedrin, you may know from the whole thing that are considered sorcery, right? Well, like creating illusions is you're allowed to create illusions. This is the rabbinical stage magic. Okay, stage magic. Right? What is allowed? Bafina and Rabbi Hilchot gets it by means of which they created a third growth path in Egypt. They studied Hilchot Yetzirah, right? The doing of the Yetzirah, right? So if you want to have a book about the law, is how to practice Shabbat. What's in it? And on the Eve, Erev Shabbos, on Erev, on the Shabbat, on Eve, they created a third grown calf and they ate it for Shabbat. They made a
even more Robin said that if the righteous desired, they could. Now, this translation is hiding something. This is a translation from Safari. Right? Spoke to him and said, right? He was mute. And thereupon he said, you're a creature of a magician. And to go back to the dust. Right? And yeah, Rabbi Shaw said, Paul spent studying Sefer Yetzirah, the Thoroughborough path, and they took the Talmud. Again, the central or important book, Orthodox written down, has to be fully written down. Because I don't know about you, if I made a person right from dust, you're gonna be like, it's here. And I don't know what it is. So one person here, mute, right, should have been thought of as a disability in the ancient world, again, ancient ableism aside. What we have here is an image of creation by some kind of study. Further at Miracle 55, they chosen by God to be the architect of the mission. Why? The idea that you can create if you're righteous. Yeah, that right. Sefer Yetzirah, enigmatic and important book of Jewish Sefer Yetzirah. It is a text produced sometime between 500 and 1,000 of the Common Era. It's very brief. It's only about 2,000 words long. And it's a speculative text describing the method by which God created the cosmos, or the Olam. I'm going to use the word Olam because I prefer to use the cosmos. I think about how they came down to us. We have a book describing how the world was created, attributed nonetheless than the patriarch Abraham. Why Abraham said Abraham created souls. It's solely, in their community at least, that because Abraham creates souls, that he was also in command. In order to we have no one. We just don't know. Some of the common here. Right? Now, there that's sometime between the and the 7th century, maybe the 8th century. But it doesn't really matter because this time we're not going to get into the weeds about when it was written down. However, you may be interested in when it was published here on the left-hand side of the screen. You can see an edition of the Savory Head from 1562. I can be wrong about that. Now out of that, right? Now would be mispar. And mispar actually does mean number. That's the Hebrew word for number. Mispar. Misparing. Right? It's the word for number. Sphira. And they added oat to it. From that plural, now it's a plural. Now, what we have is a separate, which kind of means number, and without one. So literally we can translate it as, put that into the actual it makes no sense. Whatever the author
I said guess, right? But it really didn't mean guess. Go with guess. All about Pythagoreanism and what are their symbols with this thing called the geometry. Just seeing it on the screen here to the left. The idea of the tetrahedron, right? And then from there you have the origins of arithmetic. It's all numericality itself comes into existence. Now that's really abstract. That's what that but the two letters make it more alphabet. So for the separates or X, combining them together it creates everything else. They are not emanations of God. They are the alphabet. What else? Another story. Story. Right? That's what's going on. Read other literature and the exact same one. Right? So I think that's what's going on here. Now, we'll begin to answer description to state it's either what we tell us the period of inflation, then we have the wall we have it now. Eventually we'll have the black hole period. Say we get through all the successive stages of the universe, how we can't get into the weeds of all this. We just don't have enough time to do all of that. Spend an entire answer on is that the mature part of the universe, right? Mature part of the universe is governed by what the separate answer are limits, right? Limits. They're extremities. Again, the way limit determines is Pythagorean language. This Pythagorean language, in my opinion, is the Hebrew limits. Now, what does limits look like, right? Well, there are fundamentally three dimensions, images. Like 6 dimensions. This is what they are, right? We have 2 dimensions of time, beginning and ending. We have 2 dimensions of space, right? Or 2 dimensions of 2 dimensions of time, 2 dimensions of space, above and below, and those include the 4 cardinal directions. So above and below, right, are the cardinal directions, and then in those they split off into the other directions. And then along with the 2 dimensions of time, beginning and ending, and the 2 dimensions of space, there are also 2 moral dimensions, right? Good and evil. This is a pretty interesting way of thinking about reality for this time period. And again, I think that someone with a background in physics, like Al, can appreciate, right? They're already imagining reality as having dimensionality. There are these
understanding your reality that are so abstractly as what we might what they call religious or extremists. There's the three groups based on the articulation of the points of the mouth. So when you make a M sound, you're using your labials, right on the vowel sound. And when you make an out sound, right, behind the sound, right, those are gutturals, right, those are. And so it's a kind of quasi-primitive, right? I say primitive, I don't mean backwards, but I mean ancient. We don't know anything about time. We don't know exactly when and how it was developed. We think it was probably in kind of a Gnostic, theological, scientific commentaries in the 10th century, right? The 10th through the 12th century.
What's up, Tony? I am preparing for a podcast, so I can't talk right now. Big man. Hope you do. Hope you have a good birthday.
The leading authority in all the Jewish world at the time